Hello and welcome to Six Gun Grill Newlands for coverage of the CSA One Day Cup fixture between Six Gun Grill Western Province and the Gbets Rocks. News from the middle is that the Rocks have won the toss and Captain Peter Malan has asked Western Province to bat first here at a sunny Newlands today. The wind is pumping as it often does here, and it will be the opening pair of Richard Levy and Jono Bird that will be coming out to bat for the Six Gun Grill Western Province within the next 2 or 3 minutes. Just to give you the team news from the ground, Western Province have been forced to make a couple of changes due to injury to George Linder and also Bjorn Hendricks having gone over to England to start his county stint. The lineup then today for the Six Gun Grill Western Province is Richard Levy, Jono Bird, Tony Dazolzi, Mo Valley, Daniel Smith, Gavin Kaplan, Mitlali Mpongwana, Klaus Simmons, Tepo Moreki, Bashir Walters and Junaid Dawood. So that is Bird and Dawood coming in for the two players that are missing, and it will be for the Rocks, the team. We have a notable absentee today in the fact that we don't have Janeman Malan. We have Peter Malan, Stian van Sale, Ruan de Blanche, Clyde Fortuin, Michael Copeland, Forisco Adams, Valentine Kitime gets a call-up, Huddersfield Ashel Kluter, and it will be Siobonga Mahima and Imran Manak, and the players are coming out into the middle for the start of play. You're with me, James King, and joining me shortly will be David Brook, branded sponsorship manager for Six Gun Grill Western Province. He's making his way around the boundary as we speak. The umpires for today's match we have at the Weinberg end, Dennis Smith, and at the Kelvin Grove end we have Brad White. They are on the field, as you can see from your feed, and the opening batters waiting for them as the Paul Rocks team, clad in their rather interesting outfit, colour-wise, very nice, sort of bright-coloured clothing that the Rocks team has. They're out on the field, and we'll see soon who's going to be opening the bowling for the Gbets Rocks. Both of these two teams in the competition on 10 points at the moment, and both with a chance, or one of them has a chance potentially to get into the final if they win both of the remaining 2 games. And Richard Levy is going to take first strike. 146 matches. This is 146th List A match. 137 innings, 4,696 runs, 30 50s, 800s, an average of 35.8 with a highest score of 166. And it will be Huddersfield who will be opening the bowling for the Gbets Rocks. He's going to be bowling from the Weinberg end and be bowling with the wind and down the hill here at Six Gun Grill Newlands. Umpire Dennis Smith at the southern end just signalling to the scorers to get them their attention, to say we're ready to start, and Fulyun will be bowling and be steaming in to Richard Levy, who will be taking first strike for Six Gun Grill Western Province. The field is we've got a 6-3 offside leg side field. We have one slip, man at backward point, man at cover point, man at extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg, and a man shortish in at fine leg. And this is played out to that man in the deep at square leg, and they take the single off the first ball. As the fielding is done out there in the deep, let's have a look and see who we have. Might have to get used to it. Looks like potentially Valentine Kitime. I'm just going to get some confirmation on who the fielders are. And now for the left-handed Jono Bird, Field is very similar, just switched round for the left-hander. Bird making his second appearance of the season after a very good 116 in the opening match, after which he was injured. So there's a third man, backward point, cover point, extra cover mid-off on the offside, and Bird just plays this into the gap. That one going down to the man here in front of us at third man. That is Mahima, and they take another single, so score goes to 2 without loss for 6 Gun Grill Western Province. As I said, it's a lovely day here at Newlands. A bit of rain earlier in the week. The pitch this season has been a little bit on the slowish side, but teams in the last match here both scoring well, and that is a beautiful delivery outside the off stump from Viljoen. Levy cannot get anything on it, and goes through to the keeper, Clyde Fortuin. So both these teams, if they win their last 2 matches, dependent on other results, may have a chance of getting through to the final of the CSA one-day competition. It's going to be interesting to see how today's match unfolds. Once again, on the pads, it looks like Levy will get 2 this time, and he does indeed, as that one goes out to the man sweeping on the deep square leg boundary, and they go through for 2, and that is 4 balls gone in this over, and 4 without loss is the score for 6 Gun Grill Western Province. A slight change to the field, unsurprisingly, with Viljoen straying onto the pads. Levy very strong in that area. Always a very forceful batter up front. It's Viljoen towards us now, and that is played into that cover region that had just been vacated, but the man at cover point, in fact more to conventional cover, Michael Copeland, is around quickly from his position at cover to field, and there is no run. Field is looking absolutely beautiful, spruced up a little bit by the rain we had on Tuesday, and Viljoen once again towards us. Nicely played, straight down the ground, straight to full face of the bat from Levy, and that ends the first over of the 6 Gun Grill Western Province innings, and it is 4 without loss. That will be Jono Bird to face his second delivery, and it will be the bowler from the Kelvin Grove end will be Ashil Kluter, man who is a young man, 20 years old. Made his debut this season did he make his debut this season? Just checking on that for you. 2019 made his debut in List A, and has played for SA under 19. Right arm fast bowler. Looking forward to seeing him for the first time live in action today, and he'll be bowling to a fellow 20-year-old in Jono Bird, who has been quite prolific in his young career so far. So it's Kluter away from us to Bird. That's wideish outside the off stump. In fact, it's so wide that and backward point, man in cover, man at mid-off. We have a man 45 on the leg side, and in the circle, a square leg deep on the boundary, and we have a mid-wicket and a mid-on. As I welcome David Brooke into the commentary box. David, who was doing duty down on the field earlier on today with at the toss, and also with a team picture, this being the final home game of the season for the 6 Gun Grill Western Province team. Last game of the season for them here at Newlands, as Ashil Kluter again strays outside the off stump, struggling to find his line to the left-hander. First up, that's his second wide. Total goes to 6 after 1.1 overs. Welcome, David.
James, thank you very much. welcome back. We missed you last week. You missed an exciting game.
It was exciting, yes.
But it's a beautiful day here for the first Western Cape derby of the new era. That's actually physically at Six Gun Grill Newlands. They played obviously in the T20 competition. Which is what Aishal Kaliti come in here. But it's wonderful to welcome our let's call them noisy neighbours down the N1. But it's wonderful to have this derby here. We had a fantastic activation earlier on with Six Gun Grill. Some under 9 kids were here able to play on the field beforehand. So it's a beautiful day. I was a bit worried about the weather early in the week.
Yes. Clincher away from us on the Kelvin Grove end, and that's beautifully played through the covers by John O'Bird wide, and goes through almost exactly at point into the railway stand boundary, and that's the first boundary for Six Gun Grill Western Province off the bat of John O'Bird, and he goes to 5 with that boundary. The total now 10 without loss in the middle of the second over. Nice to have John O'Bird back, I'm sure, for those Six Gun Grill Western Province fans, David.
Yeah, absolutely. Jono was a huge loss. He scored a century, injured himself during that century, just as we watch. He injured himself in the first match of the campaign, and an injury that's kept him out for most of the competition. Disappointingly, always disappointing when you're in form as a batsman to get an injury.
Absolutely.
But he's had such a good season. I think he mustn't be too upset. He's had an excellent season. Yeah, it's almost like a breakout season for John O'Bird. Yeah. He's really taken. He's kind of one of the first names on the team sheet this season.
Clincher away from us again. This is beautifully played down the ground. And actually beats the man here at mid-off. That is the captain, I think, Peter Milan, is it? And goes through to the mid-off, long-off boundary for 4, indeed beating the captain. That is a beautiful shot, and just lent into the drive. Another over-pitch delivery from Aishal Kluter, and pays the price for that one being slightly over-pitched. A good boundary again for the Western Province opener, and that takes the score up to 15 now. So, yes, looking good with those 2 shots so far. Pitch looking in good shape. Interesting that the Rocks put Western Province into bat.
Yeah,
much better delivery.
I was quite surprised at that, to be fair. It's maybe that the Rocks have done quite well chasing. And it's always difficult to bat second here at Newlands. I've always believed in history. I think, but they might. They're missing Yanaman Malan today. Yeah. So that might have been a factor in that decision. They've got a young bowling lineup.
That's very nicely played. Backward of point, there's a man there who fields neatly as he goes off to his right, and there is no run. So 2 boundaries and 2 3 wides in that over have taken the score for the Western Province up to 15 after 2 overs. A healthy run rate to start off with for them. So yes, no Yanaman Milan in this team. I'm not sure exactly. Was
he's unwell? He's unwell. Yeah, he's not injured. He is unwell. I heard them mentioning that at the toss. This was obviously his old home ground.
Yes.
Would have been obviously amazing to see him back here. He does love this ground, but from a Western Province point of view, maybe not.
It's a huge loss for the Rocks as Falun continues from the Weinberg end. And Levy just defending that into the leg side. It's picked up there by Ruan Tablanche, another youngster here for the Gbets Rocks, making his debut in 2019, a 21-year-old from Paul Roos Gymnasium in the Boerland area, so a homegrown boy. As Levy just drops this one into the offside.
Currently studying at Marty's as well, under Ryan Bailey, that runs the cricket side of things. Former first-class cricketer Ryan Bailey. Yeah. good young talent. Good young talent. Obviously, they're churning out some good talent down. Marty's has got a fantastic cricket program, which automatically kind of qualifies them to play for Boland.
Yes.
Marty's falls into the Boland region from a cricketing point of view.
Viljoen towards us, and Levy once again. Nothing to report on that one. So a lot of youngsters here on view today, David, with Valentine Kitime, who played in the Under-19 World Cup, an import into the Boland region from Northerns. He went to school at Crawford up in Midrand, and opened the batting for the Under-19s in the most recent World Cup, a few matches. As this is played into the offside, picked up by the man at cover. That is Michael Copeland, another youngster, and there is no run. Blend of youth and experience in both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I think with the Rocks, I think the decision to bowl first, they have a very young lineup. They've got 3 spinners: Imran Manak, Mikey Copeland, Sia Mahima. They're going to rely on a lot of overs from those guys as Hardus Viljoen comes in.
Ooh,
that's cut in.
Yeah, it has really squared him up there, leaving him down into the gully region, where the fielding is done there by Farisco Adams, coming around to his left.
I think Richard Levy will know that the majority, they're going to rely heavily on Hardus Viljoen to try and get in the wickets early doors, because if they can get to the likes of Farisco Adams, Imran Manak, Mikey Copeland, Sia Mahima, with a few overs already done by Hardus Viljoen, then there'll be a good chance of setting a really good score here.
It's this one played straight to the man at mid-off, and that is actually a maiden over bowled there by Hardus Viljoen, exactly what his captain Peter Milan would have wanted from his experienced fast bowler, just to stem the flow of runs that have come in the first 2 overs, and 15 without loss now after 3 overs bowled. It's going to be Clincher once again from the Kelvin Grove end. Thank you for joining us. You are here on Supersport YouTube channel. I'm James King. With me here, David Brooke, the brand and sponsorship manager for the 6 Gun Grill Western Province, and we're bringing this match from 6 Gun Grill Newlands as Aishel Clincher moves away from us now at the Kelvin Grove end, and John O'Bird gets another one that he can play into the covers, this time not able to get it past Michael Copeland, who's in at extra cover, diving off to his right on the edge of the square.
It's a must win game for both sides today. The Titans have basically booked a home final, so it's all to play for from a semi-final, from a final point of view. 1 and 2 go straight in as Aishel Clincher comes in.
So we were having a look at that. It's another wide outside the off stump. Umpire Brad White being particularly severe on Aishel Clincher at the moment, letting nothing go by. The angle that we're commentating from, it is not directly behind the line. So actually, they're looking like he's been very harsh, but maybe not. So just from the angle we're sitting at. But yet, David, we were explaining a bit earlier on that in fact at the moment there are 5 teams apart from the Titans that could actually make it to the final. That one is played beautifully down to third man. Excellent fielding there on the boundary, done by Imran Manak down there at third man, running around to his right, diving to prevent the boundary, and that has gone through for 2 to Bird, and score 18 without loss. Played that very nice and fine past the solitary slip. He's away from us once again.
Jono has been itching to go,
I'm sure, and he's having a go at that one, a wide outside the off stump, signalled wide once again, and that's now the 4th wide, I think 5th wide that we've seen from Aishel Clincher, and he's only into his, in fact, his 8th legal delivery, and he's really going to have to tighten up. This is not what his captain would have wanted. You can't give away runs like this on a batting lineup that looks certainly from a strength point of view. I know that Western Province are missing George Linder further down the order, but certainly has a bit more of a stronger looking batting lineup to the ones that we have seen for Western Province so far this season, and defended nicely back down the pitch by Bird.
Yeah, George's value, unfortunately, got injured at training yesterday. He's obviously off to Kent.
Yes.
So it probably means the end of his domestic season here. And you know, it's a big blow. He obviously brings a lot with the ball, and you know, even more so with the bat these days. Down the order, it's a better line from Aishal Klitu.
Much better from.
I think you know the Peter Milan will be in the umpire's ear just to make sure that you know, when early doors, when the umpire's not giving too much leeway, he needs to be consistent throughout the match now.
Yes.
And he'll be reminding him if he comes into bat later on, when he comes into bat later on, he'll be reminding him of any ball outside off stump, outside that little line there. He'll be reminding about 4 hours before that what he gave.
Kluter has been much better from around the wicket to the left-handed Bird, and that one just left alone outside the off stump. Umpire Brad White not given any opportunity to stretch his arms over the last couple of deliveries, so we have a slip, a third man, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, man on the deep square leg boundary, and a man short at 45 at the fine leg for the left-handed Bird. And this is a much better delivery once again from Aishal Klitu, the young man, tightening up his lines from around the wicket, not quite able to get his line right over the wicket to the left-hander, and I think that's Frisco Adams that just came across to me. That's just to say, well done, young man. You have tightened that up nicely, and last three deliveries of the over, much better from the young Kluter as he makes his way now back down to the third man boundary in front of us.
If you just look at the table, James, 6-gun Grill, Western Province, and Gbets Rocks, basically identical tournament so far. 5 matches, 2 wins each, 2 losses, 1 no result, both on 10 points, and just a little bit of a superior run rate from Western Province's point of view.
That one short from Viljoen. It's taken on by Levy, goes around to the man on the deep square leg boundary, coming around, and they go through for the 2 runs. I think that might be Kitime out there on the boundary, and he's been patrolling that. Perhaps didn't quite get hold of it, Richard Levy, in the air over mid-wicket, and 2 or 3 bounces, but stopped by the man on the boundary. And cannot bowl there to Richard Levy.
No, but obviously with his pace, it maybe just came a bit quicker onto him.
I'd have done that. Played nicely out into the covers, short and wide. Doesn't manage to pierce the cover field. Copeland does the fielding at cover, and there is no run.
Richard Levy just
upset about something, perhaps having a chat to the umpire.
Maybe the fielders are moving.
Maybe.
Just before the delivery. Sometimes certain batsmen like to get into the game, and that's his way of mentally getting into the game as well. Richard Levy, that's nicely played down to third man.
Very nice. Takes the first one very quickly, but he won't have time to come for the second, as it is fielded in front of us by Aishal Klitu. Hurls it in, and not a great throw for keeper Fortuin to take on the bounce. That manages to, I think it hit John O'Bird there after it went past. The left-hander Bird now facing up to Hardus Viljoen. He's going to be coming around the wicket from the Wynberg end. Field is identical for the left-hander. Slip third man, backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a man at 45 on the leg side. And that's played beautifully straight down the ground by Bird. That is going to go racing to the boundary at the Wynberg end. And it is a beautiful straight 4. Hit that one slightly over pitched, angling into him. What a beautiful shot.
That is an I thought that was a straight. That was so straight it almost went through the middle stump between middle and leg. That was an incredible shot from John O'Bird, the young man. Richard Levy still having a couple of words to the umpire there.
And Bird with that moves to 15, and they have come so far at better than a runner ball. Just nicely dabbing that one down into the offside, and that is Frisco Adams, number 10, resplendent on his back. He is down at backward point. There is no addition to the score. So still within the first power play, only one ball left in the fifth over, and Western Province are currently batting at just under 5 runs, sorry, just over 5 runs and over, 26 without loss at the moment, as left alone outside the off stump by Bird. That's the end of the over. 5 gone, 26 without loss, and we have at the crease Richard Levy on 6 and Jono Bird on 15.
Just looking at the back to the table, there's another game going on today, and it's a big one. If I'm not mistaken, the Titans are playing the Lions.
They are indeed.
And both sides here will be hoping that the Titans continue to just win.
Exactly.
And get that home final, no problem. It does look like everyone else is playing for second place.
They are.
So from a table point of view and a context point of view, this game is massive.
It is huge.
Whoever loses today is out of the competition.
Correct.
And it's everything to play for. And the season's been a long one, but yet a short one as well. From a timing point of view, not as many games as before, but with all the restrictions and playing in bubbles, that there's every team wants to finish the season well, and there's context now because there's promotion relegation. So even it goes down to the last match, coming third or fourth, there's a points difference which goes to the overall log table. So the teams are very mindful of that.
Clutter away from us once again in to Bird, and that one, to Levy, and that one he has managed to play off the thigh down to the very fine leg boundary. The man at 45 on fine leg inside the circle, absolutely no chance with that one, as Clutter again not quite getting his lines right, though that one looked rapid.
That was really quick from the young man. It's lovely to see. It's always exciting to see young cricketers. He's from here, but then left for the Titans. That Titans snapped him up last season.
Away from us again. This
is lucky to get away with that.
Yeah,
one.
He is lucky to get away with that. The man at 45 on the leg side, that's Imran Manak, is quickly around to field, and they take the single. Levy moves to 7, total 31 without loss. It's Ashur Kluder, as you say, a young man, a product of I think Paul Boys High, is it? Paul Boys, and he has only 20 years old, made his debut in List Day in 2019. That's a very good delivery outside the off stump to Jono Bird, just hanging his bat out at that one, but not getting a touch.
Yeah, a little product of that one. No need to play that, but he seems to be getting a lot of purchase on coming around the wicket, but good to see the young man. He wouldn't have bowled to many harder hitting batsmen than Richard Levy in his young career so far. So it's fantastic experience for him.
Vastly experienced Richard Levy, and oh my goodness, that's another very good delivery, good bounce from the young man, as he gets Bird playing a false shot outside the off stump. Wasn't wide enough to do that, play that shot, angling into the left-hander.
I've always liked to see, the youngsters these days. You want them to start thinking cricket, be students of the game. Sometimes I feel that bowlers just turn around, let their mark, and bowl. The younger players, especially.
Another very good delivery. That was rapid once again from Ashur Klucher. He's working up some pace here from the Kelvin Grove end, bowling up the hill into the wind.
Richard Levy showing all his experience, just making a little note in front of the umpire, doing a little gardening to say maybe he's running on the pitch, showing all his experience in the world there, Richard Levy.
Clutter once again, and good delivery again outside the off stump, and through to the keeper, Clyde Fortuyn, the end of the 6th over, 31 without loss. 6-gun grill Western Province. And so, David, yes, in terms of the man, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, man on the deep square leg boundary, and a man in the circle at 45 on the leg side. And perhaps Richard Levy was complaining about the sight screen to the umpire. At the moment, at the Weinberg end, the sight screen, unfortunately, there's a spot on the sight screen.
There's somebody in one of the suites there with a white shirt. With a white shirt.
Oh dear. Yeah, sight screen also seems like there's a slight patch on it. Maybe that's bothering him. But yeah, a person with a white shirt standing up, it makes it more difficult. That is going down the leg side. One feels a bit of an appeal, and picked up there at mid-wicket by Blanche. There is no addition to the score. Hardisviljoen certainly tightening up quite a lot. From his side, he's bowled 3.2 overs, 0 for 11 at the moment. His partner on the other end, 3 for 16, Ashil Clincher, after a very expensive first over. That's neatly played, but Blanche fields at mid-wicket. There is no run.
James, I'm loving seeing Stiaan van Zyl back here at Newlands. He's a legend of the Cape Cobras era, and he's gone old school as well with that. If the viewers can see him walking across at the end of the over, the old school baggy, the white baggy.
Yes.
You know, so he's actually training to be an umpire. Most people wouldn't know that. He's already thinking about. That's nicely played by Richard Levy.
Played by Levy. Doesn't beat the fielder at mid-off, Peter Malan, who's around quickly to prevent more than just the single. And the field changes around now for the last 2 balls of the over for John O'Byrne. Some good fielding. So that's good that he's training to be an umpire. Stiaan van Zyl, who is now...
He's scored a few runs in his career.
Yeah, 34 years old he is. And this season has already got 2 centuries in this competition. Is one of the leading run scorers and highest run scorer for the Paul Gbets Rocks. And he has had a very good season so far. The Western Province team will be very aware of that both Malan and Van Zyl at the top of the order have both been in good form for the team from Paul. Viljoen around the wicket to Bird. Last ball of his 4th over, and it's just tucked into the leg side. The man at mid-wicket, that is once again, I think Rowan Blanche comes around and fields, and there is no run. A good over again from Hardisviljoen, only the single off it. 32 for no loss after 7 6-gun grill Western Province. And with me in the commentary box, David Brook, brand and sponsorship manager for 6-gun grill Western Province, and it has been a mixed season for Western Province this year.
Yeah, I think there's the 4-day competition wasn't the best competition, but there were signs of we had David Bedingham early on the season, who remained our top run scorer, over 500 runs in just a few matches that he played. Then we had the TKO, the knockout tournament, where we got to the semi-finals. Then there was the T20, the T20 challenge. Also, decent tournament there, led by Wayne Parnell. Some really, but I think encouraging, and it was what Western Province.
Oh my goodness, Clincher bowls that one in a little bit shorter, and but probably either, not quite sure whether it was a little bit late on that, perhaps Richard Levy, but trying to flat bat that one over mid-wicket and doesn't make contact. Clincher's certainly tightened up a lot since his first couple of overs, and he's chosen a much shorter length to bowl to both of these batters, and it's proven successful for him. He's over the wicket past umpire Brad White. That's into the body of Levy, who just bounces out into the offside, and Foresco Adams comes in from backward point and fields no run.
If I'm not mistaken, earlier on in that early seam from Ashil Clincher, and for a youngster to get used to it is quite a thing.
Yeah, not easy bowling into the wind. That might be called wide and is, so just too short this time over the head of Levy, and yet another wide conceded by Clincher, that's his 6th wide. First one called on height. But yes, interesting. Wayne Parnell and Andre Berger talking about how, as a left arm seamer, from this end, there seems to be something special about it for the left armers. And as you say, David, he did get some purchase early on, perhaps just getting used to it, as you say, and that's played very forcefully out into the leg side. It will be fielded, though, very well on the deep square leg boundary. They come back for 2. Some good fielding out there. That looks like Copeland, is it, on the boundary? And that's some excellent fielding out in the deep, but they do get through for 2. Levy goes into double figures with that. He is on 10 of 23. And now score 35 in the middle of the 8th over. Clincher away from us again. Young man from Paarl. And plays it straight back to the bowler. So yes, it has been, as you said, it's been a season of sort of fluctuating fortunes, but a couple of youngsters that have come through incredibly well this year for 6 Gun Grill Western Province as well.
Yeah, I've been really impressed. I've been really happy, especially guys like Michlali Mpungwana, who's really come to the fore as an all-rounder. Richard Levy was looking to whack that into.
Had that been any straighter, certainly he would have probably had a full go at that. Outside the off stump, another better lines that are being bowled now by Aishul Clincher, as Dave was saying, probably learning from what happened earlier on in the day.
Yeah, Michlali Mpungwana was one of the youngsters that have come through. Daniel Smith has been impressive. He's slotted right in the absence of Carl Varane, who's moved up to the national squad.
Yes.
That's a straighter delivery. Richard Levy just playing that on to Harders for unit mid-on to finish the 8th over.
35 without loss after 8, and Aishul Clincher, who's pulled it back very nicely after conceding a significant number of runs in his first couple of overs. Particularly severe was Jono Bird on him. Bird not having as much of the strike in the last couple of overs, with Levy on 10, Bird on 15, and
we might see a couple of overs from Stean van Zyl today, actually.
Probably
for
will.
Risco Adams is the only other seamer in this in the attack here. So Stean van Zyl might get a couple of overs in.
As we see him being moved out of the slips now into the offsides. The field now for Viljoen is third man. That's Mahima. Backward point, cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a man at 45 in the circle. And that is played by Bird down fine, and Mahima is not going to get there. It was a really vicious delivery from Harders Viljoen. It has gone down very fine, past the wicket keeper, and potentially where first slip may have been able to have an opportunity to dive to his left. But they get 4 runs, does Western Province. Bird moves to 19, and total up to 39 this partnership now for the opening wicket. And this has been somewhat of a challenge since the loss of Jono Bird earlier on in the piece to get a good opening partnership for Western Province. A beautiful shot once again, this time over pitch from Viljoen. You cannot bowl there to Jono Bird in the form that he is in, and it pierces the offside field. Extra cover has absolutely no chance at all and races down to the boundary in front of the members' pavilion, and they get 4 for that.
I think what I've been very impressed about is what people don't necessarily see behind the scenes at the nets. The guys like Richard Levy working with Jono Bird in tandem in the nets there, giving him advice and telling him how much potential he actually has, but also how to dominate attacks.
Yeah, which is great.
And not to just be the youngster in the team, be the guy that dominates the attack, be the senior player. When you're in, be that guy that, even though you're batting with a more senior player like Richard Levy, be the guy who takes the attack on and take that leading role. And I think Jono Bird, his mental side of the game and his belief in himself this season has gone to another level, and that's what's going to lead him to potentially to play in the national team.
Absolutely, David. This one just left alone outside the off stump, and leaving is as important a shot often as being able to actually play those drives outside the off stump. And he showed good restraint there, did Bird. He's a young man, 20 years old, made his debut in 2018. 14 matches. This is his 15th match in List A cricket. 477 runs at an average of just under 40 before this match. That's a very good delivery from Phil Yun, and not much that Bird could have done there except get an edge on that one. Manages to miss the ball as it goes over the top edge, misses the gloves through to Clyde Fortain.
This is a very important delivery here. This is Hardus Viyun's last ball of his 5th over. They're not going to want to bowl him too many overs up front to get through this last ball. Now, don't waft at something outside off stump here. I think as Viyun comes into Bird.
Got the good delivery outside the off stump, and David called it. You know these guys very well, David. Very good delivery from Phil Yun, and he goes wicketless in his first 5 overs. More than likely, as David said, the end of his spell, as we are going to have a change of bowling from the Kelvin Grove end. And just to give you an update on the score from Kingsmead, South Africa still batting after lunch at 3.54 for the loss of 9. Dwayne Olivier on 10, Simon Harmer on 32. Partnership for the last wicket of 22 between these two, having lost both Temba Bavuma and Keshav Maharaj in quick succession just before South Africa got to 300. They will be happy that the tail has wagged there, South Africa. 3.54 for 9 at Kingsmead. And here with Imran Manak coming into bowl, 42 matches, 331 overs, 57 wickets at an average of just under 30. Manak is coming into bowl from the Kelvin Grove end. He has been around a real journeyman from a South African cricket point of view. Played a few matches for SAA as well. Been on the fringes earlier on in his career, potentially of national selection. And the off-break bowler will be continuing the attack in the 10th over to Richard Levy. He's away from us now. That's very nicely fielded there in the mid-wicket region by Ruan Tablanche. So there's a man at 45 on the leg side in the circle, a man at backward square in the circle, a man at deep mid-wicket, a man at mid-wicket, and a man at long on the leg side. So it's a 5-4 leg side offside field that's chipped into the air over the man at mid-wicket. They're going to turn for 2. No, they settle with the single as it's fielded in the deep here on the mid-wicket. A man coming in from mid-wicket, Michael Copeland, does the fielding, and they take the single.
Good to see Mikey Copeland on the field. Yeah. He got a bit of a shocking eye injury during the T20 I think semi-final against us, where he got hit on the boundary. He went for a catch. He was wearing glasses and he got hit, but it's good to see the young man back, and he's had a good season. I mean, he had quite a season, SA under-19 earlier in the season. Imi Manak's got a bit of protection, does have the tendency to drop on short, so he does have protection on the leg side, or potentially strangle one, missed time shot from the batsman, but he can bowl the odd short delivery, which the batsmen need to take advantage of.
He has got a 5-4 offside leg side field as the off-break bowler coming around the wicket to the left, and Bird is going to be bowling that one moving away from the left-hander potentially, or straightening, and as that one does just ever so slightly. Really no purchase on this surface as yet, and that field slip, man at short third man, point, extra cover and long off on the offside. And as David said on the leg side, that is down the leg side. Poor delivery from Manak, and it taken full toll of by Jono Bird as he gets yet another boundary. And it goes fine past the man at 45 on the edge of the circle on the leg side and down to the boundary. Bird goes to 27 at the end of the power play. Western Province 48 without loss. And that is 10 overs gone here at 6-gun Grill Newlands. It's a pleasure to be bringing you this broadcast here today. And we know there's other important cricket going on around the world, most importantly here from a South African perspective at Kingsmead, where South Africa are batting against Bangladesh, having lost the toss there. The news here is from this CSA one-day cup match here at 6-gun Grill Newlands is in fact that the Rocks won the toss and put 6-gun Grill Western Province into bat, and after 10 overs the opening pair of Levy and Bird are still at the crease for 6-gun Grill Western Province, total 48 in the power play, and that will be a welcome sight for coach Salih Nakadin and Tony Dezorzi, as we see Siyabonga Mahima is going to replace Haris Viljoen from the Weinberg end. Mahima is going to be bowling his slow left armers from that end and bowling first up to the right-handed Levy. We have a man at 45 on the leg side in the circle, man at deep mid-wicket, a mid-wicket, man at mid-on, should I say, just inside the circle, long off, extra cover, and that is played into the covers to the man sweeping on the boundary there. That is Copeland, fires it in to his wicketkeeper Fortuyn. They take a single, total just one shy of 50 now, and a 50 partnership for these two.
Sia Mahima he's a character. He played for the Cobras a couple of seasons ago. Really came to the fore. Lovely rhythmic action. Lovely young man. He's got a really good game. He's got a bit of conditioning that still needs to take place, if we're honest. He knows that, but he has huge potential. He's a crowd pleaser. You know, the crowd love him. He's got an infectious smile. As Jono Bird just plays that down to long on for a single, and that's the 50 up in 10.3 overs.
And that will be it's really good for the 6-gun Grill Western Province team. 50 off 69 balls, 6 fours, and the partnership dominated by Bird on 28, 12 for Levy, 10 extras, most of those wides as Levy plays this one forcibly back past the bowler. That was a very, very powerful hit, and it goes down for 4, almost like a tracer bullet. I know that's a real cliche, isn't it? But he hit that so hard. It was an incredible shot from Levy, straight back past the bowler, who stood absolutely no chance of getting anything anywhere near that. And his boundary there for Levy, really pummeling that ball back past the bowler. Mahima, who's got 2 balls left in this over, and that's again Levy stepping away to try and give himself room to play the ball straight. And
he's got a gap over extra cover there, which he is eyeing out. If he gets a little bit of a fuller one outside off stump, he's going to target that area.
And he's opened the stance up, and he targets that area once again. Oh, he goes to go leg side this time over mid-wicket. He's lucky to get away with that.
How did that miss the stumps, James?
Yeah, anybody knows. Who knows? I don't know how that missed the stumps. And missed stumping potentially as well there by Clyde Fortuyn. That would be harsh on the wicket keeper. But Siyabonga Mahima thinking there potentially they could have had the wicket of Richard Levy, trying to make space for him to hit over the top off the slow left armour. The youngster, 7 matches only, and this is his 8th match in the List A format. 25-year-old from Mpumalanga originally, from Lowveld High, hailing from that area, and made his way down here to the southwestern tip of Africa, which which we are broadcasting today from 6 Gun Grill Newlands, and as always, it is a picture. Ground looking very, very good for late season, David.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had a busy couple of weeks here. We had the Sunful Under 20 Championships, the club finals weekends. We had John O'Bird just knocks that down to long off for a single. We had a couple of club games. Our 6 Gun Grill Western Province women had their final round of games.
Fantastic.
And we're actually doing we're getting them on the field this evening just before the second innings. They're going to be doing a lap of honour around the ground.
Wonderful.
Just to say well done to them. They had a great season. They didn't have the best starts to the season, but they fought back. They came second in the 50 over competition to Northwest, and then they won the T20 competition. So that was really good from Coach Claire de Blanche. Young captain Leah Jones.
Yes. Oh my goodness, Levy again, false stroke here to with Manak coming in from the Kelvin Grove end. He managed to get through for a single. 55 now without loss. Levy trying to force the pace off the spinners, dominate them early on. Manak and Mahima now in tandem. The right arm off break bowl here offside, and it is fielded on the boundary by Copeland, and they take the single. Yes, the Western Province team were really a privilege. As I arrived here at the ground this morning, actually that's a very good appeal, angling into Levy, but umpire Brad White not interested. Met Claire de Blanche across the road, walked across the road with her and was chatting to her this morning, so really a privilege to do that as well.
We'll see if we can get into the commentary box later on.
That'll be really good to do that. This played nicely into the offside. Captain Milan is around to field from mid-wicket, into the leg side, played into the leg side, and they take a single. So scoreboard ticking along here as the twin spin attack of Mahima and Manak are in play for the Gbets Rocks. Change to the field, slip comes out. Van Sale is coming into a shortish extra cover position, sort of between extra cover and mid-off for that last delivery of the over, and that is 12 gone, 58 without loss. Our Western Province just shy of 5 runs and over. A good platform being built here, David, by these two.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's important that they are now set. They need to cash in now. They need to set the platform. We've got Tony Dezorzi coming in at 3, Yazin Valley coming in 4, Daniel Smith 5, Gavin Kaplan 6, Mpungwana 7, Simmons 8. You want to leave as many, you want your top order to really
he's gone. He has gone. He's played that one up in the air, and Richard Levy standing for a while for the umpires to give the decision, but he is well caught by the man at extra cover, just as we were talking about that platform being built. I think that was the captain, was it, who took the catch, Peter Milan taking the catch. So Mahima gets the wicket of Richard Levy. He made 18 of 36 balls, hit 1-4, which is on the previous over from Mahima, that straight drive, and partnership of 58 for the first wicket is broken. Levy caught Milan, bowled Mahima, and that unfortunately for the 6 Gun Grill Western Province, and most excitingly for the Gbets Rocks, is the first Western Province wicket, and he has to make his way back, trying to be forceful against the off spinner, opening himself up on the offside and playing it this time straight to the field. A good catch low down by the captain Peter Milan.
Yeah, not the incorrect shot to play with at that delivery, but just found the man there. Peter Milan's good in the inner circle. As Captain Tony Dezorzi comes in to join John O'Bird, they might have been tempted to go with the left-right combination and bring in Yazin Valley, but there is a decent start here that the captain wants to get into the thick of things straight away. But yeah, Sia Mahima does have a little bit of a golden arm. He's now a joint leading wicket taker with 6 wickets now, with Farisco Adams actually, which shows that they've been spreading the wickets around the bowlers. The leading wicket taker for Six Gun Grill Western Province, Seppo Moreki, with 12 wickets. So for Risco Adams, 6 wickets. Sia Mahima, 5 wickets. Then you've got Harders for Yun with 4 wickets. Aishal Klitty, the young man, 3 wickets. So they've spread the wickets around. Not one bowler is really dominating. But you need one of your bowlers to kind of get those 10, 12 wickets a campaign to be able to be up there at the top of the log.
Yes, it has been. Wickets have been more of the challenge for the Rocks in this competition so far, rather than potentially the runs, with their batters having done pretty well. This one just into the leg side,
and that probably was one of the reasons why Peter Milan decided to chase when he won the toss. Back the batsmen, back the bowlers to do a decent job. And a defendable target, gettable target. I mean,
so absolutely, from their point of view, backing his batters as that's played straight back by Dazorzi. Was that a catch? Not sure. I don't think so. I think it went into the ground first. To Mahima, who just feels on his own bowling, but he's flighting it up. In fact, that one's much faster from Mahima. A very nice economical action, as you said, as Dazorzi gets off the mark and played down to the man at deep square leg. That's Copeland in the deep, and he will be off the mark. Score 59 in the 13th over.
Yeah, Dazorzi, he won't be happy with his campaign so far from a batting point of view. Just the 1.5 century is 89, and he scored 150 runs. He won't be happy with that. He's got a couple of games now to really lead from the front, and really that's nicely played by John Abed. But Tony Dazorzi for the past couple of seasons has always been up there, the top 3-4 batsmen in the competitions. So he won't be happy with his batting performance so far. He is quite hard on himself, but he knows that he's got a big couple of innings to play here. To today's game, to get through today, if they do, another big innings potentially on Sunday. So he knows that he can really make up for it in the next couple of games.
And he most certainly has the potential and pedigree to do that. Tony Dazorzi will be going back to his old stomping ground on Sunday.
Yeah, he'll have a point to prove there.
He will indeed. It's been a wicket up at Centurion that has been full of runs in this competition so far, as Manak continues from the Kelvin Grove end, and John O'Bird will feel he missed out there.
Yeah, definitely
on
got away
a full
with
toss on the leg stump. Plays it to man at deep square leg. That's Huddersfield Yun, I think, out there in the deep, and they go through just for the single. So Captain Dazorzi will be on strike to the right arm off-break bowler who's coming around the wicket from the Kelvin Grove end. Just delays slightly as the batter's not ready. First ball he'll be receiving from Imran Manak. Short outside the off stump. Man at extra cover round to Blanchfield. No run.
Roommates Imran Manak and Tony Dazorzi. They stay together in Cape Town. Manak didn't move out pole side, so they know each other extremely well.
And that one played out to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. That is Copeland once again, and they take a single. Singles the order of the day at the moment of the spin attack. Total 62 for the loss of 1 wicket in the 14th over. Slightly slowed down the run rate, with the spinners. Manak finding his line quite nicely here to the left-handers.
And that's what he does. He gets through his overs quite quickly. Before you know it, he's bowled 4 overs. In T20 cricket, he's done with his spell, and often it's just for not many runs. Doesn't take too many wickets, but gets through his overs, economical, does a job, bowls in tandem normally. From the other end you can attack a little bit more, but he's a very difficult bowler to get away. He's tall. You feel that he should be a fast bowler more, but he does have a certain edge to him that it's difficult to get away. You want to come down, but you don't feel too confident taking him on.
Oh my goodness, that bottom edge, yes, as David says, bottom edge from Dazorzi trying to give himself space outside the off stump, a ball that really wasn't wide enough to cut, and does cut it and does get the bottom edge through Clyde Fontaine down to the straight boundary behind the stumps, and that is 4 to the captain. His first boundary, he moves to 6, total 67 for 1 after 14, just slightly shy of 5 runs and over, and so 14 overs gone, and that unlucky for Manak there that he didn't get the wicket of the captain Dzozi. You wouldn't be happy with that shot, David.
No, he won't be, but 4 runs to the total, and just that boundary at the end of the over just does give the team a little bit of a lift. I saw Ziad Abrams actually in the warm-ups early on. I'm surprised he's not playing today. He might be carrying a little bit of a niggle, but they might be lacking one seamer today. If I'm honest, Aishel Klitty's coming back from the Weinberg end, changing ends.
Interesting. You're bowling around the wicket to Bird, and he's towards us now, and that's beautifully played by Bird. Overpitched again from Kluter as a loosener in his return spell after bowling 4 overs for 19 runs in his first spell. Back for his second spell, gets hit off the first ball beautifully through extra cover for 4. That was really well played. You have to take full toll as a batter of those type of deliveries, and John O'Bird's been particularly strong through the offside today.
He's been excellent. He's put away the bad balls.
A much better delivery, much better length and angling into the left-hander, and there is a no run played out into the covers, where that is fielded there by Kitime, Valentine Kitime, youngster who played for the South African under-19 team at the recent World Cup in the West Indies. And for Aishel Kluter bowling to John O'Bird, we have a third man, backward point, man on the deep cover boundary, extra cover and mid-off on the offside. And that's played again out into the offside, but with no force this time. Fielded by Kitime in the covers.
One of those that just, it's a stinger at the bottom of the bat there that just rattles the gloves in a little bit. But John O'Bird is, looking at his stats, John O'Bird only played 11 List A games, which is not a lot. No. He's a serious talent. He's obviously played quite a few games for SA under-19 in 50 over cricket. But he's still learning his game, and he does look like he has come to the fore this season, but the potential is there. The 20-year-olds these days are not like, I was talking to one of the batsmen, the senior guys the other day, at 16 years old making their debuts, and so it's tougher these days. Social media is so prevalent these days, so
oh my goodness, he is perhaps a little bit lucky to get away with that. It's going out towards the boundary on the leg side, fielded by the man in the deep. That is Copeland patrolling the leg side boundary from a square leg. Just managed to avoid the captain Peter Malan at mid-wicket on the square. It was in the air for some time, and Malan diving to his left couldn't actually get near it. Bird takes 2 and goes up to 39. Lucky to get away with that one slightly. He mistimed it on the leg side. And that is going to be out this time, I'm afraid. He plays that one in the air. The delivery outside the off stump was there to drive, but he drove it in the air over extra cover, but he could not beat the man at mid-off coming around. That is that Hardus Viljoen, who takes the catch out at mid-off, and Bird, who's gone for 39 off 47 balls with 7 fours. He was looking good, David, and unfortunately for 6 Gun Grill Western Province, not able to follow through and make a big score here today.
Yeah, disappointing from Jono. He was looking to clear that mid-off. The fielder was in on the circle. I thought it actually cleared him, to be honest.
It did look like it might have cleared him.
It looked like it was going to clear him. I thought they were going to take drinks now, but it doesn't look like they are. They've got one more over, I think, till the drinks break.
Yeah.
As Yazin Valley will make his way down the stairs to get into the middle with captain Tony Dzozi. Yazin Valley's 110 matches, 20-50, no hundreds, average of 31.6. Strike rate does seem a bit high on the scoreboard there. I think that's more 75 maybe, not 759.5 with a high score of 96. He's been around for a long time, Yazin Valley. Played a lovely innings here the other night last week, but would have been really angry with himself that he didn't push on. At that stage, his team needed him to go and score a big one. So he'll be looking for a better knock here tonight. Team needs him. 73 for 2, good start, but 2 wickets down before, after 15 overs. It's 73 for 2 after 15 at a run rate of 4.9. He'll need to play a big innings here. Tony Decisive is with him, 6 not out.
And that wicket coming off the last ball of the 15th over, so 73 for 2 after 15. Western Province batting at just short of 5 runs and over. And news from Kingsmead is that South Africa have been bowled out for 367. Last wicket, Duran Olafia. It was out to Mehdi Hassan Miraz for 12. Simon Harmer was the man left standing. 38 to Harmer on his return to Test cricket. Good innings from him to keep the tail together and to propel South Africa to 367. As Manak is in again from the Kelvin Grove end to the captain Tony Decisive. Left-hand, right-hand combination here might just sort of mix up the bowlers a little bit, particularly from a spinner's point of view. Manak again, that's foolish, and that's nicely played by Decisive, but he'll only pick up 1 as it is Viljoen in quickly from the deep square leg boundary. Viljoen actually judged that catch quite well, David. It did look like it was potentially going to clear him, and then easily took it in the end.
Yeah, he's a man mountain. It does take a lot to get over, but he's got a strong arm. They weren't taking any chances. No need to take any chances right now. The run rate is okay. It's key now that there's no loss of wickets now in bundles as well. You don't want to expose your middle order and your middle to lower order too early on in this game.
And with the experienced pair of Valley and Decisive at the crease now, 2 of the most experienced players, but certainly from a batting point of view, apart from Richard Levy, in the lineup, and 2 youngsters to come, both with only 3 caps each at List A level, having made their debuts, Kaplan and Smith, in the first match we broadcast here, first home match a couple of weeks ago. We broadcast here from 6 Gun Grill Newlands as Valley is off the mark. Decisive plays it into the covers, and Copeland will do the fielding out on the deep cover boundary, and they take another single, 76 for 2 in the 16th over. And yeah, you're right, David. Now it's a question of getting partnerships going here.
Absolutely. That's a full task. Just Valley, I think that was actually played quite well. He could have been tempted, but there's a man, Michael Copeland, on the square leg boundary there. But that's not Yazin Valley's game. He prods it around, and he just accumulates his runs as he goes along. Ashil Kliti with the wicket in the previous over, he looks like he's going to get another over here. This will be his 6th over. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 for 25, to see if he can nab another one here, bowling to the right-hander Yazin Valley.
And he certainly worked up quite a bit of pace as Ashil Kliti. Been impressed with the youngster, how he came back after conceding 5 wides in his first 2 overs, and his second over going for, I think it was 11, with 3 wides and 2 boundaries from John O'Bird. And Western Province at the moment 2 down. We'll give you at the end of this over, and when we go to drinks, we'll just give you a brief summary of what has happened so far. That's down the leg side. That will be signalled wide yet again. Now to the right-hander. He's rolling over the wicket from the Weinberg end, Ashil Kliti. And Yazin Valley also complaining a little bit about something going on behind the bowler's arm. Looks like there may well be, as you say, David, maybe somebody moving there in the sweets that are above the bowler's arm. Umpire.
Yeah. Does look like, I think that might be our 6 Gun Grill Western Province ladies there, who's in the 6 Gun Grill suite there. They know the etiquette of the game.
Yeah, I see them sitting in the suite there, but it's interesting. Trying to see what is happening, but we can't.
I think it might
really
be in the president's suite there as well. Yeah.
They're asking the people to sit down while the bowler is bowling.
Yeah.
And indeed that is the case. Umpire Dennis Smith comes back to his mark. The bowler is at his mark, and Valley will receive the next delivery towards us from the Weinberg end. It's beautifully played by Valley to the man on the backward point boundary, and he can't get there. Copeland dives and gets an arm to it, but it has pierced the boundary, and the first boundary for Mo Valley. The ball was there to be hit short wide outside the off stump, and it is taken full toll of by the Western Province batter as he gets his first boundary and takes the total to 82. Disappointed with that will young Clincher be. That one is now on the legs, and it's played down in the gap between the man at fine leg and backward square, and they're going to take two as it's fielded in the deep by CSA Mahima, who is patrolling at fine leg. We are in the second power play period between 10 and 40 overs. You are allowed 4 boundary riders outside the circle at this time, and we have accordingly got a man at third man, fine leg, backward square leg, and deep cover. That's played to Farisco Adams, I think it is here. Was that Kitime? No, it is
Farisco,
Adams.
the Iceman,
Adams,
number 10, the Iceman. Ice cool Farisco Adams, loves playing here at Newlands. He's one of the characters of the game. Quite a quiet individual, but if you get to know him, he's a lovely guy, and really one of the more underrated limited overs cricketers in this country.
We're hoping to see him potentially bowling. You said earlier on, David, a little bit later potentially.
Yeah, I think
definitely with the bats, he should be making contributions. They would like to be.
I'm sure. Absolutely. I think that they're going to need some overs from Farisco Adams tonight. It's going to be interesting to see when he comes on. They'll look to keep him most overs in the death overs if history repeats itself. Really, he's a seriously good death bowler.
Right.
He's got all the experience in the world. He's got a cutter, he's got a slow ball bouncer, he's got a lovely rhythmical action.
That's nicely played by Decisive, but he can't pierce the field, and it goes out to the man in the covers. That's to Blanche at extra cover is no run. So field for the left-handed Decisive. There's a third man, backward point, man on the cover point boundary, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, or deep forward square leg, and a man at long leg. It's on the legs and played out to the man at deep square. Michael Copeland comes in. He's been patrolling that area for most of the match so far, and they take another single, 86 for the loss of 2. After 17 overs, run rate now for the first time just creeping above 5 and over for 6 Gun Grill Western Province, and it is drinks, gentlemen, on the field. And just to then, while they are taking drinks, to give you a summary here of what has happened so far. Earlier on today at 12:30 Central African time, the toss was taken, and toss was won by the Gbets Rocks captain Peter Malan, and he asked 6 Gun Grill Western Province to bat first, and the opening pair of Levy and Bird put on 58 for the opening wicket before Levy was caught by Peter Malan off the bowling of CSA Mahima in the covers, opening himself up and trying to play the ball forcefully through the cover field, and the slow left armour just getting it quite full to the right hander, and he could only play it forcefully through to the man at extra cover. And so first wicket gone, Richard Levy for 18, 58 for the loss of 1, and 15 runs later a change of bowling from the Weinberg end then, with Clincher replacing Mahima after he'd bowled an opening spell of 4 overs for 19, came back for his second spell, and in his first over of his second spell took the wicket of John O'Bird, who played the ball trying to go over the top of the offside, managed to evade the extra cover, but was taken on the edge of the circle by Haris Filyun at mid-off. He made a very well played 39 off 47 balls, but had to make his way back to the pavilion with the score on 73 for 2. The score's now progressed to 86 for 2 after 17 overs. At the crease at the moment we have Tony Dezorzi on 9 and Mo Valley on 9, partnership of 13, run rate 5.1 runs per over, and we're just going to take a short break while the players are finishing off their drinks. Welcome back to Six Gun Grill Newlands. It's with myself, James King, and David Brooke, and we continue to have Imran Manak bowling from the Kelvin Grove end, bowling his right arm off breaks around the wicket to captain Tony Dezorzi, and played into the offside, as you would have seen. A nice forceful shot, but fielded by his opposing captain Peter Malan at extra cover. There is no run.
Really important partnership here.
Is beautifully played by Dezorzi, but Copeland is patrolling the deep cover boundary, and they keeps them down to a walked single in this instance. There's going to be Valley to face, and Manak will come over the wicket to the right-hander. Just a slight change, well, there's a change to the field because we've got the right-hander, but keeping the field very bowler, bringing the ball into the right-hander. Is short, and Valley must be upset with himself there. He didn't get the single that played to the man at a shortish, man on the edge of the circle at backward square.
Yeah, just going fuller there, and Yazin Valley just knocking that for a single. It's important to keep the runs flowing here from a six-gun grill Western Province point of view. Don't want to be bogged down, because I feel like they're going to they could bring Huddersfield back for 1 over maybe, to try and get another wicket and get into this middle order early doors. That's nicely played by Tony Dezorzi to long off.
Yeah, finds the gap nicely there. It's Stian van Sale in front of us, as David has mentioned, sporting the floppy hat, which I think is the only one on the field, in fact, that's got a floppy hat on. Everybody else is got their caps on.
There used to be a tradition, wasn't there, that in the first, or maybe it's a 4-day tradition, where they play with the baggies first up, or the and then move to the floppies after the first session. Cricket's nuances.
Exactly, yeah. Well, you got so Van Sale's got somebody's cap on top of his floppy hat. So that's really good to see. As you say there, David, a lot of the time you have the characters that you have on the field, and it was always good to see guys having a little bit of fun out there in the middle, as we have another change of bowling, and Sia Mahima coming back to replace Ashil Clincher having 2 overs in that second spell of his, as Mahima back again after his initial 2 overs that he bowled and took 1 for 8. The wicket of Richard Levy. That is nicely played by the right-handed Valley out to Copeland in the covers. On the deep cover boundary, they take a single. He's just nudging and nurdling it about, as you said, David. Mo Valley just rotating the strike, very important in the middle overs.
Yeah, I think this is a good combination. Tony Dezorzi is going to be quite aggressive.
So that is on the pads
Lovely
of Dezorzi. He's trying to take 2 there, but he's not going to get the 2. Oh, he is going to get the 2. Good running, very good running by the Western Province captain. And he comes back for 2. The ball played in the gap on the leg side. And between the 2 fielders in the deep, the man at mid-wicket and the man at backward square.
That was a beautiful wristy shot from Tony Dezorzi.
Very Caribbean-like. Yeah. Just flicker the wrist out into the leg side as the wind picks up here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. It has been very windy today. Wind from the southeast. That one's nicely bowled. Again, editing into the pads of Dezorzi, fielded in the mid-wicket region by Peter Malan. No run.
It's important to keep that. It's important to keep that rate over 5. You don't want to be dropping it down to 4. You don't want to be chasing. You don't want to get not behind the run rate as such, but you don't want to be trying to have to up the run rate. You've already lost 2 wickets. Just keep normal cricket shots going, 6 runs and over, and keep that rate going.
I mean, it's, as you said, David, very important that if you're going to target a total of 300 here would be a very difficult target for any team to chase, one feels. Average scores, as another single is taken out into the mid-wicket region, average scores are very much in the mid-200s, even for the day-night games. And Western Province in last week not able to chase 300. It's nicely played down the ground by Dezorzi. There's a man at long on though, and they will only take the single. Ball is hurled in to the wicket-keeper from the man in the deep, and that is Ashel Kluter. Very interesting underarm type of or flat throw from the young man on the boundary.
I think, one thing that hasn't, in T20 cricket, we talk about bonus points a lot, but at this stage of the competition as well, you do need to think about bonus points. And by bowling first, Captain Peter Malan might be thinking maybe restrict Western Province and look to get that score within 40 overs. Bonus point for any side takes them up to 15 points. Northwest are sitting on 15 points currently with only 1 match remaining. So a bonus point does really add huge value at this stage of the competition.
Indeed it does. Manak in again from the Kelvin Grove end, nicely played by Dezorzi to the man at long on, and that is Kitime, and they take yet another single. 97 for the loss of 2, and very quickly this partnership going to 24 after the loss of John O'Bird's wicket with a score on 73. Manak again into the legs of Valley, but he can't get a single this time. It's to Malan at mid-wicket. There is no run. Getting through his overs very quickly, as you said, David. Really does before you know it, he's gone through the over. That just played, that short one played down to the man at long on. Stian van Sale does the fielding, and they amble through for the single. 98 for 2 now, and field widespread as one would expect in the middle overs, and it's nicely played again by Dezorzi, but Copeland is patrolling the cover region on the boundary. They take yet another single, and 1 shy of the 100 for Western Province. An interesting point you make about the bonus point situation, because as you say, either of these teams to go to 15 points would put them into a very strong position if they were to win the last game to get into that final.
And they would need Northwest to lose as well.
Exactly, yeah. and they're playing the Lions on Sunday, Northwest.
That's correct.
100 up for 6 Gun Grill Western Province, and that 100 coming off 127 balls with 10 fours and 2 wickets down at the moment. Decisive on 17, Valley on 15, and there are 30 overs left. A very easy calculation. 20 overs gone, 100 exactly on the board, 5 runs and over. And joining me shortly in the commentary box is going to be Zahir Adams. And indeed, he's right here, right now. So welcome, Zahir. Good to have you with me.
Thank you very much. Great to be back, sir. It's
awesome.
Western Cape Derby on our hands today. So lovely to have.
It's great to have, isn't it? You know these players exceptionally well, Zahir, from both teams, as Sia Mahima continues from the Wynberg end. And just another single for Mo Valley. He's on 16.
It seems that at one point or another they all wore the blue and yellow of the Cobras.
That's right, it does, doesn't it?
Of the Cape Cobras.
And that's nicely played by Decisive, just whipping it out into the leg side. Fielding done by Copeland on the mid-wicket boundary. They take yet another single.
Seems like there's a nice little crowd in today.
Yeah,
helped by a little bit of KFC mini cricket.
Lovely to see the youngsters there, red caps and resplendent red caps and white uniforms.
I actually see some of my club boys down there, Bluebells Cricket Club as well. I see them down there. Ottomans on the grass banks as well.
Wonderful.
Fantastic to see the young kids back at the ground.
It is great to have them here. I saw a couple of youngsters that was walking in today that were had finished their little stint on the field, looked very happy.
Just a different feeling, doesn't it? Just gives it a different feeling.
Absolutely. Mahimo's bowled pretty well so far in his 4 overs. Last ball of his 4th over coming out 1 for 17. Took a very important wicket, that of Richard Levy, who was just starting to try and dominate the spinners early on. Good catch by Peter Malan. It's another single, and they've been coming in singles the last few overs. For these two, just building the partnership, keeping the run rate up at about 5 and over, 104 for 2 after 21.
A good start by Western Province. We've been here a couple of weeks in a row now on a Friday night and witnessed some indifferent batting displays.
Yes.
First one just getting over the line for when they got 175, and then the following weekend 270 wasn't good enough.
No.
Chasing 300. So will be interesting to see. That looks like a good wicket down in Newlands. Sun's out. Good day for batting.
It did look like a very good wicket first up. Interesting that the Rocks put them into bat. This one just played out into the covers. No addition to the score fielded by Milan. But as David was saying, perhaps the bonus point thinking coming into the mind of the Rocks management team. It's beautifully played by Decisive. But Copeland does the fielding almost straight to the man at deep cover. He takes yet another single. He moves to 20.
It's interesting to put the bonus by point out there when I think your first intention should be to win the game.
Absolutely.
And definitely to give this province batting lineup an opportunity to set them a target. Could just be come back and bite them later.
It could.
But they're a confident side. They've won their last couple of games. They've got a fantastic captain in Peter Malan. He's thoroughly enjoyed the responsibility going down to up the N1, as they say. So definitely leading from the front. And another single there to Western Province. Definitely been impressed with him since he's moved there. He's I think in the 4 days, if he was up amongst the top 3 run scorers and top the run scorers in the leading them to the title. So. A skipper that is on top of his form at the moment.
Absolutely, he's done well in this competition as well. I think second highest run scorer for the Rocks at the moment. Only beaten at this stage by Steven van Sail on the back of those 200s that he scored. And this is nicely played by Valley down to the long leg region, and they will take 2 as that is Copeland coming around the boundary. Good shot to a ball that was short of a length from Manak. Yes, Zahir, Peter Malan certainly leading from the front this season at the Rocks. Their first season as a fully fledged Division 1 team. that he's in action again as he comes across from mid-wicket to his right to field and throws a bullet-like throw in to Fortuin behind the stumps to prevent any thought of a run.
You mentioned earlier the name of Stian van Zyl, and that just warms the cockles of my heart. A son born and bred down here at Newlands with the Cape Cobras over the years. A young, he's not that young anymore, but definitely somebody that I've enjoyed watching over the years, and it will be fantastic to see him come out and play tonight. He's been in a bit of form. I do know that he's going back to Sussex fairly soon. But I'll share a story with the listeners. When Stian van Zyl, when Shukri Conrad gave him his Cobras debut, he was 19 years old, and he was straight off the farm, as they say, at Boland Landbou.
He was from Boland Landbou. Yes,
and the fantastic thing of Duty's exploits at Boland Landbou, they actually built. There wasn't a cricket oval before, and they literally, as farmers do, they plowed the land and they built a farm in Stian's
fantastic,
a tribute to Stian. And but that's not the story. The story was that he comes to training and has a net session, and when I go up to him afterwards and I say, how's it, Stian? Do you have a paar oomblikke net for me? Do you have a few moments for him? And he says, ja, oom. He says, for the English listeners, he says, yes, uncle. It's a big shot by Tony Zozi.
At Copeland on the boundary once again. Doesn't get it past the man in the deep. Not quite getting hold of that one. He wanted to probably play it into the railway stand. Not able to do so. But the scoreboard keeps ticking along as we're hearing a lovely story here from Zahir Adams about the venerable Stian van Zyl.
It took him, I promised you, it took him at least 2 seasons not to call me Wom. I said to him, if you ever call me that again, I'm not going to interview. And he said, ja, meneer. So a very respectable young man. I do know, so respectable. And this is another story. He actually went with Shukri Conrad's daughter to his matric ball. So that's when the coach trusts you with his daughter, then you do know he's good stock. Good stock.
Very much so.
Very good stock. So the listeners, if they enjoyed that, it's 112 for 2 after 23 overs down at Newlands. We'll have many stories over the course of the night.
Absolutely, and we look forward to those. Zahir Adams, who has been in and around the cricket scene here, sports scene, I must say, for many years here in the Western Cape. Always wonderful to have you here in the commentary box with us and sharing these stories from both the past and from the present, as we have many youngsters here in the teams of both these teams. And again, chatting a little bit to David about that earlier on. A lot of the younger players here as well. Youth and experience it is in both teams that we have, which will be interesting to chat a bit about later. We have Frisco Adams coming on to bowl from the Kelvin Grove end.
James, I do feel like it's going to be a storytelling day today, and there's definitely a story alongside the new bowler Frisco Adams. Do you know what his nickname is?
I believe Iceman.
And that, do you know where it was coined?
Not sure, no.
We'll tell you after this ball. Wonderful. As Adams runs in to Tony Dezorzi.
Right on, round the wicket and fielded by Milan in the covers. There is no run.
Yeah, so the Iceman, he down from he came down to the Cobras very, very nervous on his debut and in his first few games, and there were very big names in the Cobra side back then. Not that there isn't now, but guys that played many games for South Africa. Justin Kemp being one of them, Charles Langeveld, Justin Ontong, all these men, and Frisco as he runs in to Tony Dezorzi, pulls it strongly.
He's got him. Golden arm for Frisco Adams. He gets the wicket of Dezorzi. It sits up and he plays that one very forcibly into mid-wicket. And I think that, who is that? It's like maybe, is that Kitima? Yeah, Valentine Kitima, who takes the catch. It hits straight to him. and he takes it with his arms cupped upwards in the Australian fashion, and Decisive looks disconsolate as he goes back for 23 of 31 balls with one boundary. That is the third wicket to fall for the 6-gun grill Western Province, and Kitima has been caught. Decisive caught by Kitima, bowled by Adams for that 23, as Zahir will continue the story now about the successful bowler.
The Iceman strikes.
The Iceman strikes. He's frozen out the middle order of Western Province.
So the new batter, he walks to the crease. He'll come and face Frisco Adams. The new Daniel Smith. He's the new batter. Yeah. He's the young man that's been in form down here. Yes. He's got 2 half centuries in his 2 games for Western Province.
Yeah.
But going back to the Iceman, quite nervous, quite in the beginning, and yet he was tasked with delivering those death overs.
Right.
And I said to him when he was done, I said, "Well, you've got ice running through your veins," and you and we ran a headline in the Cape Times: "The Iceman wins it for the Cobras,"
right.
And somehow it's just stuck since then. So
that's fantastic.
He was actually quite upset. He's like, "Now people they're gonna expect me to do well every game." Said, "Well, you got to live up to the name." So he's had a fantastic career. Spent a bit of time at the Knights just before the advent of the new system.
Right.
But as soon as the Boerland came calling,
yeah,
he went back home, and he's been integral part of the side. Played a big role in the T20 comp.
Yeah.
And he now, as we see in the one-day competition, wanting to continue that good form to Daniel Smith.
So as we get a Kit Kat delivered to us here, or chocolates delivered, which is very, very welcome. Thank you very much. From Ayanda, who is here at Western Province, and the left-handed Smith facing, and first one is just played back past the bowler.
Anybody delivering you chips and a chocolate in a suit jacket, that is the service cannot get any better, James.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ayanda. Ayanda does a lot of work here at Western Province on the social media side, does a fantastic job, and thanks to him for all the help that he does and the work that he does here, as Smith just plays this one out into the leg side off the Iceman, Frisco Adams. And Zahir Adams just explained to us exactly how Frisco got his nickname, which is always nice to hear, the inside stories around the different players and what happens out there on the field and behind the scenes, and nobody better in the Cape than Zahir to share those stories with us. Smith defending into the offside, Milan does the fielding.
James, I think James, this is going to be quite an important partnership coming up now. George Linder, the Protea, he's not available.
Yeah,
I see this week, and that's a massive hole in the Western Province lineup, because as well as Mpungwana has done, Mikhalali Popongwana has done. These are the 2 remaining batters, Smith and Vali. There's young Kaplan still to come, though. Sorry, I see he's still there as well.
Kevin Kaplan, as Daniel Smith tries his best to run himself out into the offside. Played Milan does the fielding quickly, and he gets back, scampers back into his ground. He's faced out 4 dot balls against Adams, yet to get off the mark. Smith, Valley on 21, 112 for 3. A run rate dropping a little bit now below the 5 runs per over, which is not what Western Province would be looking for. Total of 300, one would feel, is possibly par on this surface.
It's a maiden wicket for the Iceman in his first over. It's always nice to see that. Getting a wicket in your first over just settles into your spell.
Yeah,
and
absolutely. And the ball that did get the wicket, perhaps it was there to be hit, but Decisive picked out the man at mid-wicket, and Kitime taking a good catch, the youngster, fresh into the Rocks team from his exploits at the Under-19 Cricket World Cup. Once again, good fielding by the captain from extra cover, and no run off that Mahima delivery. Valley has a very important role to play here Zahir, for Western Province today.
I do think that Yasin Valley, he owes the Western Province side a score. Vastly experienced young batter, and has got starts throughout the season, but I think with about just threads one shot, between third man and short third man and point.
And they'll turn for the third. It's good running from Smith and Valley, and that will be the first runs of this partnership. Mahima also been impressed with the slow left armour as well as I hear. He has certainly tightened things up a bit when he came on. Took that wicket, very important wicket, of Richard Levy.
A real character in the rock side. Absolutely loves his work. He gets in, he gets stuck in. Not afraid to bowl in the power play in T20s. Takes the new ball, and he's one of those guys that his hands always up at his skipper. Got a fantastic hat-trick for the Cobras a couple of years ago in T20 cricket.
As Daniel Smith plays the reverse sweep to get off the mark, and I think that was probably picked by one of the gentlemen here in the commentary box with us, one of our scorers here, John. We've got John and Matthew here next to Zahir and I, and John indicating to Matthew before that shot was played that that's probably how he was going to get off the mark, and he did, down to the third man area by the left-handers. Only a man in short at third man, Stian van Zyl. Beautiful shot to get off the mark, well executed. Risk obviously there, and he plays another one, but this time he misses it, hits him on the front pad. Stifled appeal. That one probably pitching outside the line of off stump.
James, I had quite an interesting conversation during the test match. It was Mark Nicholas on commentary, and Ryan Rickleton was the batter. Made his as Daniel Smith tries the reverse sweep on the third occasion, misses out unfortunately. So 1 out of 3 is the percentage for Daniel Smith in that over.
It certainly isn't a percentage shot, is it?
As Western Province end on 19 for 3 after 25 overs. As I was saying, Ryan Rickleton, the young Highveld Lions batter, he walked out, and his first scoring shot in Test cricket was a reverse sweep for 4.
Yes.
And the commentary box was started at what would, in years gone by, would that, how many men have scored their first test runs with a reverse sweep? And as Mark Nicholas said, but that's the way of the modern batter. That's the way he sees things. He's probably more comfortable, like Daniel Smith, probably more comfortable playing the reverse sweep than the cover drive.
Yeah, it may indeed be, as you say. That is the way that the limited overs and T20 cricket have evolved the game over the years, and that would have been frowned upon massively, I'm sure, in times past. Vriska Adams over the wicket to Valley. That's very nicely played off his pads, but he can't beat Milan at mid-wicket. There is no run. Yeah, that is quite something. I did actually see that. I was looking at the Cricinfo. Scrolling through the score and the commentary, and yes, Ryan Rickleton playing a reverse sweep for his first runs in Test cricket, which is it is quite something to think of that. You do expect it to be more conventional, but why not? This one in the air, but safely past the man at mid-wicket. It's going to race away from Valley's bat down to the deep mid-wicket boundary, and Imran Manak will pick it up from in front of the advertising hoardings. A good boundary to get the first runs off Vriska Adams bowling. Nicely played off the pads by Yasin Valley. A welcome boundary for the 6-gun grill Western Province.
The beauty of the shot was the previous ball went directly to Peter Milan, and Yasin Valley just improvised a little bit. And as he goes walking down the wicket, stealing a single, Vriska Adams has a shy.
Wow.
But Daniel goes past the wicket, and Yasin Valley, he comes back for a second run. Daniel Smith's definitely going to need to be on the alert. Yasin Valley enjoys a quick single.
Well, that was a very quick single, and Daniel Smith, I think, had that been a direct hit, he might have been found wanting. It would have been very, very close to a run out in that instance.
We do know Daniel Smith's quite a laid-back character. He's somebody that sits on his bat, as you can see there at the non-striker's end. He's going to have to be on his bike very soon here.
He is indeed. He's going to need to keep that eye open, and he is once again, this one played out to Manak at wide-ish mid-on. They take the single, not as much of a hurry and a flurry on that one as they easily get through. But yeah, he was standing a little bit on his heels, wasn't he, for that first run. Just dropped out into the offside. But taking singles is absolutely vital in this phase of the game. So yeah,
no, it's a massive outfield at Newlands. There's so many spaces. There's twos, there's threes to get. It's not always the boundaries that keeps the run rate checking, and particularly with a right-left hand combination, the bowlers don't enjoy having to change their lines, having to go from over the wicket to around the wicket. Fields having to be changed every ball. Yeah. So it's a crucial little factor of the game, the right-left-handed combination, and it does allow. So as we've seen, Fresco, he just drifted onto the pads of Yasin Vali on 2 occasions, where if that was to the left hand, it would have been beautiful away swingers.
Absolutely.
So it just does and have forced the bowler to change it up, gives the captain something to think about.
That's not a very good shot from Smith, just playing across the line almost with that straight bat, and he could only really got himself into trouble, but he survives and is on 4. You were saying earlier on, Zahir, that Daniel Smith, having made his first class and Analyst A debut in this season, very good 50 on debut in the first class match against the Titans, and then again a couple of 50s already in the List A. 20 years old, only just turned 20 a couple of weeks ago, and certainly looking as a talent for the future.
I said it last week. Had the pleasure of being at the Cubs week, where he was captain of the Western Cape Cobras Cubs side, led them to the title there, and it's just the calmness that he exudes at the top of the order. He bats in the middle order for Western Province, the senior side, but down at Sax and at youth level, he very much that was a fully there by Mahima. Fortunate just to go down for a single, but definitely a top order batsman. Shows lots of patience. The likeness to Andrew Patik, the resemblance is.
You were saying so in the last commentary that we did together.
You know, and with Andrew, obviously with Patters being in the dressing room as part of the coaching staff as well. As he hauls out the reverse sweep again.
Lovely shot, and he connects with his 4th reverse sweep as it goes down past Tian van Zyl at that shortish 3rd man position to the boundary for another 4, and he's working in 4s at the moment, Daniel Smith. That's his 2nd reverse sweep boundary, and he's on 8. I think this is going to cause a change in the field, and has most definitely done so. Ron to Blanche, I think that's come in now to a 2nd position backward of point, and we have the man shortish on the offside at short 3rd man, and that's now bowled on the leg side, and he sweeps it beautifully down to the long leg boundary for 4. Well played, Daniel Smith. Got the bowler to think a little bit differently, perhaps change his line, which he didn't need to do, having put the protection in. Changed his line slightly, swept down to the long leg boundary for 4.
James, that is actually excellent batting by Daniel Smith. The ratio is 50% ratio on the reverse sweep, but what it's done is it's changed the field, and this is a big ball now coming up because he sweeps to the right of Michael Copeland.
Good fielding by Copeland in the deep, and so talking about that shot forward of square this time on the leg side.
James, going back to that Cubs week, you've actually just watching Daniel Smith has actually just struck a memory here that there was a game in the final against the Titans. He was so dominant with his reverse sweep and sweep that there was literally nobody on one half of the field.
Oh my goodness!
There was he was that dominant. It was actually he toyed with the Titans bowlers on that occasion. There's a quick single that he steals. There was 2 men behind Gully. And basically everybody was behind the wicket.
Right.
So that's the end of the over. 138 for 3 after 27. But on both sides on the leg side and the off side, everybody was behind the wicket because he reverse swept and he swept, and there was nobody in front of the wicket.
That's amazing.
That's the confidence that Daniel Smith has, and it just showed at the time just at a different level he was to the schoolboys, and he was always destined to play senior cricket. The advent of unions and provincials, cricket has come quicker, and it would have been a shame if it was still franchise cricket and he was playing semi-pro cricket or whatever. Yes. Just to see him on this stage and he's comfortable.
Yeah, he does. He certainly, from ball one of his innings when he was in the first class match here against the Titans, which I had the privilege of being here for and commentating on Supersport YouTube. He looked comfortable at the crease and looked like he deserved to be at this level, most certainly, even though 19 years old at that stage, making his debut, and played that one again nicely out into the offside, and he's moved rapidly to 16, and the run rate from being 4.7 is now back into 5.1 and over, as Adams is away from us again at the Kelvin Grove end, just bunted into the leg side to Peter Malan, who is fielding at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Valley playing an important hand here, 32 not out. Partnership for these two, 27, and Daniel Smith 16 off 14 deliveries, which just goes to show. Interesting, you were saying that you had that. One can imagine that field, particularly on the offside. To him, trying to make sure that they could not pierce the field on with that reverse sweep and into the legs again. This is fielded. Actually, it's a nasty tumble that Peter Malan's taken there. Tried to field the ball. I don't know if he did try and field it with his foot or whether he just stumbled a little bit on the square. It looks like he's okay. Maybe a little bit of a hobble, and caught something, perhaps caught his studs in the pitch, perhaps.
No, I think he just stood on the ball.
Yeah, maybe that's what happened.
Yeah, and could easily have just twisted an ankle. It's one of those scary things that just happens, unfortunately. But good to see that he's got up. And maybe just took a rest. Maybe it was just maybe. He's done a lot of fielding. He has been running around quite a bit that position at mid-wicket and extra cover, because we have the left-hand, right-hand combination. It's the left-handed Daniel Smith facing Frisco Adams, bowling away from us here at the Kelvin Grove end around the wicket, and that's beautifully played back to the bowler, who nearly knocks it onto the stumps, but Mo Valley awake to that, actually potentially running him out at the bowler's end and managing to get back safely into his ground. James, as crucial at these as the run rate is 5.1, I would like to see this partnership at least go a little deep.
Yes.
That's 27 overs. We always say we double it up after 30. But I think the importance for Western Province here will steal another run.
That would have been interesting had he been able to pick that up. The fielder running in there is that Rion to Blanche, I think it is. It is indeed, who is at backward point. But good running from these two. They are taking some very quick singles, taking a few chances, but so far it's paid off for them. They do need to take it deep, don't they, for Western Province, these two. One will look at small targets for them, get to 30 overs, keep going. They need to be here for Western Province at the 40 over mark, with only 3 down, get the platform there. 300 then probably a possibility.
And that's the end of the over. It's 141 for 3 after 28. Yasin Valley on 33 and Daniel Smith on 17. When you look at that Gbets Rocks batting lineup, you see guys like Peter Malan, you see Stian van Zyl. There's quite a few youngsters in Michael Copeland, in Valentine Katime as well. Yeah. But those two, in Peter Malan and van Zyl, they've only got one way to play, and that's occupation of the crease.
Absolutely.
And they take it deep, and they bat long, and they keep the fielders running in the outfield, and it's just accumulation of runs. And what we've seen in this competition is that the longer the partnership grows, the bigger the partnership gets. That's when the bowlers become frustrated. That's when they start looking for that extra wicket, and the bad ball comes about, and that's when those type of players like Van Zyl and Malan, that's when they cash in. They don't necessarily put the bowlers under pressure by advancing down the track or using these fancy reverse sweeps or something. It's a lot to do with. That's exactly what Daniel Smith did. That's what they do.
Exactly.
They push it up, get the ones, get the twos, and they allow the bowlers to bowl at them. So change of bowling.
And Daniel Smith brought about a change of bowling with the reverse sweeps and sweeps on the previous over off Sia Mahima, and meant that Peter Malan's no choice but to go back to his premier quick bowler, Huddersfield, experienced campaigner, and coming back for his first spell, 5 overs, 0 for 20, was quite impressive. Perhaps unlucky not to get a wicket, but so far 2 singles was over. But you say, I think certainly he was brought back on because Mahima was now being targeted by Smith. Smith really did take to him quite nicely in the last over.
I do think Peter Malan, he thought about it and he said, you 19, 20 years old, how do you like it coming around? You're ruffled up, up and by your nose and your chest area, because Huddersfield, he's a big bruiser.
He is.
He runs in hard. He's only got one way of going. I remember his Test match debut at the Wanderers was selected purely on the basis of whether he could ruffle up the English.
That's right.
And so that's the motto that Peter Malan gets here. He's had to face Huddersfield for many years, over time. And what are you made of, kid? Can you handle the heat?
Absolutely. And can he handle the heat? That is the question. That's a great delivery from Viljoen. And Smith got probably nowhere near that one through to Fortuin, but sort of wafting his bat at that, and he just needs to take a bit of a walk around and make sure that he's not going to get intimidated by Viljoen. Viljoen, I think, one of only 2 players in Test match history to take a wicket of his first ball and score a 4 of his first ball.
That's a fantastic stat, James.
Yeah, in it's only Test match that he ever played.
Yes, he's a one-cap wonder, unfortunately.
So that's it's quite an interesting. It is quite an interesting stat. There are very few. I think there were only 2. I think people that ever did that.
That is a very interesting stat. I'll throw you a very odd stat about Huddersfield. Okay. Absolutely very odd. He's Faf du Plessis' brother-in-law.
Yes, I believe so.
Yes.
I believe so. Doing a little bit of additional research on him yesterday. Nicely played by Valley out to Copeland on the deep cover boundary. So yes, he married to Faf du Plessis' sister.
Yeah, there was one very interesting pre-match press conference. It was actually at the toss. The Faf du Plessis, the captain of the Rocks, remember, in the Mzansi Super League?
Yes.
And out in the middle, and having had the toss, and the commentator, I think, went up to Faf and he asked him, so any changes in your lineup? He said, unfortunately, Huddersfield, he's not in the lineup today. He's in bed with my sister. So it was the day after their wedding. And the night before it was their wedding. So always good Faf, always good for a line.
That's a very good line indeed. That's one to go down in the books, definitely, Zahir. And as it is Adams once again from the Kelvin Grove end, and he's in the game very much there. You might not have seen that, but he's just does turn and throw quickly in. You actually did have that on your screen, and he does not quite get the run out of the batter coming back into his crease. So for the right-hander, we've got a man at fine leg on the boundary, a man at deep square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover, deep cover, backward point, and third man. Adams bustles in, doesn't he? So really is a wholehearted cricketer.
If there's anybody that's going to give you 150%, it's Veresco Adams. I truly think one of the most underrated white ball cricketers, particularly in the country. He's a guy that enjoys bowling at the death. He thrives in it, and not many men that put up their hand and say, I want to do that. So and he's done it with aplomb over the years for whichever team he's played for.
and good batting average in the 20s at List A. As another quick single, and that is a run to Blanche, who's shying at Frisco Adams. In this instance, hits the bowler trying to get that one through to the wicket, with Smith herring down towards the Kelvin Grove end. So a little bit of, I'm sure there'll be a comment about that a bit later. A bit of a shiner potentially on the back leg there.
When the youngster just having beaming it in at the senior pro. In days gone by, you would have definitely have had heard some words.
I think so, yes. Maybe a teapot there, you never know, from the bowler. But then just jabbed into the offside, not going to get a run on that occasion. Frisco Adams into his fourth over, 1 for 11, has certainly put a slowdown on that run rate. Wicket maiden in his first over, getting the important wicket of six-gun Grill Western Province captain Tony Dezorzi, caught at mid-wicket by Valentine Kitime.
James, just back to that throw. I can't imagine the young man having to carry a coffin for a few more days. Not just his, as we had it down at Weinberg, the youngster always had to sit in the shower in the change room. That's where he was placed, the rookie in the side.
Yeah.
And if he had done that to a senior pro, he'd definitely find the shower a little bit wet when he got there.
He would do, most definitely. And as you say, he'll be on baggage duty for Frisco for a while, I should think. Certainly for the next game, if not for the remainder of this game. But it's good to have the senior pros in the team to help guide these youngsters. As Smith wafts at one again outside the off stump, doesn't quite get a touch, and Fortain takes behind. So Adams finishes his fourth over. It's 30 overs gone, 146 for the loss of 3, and taking that benchmark of doubling the score after 30 overs. It looks as if they keep wickets in hand, that's the big if at this stage, that six-gun Grill Western Province should be looking at a score somewhere 270, 280 plus on this wicket, which might not be enough if we look at the batting lineup for Boerlands.
Thank you, James.
Thank
David
you so
Crook
much,
will be
Zahir.
joining with you. We'll
Always
see you later.
a pleasure to have you with me, Zahir, and chat to you later. It is Huddersfield once again from the Weinberg end into Yassine Valley, and he just defends. And Huddersfield back into the attack as we welcome David back into the commentary box. And David, you called it as well. Huddersfield to come back once things perhaps have got a bit, haven't got away from the Gbets Rocks. This partnership 34. There's been a number of partnerships that just have threatened for Western Province to do well. It's a really nice shot there from Valley, but fielded by Copeland out in the deep, and there is only a single. Partnerships have been 58, 15 and 39. This one now 35, and they want to build on this.
Yeah, thanks, James. Good to be back in the comments box. This is an important partnership. For me, it's going to be the difference between a possible 250, 280 or 300.
And that's played in the air down to Stian van Sale at third man, and they take a single, couple of bounces down to the man at third man region. So yes, it has been an interesting period of play, and we'll update you with the test match score at the end of this Huddersfield over, for those of you who are interested. And that's nicely bowled in the block hole, but Valley manages to keep it out. This partnership very, as you say, crucial really for Western Province. Gavin Kaplan in next, and then Mihlali Mpongwana, so two youngsters.
And I think it's key for those youngsters to come in after the 40th over, with the score quite near that kind of 220 mark, 230. Yassine Valley is key to this. He needs to anchor this innings now, and he needs to score a big one here.
just defends well off Viljoen. Viljoen looking quite menacing in his second spell. Went past the bats of Daniel Smith a couple of times in his first over of his second spell, and so far he has bowled 1.5 overs and 0 for 6 runs in in his nearly 2 overs in his second spell. First spell 5 overs and 0 for 20. One feels he'll probably be taken off after this delivery, as he's in again and into the pads of Valley, who just takes a single, and they have been batting quite quickly in terms of the singles. They've been keeping the strike rotating, and that is a leg by, and the rate achieved now of 31, 4.8 runs to the over.
There was almost a car crash mid-wicket there between Hardness Viljoen and Daniel Smith, and I think I know with respect to Daniel Smith, I think he would have come off worse. Maybe if his rugby playing brother was in there, it would have been a little bit different, but that was like a little bit of slow motion happening there, but quick single nevertheless. And the score moves to 149, just below the 150 mark. That will be the kind of first marker. If we look at probably close to doubling the score after 30 overs, you're looking at 290, 300. I think they'll be very happy with that.
I think so. I mean, that is going to be very competitive. We saw last week the Knights scoring just over 300. That's very nicely played back down the ground by Valley. Will it beat the man to the boundary? Yes, it does. Imran Manak gives up the chase now. And that is the 150 for 6 Gun Grill Western Province, 153 of 194 balls, 15 fours, and Yasin Valley moves into the 40s with that boundary. Nicely played down the ground off Fariska Adams. And news from Kingsmead is they've gone to tea with Bangladesh 25 for 1 after South Africa posted 367. Adams away from us here at the Kelvin Grove end, and is defended into the leg side. The wicket to fall there off the last ball before tea. Shadman Islam, bowled by Simon Harmer, getting his first wicket back in the team after a hiatus of approximately 7 years. Harmer back, the premier off-spinner who's done so well in the county circuit, and no doubt he will have a big role to play in this test match and series for South Africa. Nicely played by Valley down to the man at long leg.
With Simon Harmer playing currently for the Proteas in the next test match next week, he's going to miss the first game, maybe the first couple of games for his county Essex, which is obviously a little bit of a blow for them. He's been their top wicket taker for the last couple of seasons. And he'll go straight into, that's the nature of the game. He's been used to playing all year round.
Yes.
It doesn't get a pre-season, which most players will love. Play cricket all year round.
That's nicely bowled by Adams, coming around the wicket to Daniel Smith. Smith has been impressive, but more on Harmer, as you say, David. He been playing here, and really the length of the season here, meaning, as you say, that he's probably missed out on a lot of that the pre-season there in the UK, which in England
quite long pre-season. Normally in the UK they normally go for a little pre-season to warm weather training. A couple of the teams even come down to South Africa. That's a lovely shot there from Daniel Smith.
Very
but
nice.
Stiaan van Zyl
rolling back the years,
figuratively and literally. Doing some good fielding there just to keep it down to a single, but a nice straight drive there from Daniel Smith. But a couple of the English counties always come down to South Africa. It's obviously the rand-pound conversion makes it a quite affordable trip. COVID kind of put an end to that. And, historically, the likes of Surrey, all these counties have come down to South Africa. We've always had a good relationship with the counties. Northampton were down here in South Africa.
It's beautifully played by Valley out to the man on the deep point boundary, that is.
He's timed it beautifully today,
Viljoen. He has, hasn't he? He's really been hitting the ball very, very nicely. He's in the 40s, 43, 156 for 3 at the end of 32 overs, just shy of 5 runs and over for 6 Gun Grill Western Province, and on their way to set a competitive total in a very, very important match in this CSA One-Day Cup Series. And so Simon Harmer, as you say, back, saw him earlier in the year taking a 10 wicket haul in the first class match here against the Western Province.
I pushed that to the back of my memory.
Yes, I know you did, David.
But thank you for bringing it to the forefront
bring
again.
that up again. Yes, and that really was a very good experience for the youngsters. So a couple of players who are playing this match, who made their first class debuts for Western Province in that match, Daniel Smith being one of them, and always good to be playing against a man of Simon Harmer's quality. Been really one of the premier, if not the premier off spinner in world cricket for a while now, in the county scene, probably one of the best bowlers on the county scene. As Valley plays it again out to the man at deep cover, and they take yet another single. Valley into the 40s. And a no ball, my goodness, that is not going to be very happy. The captain there, Hussain Manak, Hussain, listen to me, Imran Manak,
his uncle,
his uncle Hussain Manak, Imran Manak bowling a no ball, the off break bowler, and it is going to be a free hit for Daniel Smith. What's he going to make of this? Reminds me that no ball reminds me of the no ball bowled by Deepti Sharma in that final round robin game.
India, South Africa. Mignon de Prix caught in the boundary.
Yes, exactly, off a no ball, which then gave South Africa the chance to defeat India and knock them out of their chances to get into the semi-finals.
What a semi-final that was. What an advert for the game. That's a beautiful shot.
It is a beautiful shot.
Daniel Smith whacking that down the ground for a brilliant boundary.
That is, he really took hold of that, and that brings up the 50 partnership for these two. It's exactly what the 6-gun grill Western Province would have been looking for from the experienced campaigner and the youngster when they came together, with the total at 112, 50 of 54 balls, so just shy of a run a ball, with Smith now on 25 at close to a run a ball for him, and that is a Valley 23 of those runs, 25 of 27 now for Daniel Smith, and hoping from the 6-gun grill Western Province point of view that he can continue with this as he plays that one. Did he get an edge to that?
Don't think so. The
Manak
wiki was very casual there, so I don't think he got...
No, Manak looked interested, but Clive Fontaine juggling with it, and then the ball just dropping behind him. Smith having a full go outside the off stump. And that's beautifully swept, but well fielded by the man at 45 on the leg side. Stian van Zyl has been throwing himself all over the hallowed turf of the 6-gun grill Newlands.
Yeah, he's enjoying being back here at Newlands. He's probably got some family and friends that are here today.
I'm sure he
out
does.
On the Oaks Grass embankment there. Lovely to see some people here today. Picnic blankets. Wonderful to see. A little bit cold outside. Might be a little bit difficult in the field for Western Province later to be out in the keeping warm. It's going to be cold this evening. The wind has picked up a little bit as well. So it's going to be a tough one. They need to get as close as possible to that 300 mark. That's a little bit down the leg side. It's a little bit naughty from when you've got your field set.
Yeah, and but Manak not able to keep that one outside the off stump, angling in too much to the right-handed Valley, who takes yet another single. He's on 45, 164 for the loss of 3 in the 33rd over, and these two, as David says, looking to take it deep into the 40 overs, and on the legs of Smith, down the leg side, Stian van Zyl is the fielding at shortish, fine leg, and there is no run in this instance. The end of 33, 164 for 3, batting at virtually exactly 5 runs and over, just one shy of exactly 5 runs and over. And it'll be drinks shortly, I think, probably within the next couple of overs, the second drinks break, and we'll update you then on exactly what's happened so far. It's been a privilege to have David, with me, and earlier on Zahir Adams sharing some lovely stories about how Iceman Frisco Adams got his nickname, and other stories of Stean van Zyl, about Stean van Zyl, and how they built a field for him to play cricket on at Boland Landbou, at the school that he was at, as it's Achille Clincher from the change of bowling. He's from the Kelvin Grove end. That's played past the man short. That's Rohan to Blanche in extra cover, and they get through for yet another single to Mo Valley.
I think Mo's, he's a very busy cricketer. He's keeping Daniel Smith on his toes.
He is indeed.
Yeah. The last game, if I'm not mistaken, that first ball, there was almost a run out. He almost ran Daniel Smith out, just making sure the youngster was ready. But they had a good partnership the other day as well. But again, they need to push on from that. Partnerships of 53, not good enough.
No.
Once you're set, you need to take those over the 100 mark, and that's how you get your team to big scores over 300. Looking at the scoreboard now, that's minimum is 290. Anything over 300 is you've done pretty well here. But one of these two need to go big. Yazin Valley, both of them will be upset with themselves. They both got half centuries the other day. But they didn't push on. And if you look at the batsmen, Levy 18, Bird 39, Dazorzi 23, everyone's got to start. But you do need that one batsman to really go and make a big score, and that's what gets you over the 300 mark.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that 266 chasing the night score just couldn't get Western Province over the line in that very important match that they had, and left us in this competition with the scenario where this match is a must-win for both of these teams if they have any hope of getting into that final. Oh, that's hit him, and that is nasty, either on the back or on the arm, the upper arm. He could actually hit him on the back as he tried to get out of the way. Very good delivery, in fact, from Achille Clincher, the young fast bowler who's been impressive today. After his first spell was particularly wide and a bit woolly. But in his first couple of overs, he's really tightened it up, particularly coming around the wicket to the left-hander. And another single down to Van Zyl at mid-on. As he's deep on the edge of the circle, cannot prevent those from going through for singles. But he's really tightened up quite a bit, Clincher.
Yeah, Captain Peter Milan might have been looking earlier on to say, okay, maybe he's not going to get 10 overs out of the youngsters, the Clitty.
Yeah.
Maybe he might need to look to Mikey Copeland, mixing, getting 10 overs. Oh, that's nicely played by Mo Valley again, just playing it down to third man for a single. But Clitty's bowled really well today. 7 overs completed now, 1 for 37. At this stage, I think he's going to bowl out all his 10 overs, and the captain will be very happy if he can get 10 overs out of Clitty.
He will indeed, and so far only 5 bowlers used. Just let's look at those bowling figures. For you, Adams, Frisco Adams, 1 for 18 of 5. He took the wicket of Tony Dazorzi in his first over, which was a wicket maiden. Imran Manak, 8 overs, 0 for 41. Klutzer, 7 overs, 1 for 37. Viljoen, 7 overs, 0 for 26. And Mahima, 7 overs, 1 for 40. Mahima getting the wicket of Richard Levy, and the other wicket to fall, Klutzer taking the wicket of Jono Bird. So it is a single again down to the man at long on for Mo Valley. He moves on to 48, just too shy of a half century, and he will want to push on. Potential for him today to get his first ever List A century. I hope I haven't put the mockers on him now. But,
no, absolutely, it's a perfect opportunity, and his team need them to get that 100. That if he gets 100, they're getting a score of.
That
he's
is
gone for the big hit.
He has, and
it was there to be hit.
It was indeed there to be hit. Was there in the slots, but Daniel Smith going against the wind. It would have been, but there is nobody patrolling Cow Corner on the railway stand. There is a man at long on, there is a man at deep square, a man at mid-wicket, and a man shortish at 45 on the leg side, who comes into play now. That's Stiaan van Zyl. Can't prevent the single, as it's just tickled down to him by Smith. Does the right thing there, gets off strike and just has a chance to settle himself. I thought he looked a bit loose in the last over against Clincher, just perhaps not as from a focus point of view, but let's hope he can just get that focus back.
Yeah, I think that delivery, that short delivery from the previous over from Ashel Klutty, I felt that he could have got under that and just rolled his wrist over it and get a single in the short delivery. Instead, it hit him on his back. Might have jolted him a little bit, but he'll learn how to. In this competitive game, you've got to be able to switch on straight away. You can't afford any moments of lapse of concentration. You have to be on the ball, concentrating the entire time. That's the difference between professional cricket and youth cricket, amateur cricket. You never can just relax for a couple of minutes or a couple of deliveries. And Imran Manak's got all the experience in the world to try and take advantage of that.
Indeed, and that's again trying to play that down to the man at long off, and doesn't quite get anything onto that really. Just jabs it into the ground. And at the end of 35, it's 170 for the loss of 3. Batting at pretty consistently close to that 5 runs and over, 4.9 and over, and there's 15 overs left for 6 Gun Grill Western Province to get close to that 300 mark, and they're going to have to really go some, David, to get there. That's going to be a run rate of between 8 and 9 and over. To get there, it is possible with wickets in hand.
Yeah, it is possible, and you know, Gavin Kaplan coming in at 6 here, he's a youngster. He's a naturally attacking player, and if you lay the foundation for him, and there's not too much pressure on him, he can just play his natural game. You know, the youngsters can maybe put a little bit too much pressure on themselves earlier on in their careers. You know, there's contracts. This is a very busy time of the year now for contracts, youngsters trying to make an impression. But I think, you know, sometimes you've just got to take a step back and realise this is still a game of cricket. You must enjoy yourself, play your natural game, because that ultimately is what's going to get you far. Don't try and do anything different.
It was a good first delivery, angling into a valley, and he has gone to his 50 with that single out into the offside, fielded by Katima out in the deep. Well played there to Mo Valley, 50 off 62 balls, and with only 3 fours. He's played got a lot of singles in that innings, but he's kept the middle order together here for 6 Gun Grill Western Province, and another 50 to add to his tally. That is now his 21st 50 in List A cricket, as Smith faces Clincher from around the wicket. That's very nicely played. Almost just leans into that shot, doesn't he? Seems like he's got all the time in the world. Plays it out to Copeland on the deep cover boundary, and there is a single. So the field for Valley is 5-4 offside field. There's a third man, backward point, deep cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a man at long leg.
Stiaan van Zyl would have recognised that cover drive. A certain Andrew Patek he played with on a number of occasions. He would have known. He would have seen straight away who that cover drive resembles.
And that comment has been made many times. Daniel Smith resembling Andrew Patek. People that remember Andrew Patek from these parts, and Patek very heavily involved with the Western Province setup. Clincher in again from away from us. That's beautifully played by Valley through the offside. Stiaan van Zyl chasing it down. He's not going to get there, and it goes over the rope now in front of us here at the northern end of the ground, the Kelvin Grove end, and there's a great boundary from Valley, only his 4th boundary of his innings, and that takes him up to 54. Pierced the field there, just finding the gap. Beautifully played.
Lovely shot there from Valley. He is really in now, and this is where he gave it away the other night. He knows that he needs to go one better tonight.
has to make it count, and he plays that one nicely back, well fielded on his own bowling by clincher, and that's the end of 36 overs. 176 for the loss of 3, 4 runs behind the 5 runs and over mark, as it's time for drinks, and it will just give you an update on what has happened so far here today. If you're just joining us, then the Gbets Rocks won the toss. Captain Peter Milan calling correctly, and they decided to ask 6 Gun Grill Western Province to bat first on what looks like a really good batting surface. Openers Richard Levy and Jono Bird put on 58 for the first wicket before Levy was caught in the covers driving at a delivery from Sia Mahima, caught by the captain Peter Milan for 18, and that was the first wicket at 58. Second wicket fell 15 runs later when Jono Bird tried to beat the offside field but could only loft it to Hardus Filyun at a mid-off on the edge of the circle. He was gone for a well-played 39, making his return to the team after the absence of a number of games due to injury, after his 116 against Northwest in the opening game of the tournament, and then that was with a score on 73, and then with a score on 112. A good partnership, developing partnership of 39 was broken when Dezorzi off Fariska Adams' second delivery pulled a ball straight to Valentine Kitime at mid-wicket, and Kitime took the catch. The ball was travelling quite quickly to him, and he was gone for 23. A partnership, as I say, of 39, 112 for 3. Since then, Mo Valley has gone to his 50. He's on 54, Daniel Smith on 29, and a partnership of 64 between these two has taken 6 Gun Grill Western Province to 176 for 3 after 36 overs, and 14 overs to go in this innings, and 6 Gun Grill Western Province will be looking for a total around 300. Welcome back to Six Gun Grill Newlands, under the shade of Table Mountain, which has a little bit of a tablecloth on it today. Those of you that know the Cape will know about the tablecloth on Table Mountain, caused normally by a strong southeaster, which we do have today. Some Antarctic air, I think, coming through here today, David. It's cold outside. The wind is cold.
It's almost like 1 April. Yeah. The weather does flick a switch, and that Daniel Smith goes big.
Beautifully played by Smith.
That's a lovely shot.
And that is in the vacant cow corner area to the famous railway stand here on the mountainside of this beautiful ground here in Cape Town. And he gets 4 for that. And Drinks Break has maybe said, okay, it's... need a little bit of acceleration, maybe.
Absolutely. And it does seem that Daniel Smith's going to be that man. This is not Yazin Valley's natural game. He just needs to anchor this innings now.
Ooh. Oh, my word.
Cheapers.
And that has been edged of a ball. He tried to play that again over the top through mid-wicket. Edged it past the leg stump down to the fine leg boundary for 4. And that is another boundary, slightly fortunate from Daniel Smith, one that was probably too full, in fact, to play the shot. Almost did York himself, I think, as he played that, but got the boundary. And Manak will be very upset that didn't get through his defences. He's in for the third ball of his last over. He tries again, and he actually needs to just probably take it a bit slower. He's already hit 8 off the first 2 deliveries of the over.
Might see Mo Valley just wander down the wicket to just give his young colleague a little bit of a calm down. We've got 8 runs this over off the first 3 balls. Knock it around for a couple of more and you pick up 10, 12 runs in the over. Right. That's more than enough for this stage of the innings.
Absolutely. 8,
You've
9
got your
runs
2 boundaries.
That's right. Is all's needed to get to that 300. And that's better. Much better played, and the bowler bowling to his field as the man was moved. Fariska Adams was moved into that backward square position on the edge of the circle and fielded that one. The man at deep square leg was moved to more of a mid-wicket type of position. It's Valley on strike now, and he's got a 4-5 offside leg side field, and that's played into the leg side. Smith calls him through for a quick single, and Mahima comes in and fields. Chose the fielder there, Daniel Smith.
That's very good game awareness there. Knew exactly where that ball was going. Saw that it wasn't reaching him too quickly, and that's key. Just keep that scoreboard ticking over. No dot balls, and that's really good from the youngster there as the wind continues to.
It does continue.
It seems like the crowd is following the sun. The railway stand, which is a bit busier early on, there's nobody there now really, and they've moved over towards the Oaks Grass embankment and the President's Pavilion, but just great to see, and that's just nicely played by Daniel Smith. Will they go for 2 here?
I don't think so.
No, they're not going to take on the arm of Mikey Copeland, who's done quite a bit of fielding today.
Yeah, and hits the stumps there with that throw in from the from the deep mid-wicket region, and that is the end of an expensive over from Manak. Imran Manak. His last over either went, I think, 10 or 11 that went for. And he's bowled his 10 overs now, 0 for 54, 5 fours in that spell, and the 1 no ball, which the free hit was hit down the ground by Daniel Smith for a 4, and will be now a change of bowling, I think, from the Kelvin Grove end. Fariska Adams is coming back on for Ashil Kluter, who bowled a second spell of 3 overs. And Fariska Adams back on now, the Iceman, in bowling into this chilly, icy Antarctic wind.
Suits him perfectly. The Iceman in the icy conditions. The sun might go down a little bit quicker earlier. That's it.
And that is beautifully played by Daniel. I thought that had gone actually into the mid-wicket region, but unfortunately for Daniel Smith and for Six Gun Grill Western Province, he has picked out the man on the deep mid-wicket boundary. That is Valentine Kitima, who is patrolling there. And another catch for Kitima, Another wicket for Frisco Adams, the same combination that got rid of Tony Dzorzi earlier, now gets rid of Daniel Smith. Looked that he had played it, in fact, more to mid-wicket than deep backward square, but straight into the hands of Katima. He's gone for 39 of 44, and a good innings from Smith, but he was upset that he didn't carry on and stay at the crease with Mo Valley, and that is the end of the youngster, the 20-year-old, who has been batting particularly well for Western Province in this tournament so far. So the fourth wicket goes down at 187. Partnership there of 75 between these two. Very, very important runs for 6 Gun Grill Western Province.
Yeah, he'll be upset about that. He actually timed it really well.
He did.
First ball of the over, was looking for that boundary, the first ball of the over. Frisco Adams got away with that one a little bit, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
Valentine Katimi took a good catch off his bowling before to remove Tony Dzorzi, whacked straight at him, but it took another good catch on the boundary. Seems like a very calm youngster, good hands. Seems like the Rocks have got a decent young prospect over there. Frisco Adams, 5.1 overs, 2 for 18.
Yeah.
He's doing the job here for his captain. He's going to have to. They've only bowled five bowlers today. They haven't brought in Stean van Zyl. Mikey Copeland hasn't bowled any overs. So from the looks of it, they might look to these 5 bowlers to get their 10 overs in.
Going to be very interesting to see now how Gavin Kaplan copes with this situation, and the fact that he is going to have to get in very quickly and then accelerate. Mo Valley has a very, very important role to play now to get 6 Gun Grill Western Province anywhere near 300, one feels. So this is new man Kaplan. There is a third man backward point cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square, and a man on the long leg boundary. Very similar field to what we've had for most of the day so far to the seamers. And Adams again successful, coming back into spell. And it's quite amazing. A golden arm today.
Yeah, absolutely an important wicket at this stage of the game. If Daniel Smith and Yazin Valley took it into the 42nd, 43rd over, the partnership would have been close to 100, and would have laid the perfect platform. Now you've got a new batsman in, Gavin Kaplan, a youngster who's trying to establish himself. It's not a great situation for him to be in, because he now has to score, and he has to score quickly as well. He has to keep the scoreboard ticking. Yazin Valley is not going to necessarily dismantle a bowling lineup, but he accumulates runs. He needs to now bat through. It's key that he bats through and allows the attacking players coming in, Gavin Kaplan, Miklali Mpungwana, Kyle Simmons. What happened the other day against the Knights was that they exposed the likes of George Linder too early in the innings, and there was just too many runs to get in order for Linder to be able to get his side over the line. You don't want to expose Kyle Simmons too early here. You want to get him in around the 45th over with the score close to 260 already by then, and then he can just play his natural game and get that score over 300. You can go 12, 14 runs and over for the final 5 overs.
Yeah, if you have those wickets in hand.
If you have those wickets in hand,
and the right guys at the crease for you at that time. So this is a crucial period of play now, and the Rocks will know that. Peter Milan will know that. Get Mo Valley's wicket now, and you're probably restricting the Western Province to 250. It's a quick run, and he's easily going to make that. Both of the batters are in. Good running from Valley, but that's what he's been doing. He's been turning the strike over rather than scoring, as you say, at a rapid rate. Still managing to bat at a good strike rate, 56 off 68 deliveries. But it's going to need to get to be a runner ball by the time that his innings is over.
Yeah, absolutely.
Much further down the line.
When you reach the stage, when you've got 56 or 60 odd deliveries, to go out now sometimes does more damage. You need to bat through. You need to acknowledge that you are the in man, that you need to anchor the rest of this innings, bat as long, as deep as possible. As we see Siyabonga Mahima coming back for 7 overs, 1 for 40 from the young man.
I reckon he will most likely then bowl his last 3 now before they get into the final 10 overs and take it into the final 10 overs.
Absolutely.
And with still Adams, Clincher and Phil Yun overs in the bank for oh my goodness, Valley has a Valley has a go at that one outside the off stump, first up from Mahima, and doesn't get hold of it.
He does have that ability to get that little bit of extra bounce and a bit of spin.
Oh my goodness, I think he did hit that one, and gets away with it just off the edge of the gloves of 14.
Just threw that one a little bit outside off, and no foot movement there from Mo Valley. Needs to just be careful here, Mo Valley. There's some big over here. Just play the ball on merit. Yes, you have to score runs, but if the ball's a good ball, you've got to respect it. It can get you out, and 55 is where exactly he was the other night. Oof, that's just...
My goodness, again, the faster one there. I think more like an arm ball from Mahima. And
that's when not aware that wasn't was the ball dead there. It's gone past Mahima, but
it's gone to the wicket keeper though, so would be dead. I think David, but you're right. It was just tossing it back to the bowler.
Peter Milan's got a job to do here to keep his side energised. It's a big 11 overs here in the context not only of this game but of the season. I'm not sure what's going on. We can get an update from the Titans-Lions game. But at the moment, Siyabonga Mahima is doing an excellent job for his captain. Just 1 run from this over. Gavin Kaplan takes strike.
Outstanding so far from Sia Mahima on the back of a very good over from Fariska Adams in the previous over. And it goes only for 1 as Captain Milan does the fielding in the covers there, and so the last 2 overs have only gone for 3 runs, and that is not what the doctor ordered for 6 Gun Grill Western Province. Gbets Rocks put the screws on them here with that wicket of Daniel Smith, and that means now they need 10 runs and over from here to get to 300. That looks a distant possibility at the moment. So it's going to be Adams to continue. He's bowled 6 overs, 2 for 20. A wicket in his first over and a wicket in his 6th over, coming back for his 2nd spell.
Quite a similar innings to the previous one when the Knights batted first year, and they weren't getting away from they weren't rocketing the run rate, but then Patrick Kruger came in and really changed the game for them and took them over that 300 mark. So, you look at the batting lineup, Mpungwana coming in next, Kyle Simmons coming in after that. You might see a possibility of getting over 300, but it's going to take something special from one of those 2 batsmen. Gavin Kaplan has that ability. He's got everything to play for. He's a good attacking young batsman. We saw him play in a couple of warm-up games earlier on in the season where he scored 200s against the professional team. He was playing for the academy team at the time. So he definitely has that ability. He just needs to maybe just enjoy himself a little bit more. That's well bowled from Fariska Adams.
Yeah, very well bowled yet again, and there is no run there. So just cannot get any purchase at all at the moment. 2 overs and 2 balls. The loss of Daniel Smith's wicket of the first ball of Fariska Adams' 2nd spell has just put a complete dampener on the run rate. 3 runs only off the last 14 deliveries. So that's beautifully played by Valley, but it's straight out to the man patrolling the cover boundary. That's Katima, but it was really good running.
Excellent running.
And the fielder perhaps not coming in quickly enough off that boundary, and they get through for 2. Scamper, I think, is the right word. That was really good running.
Yeah, excellent running. Valley knew that he wanted to get 2 straight away as it came off the bat. Actually went down very quickly to the fielder down at extra cover, going straight to him, but Mo Valley is very quick. and Gavin Kaplan's a youngster, so there's no excuse not to be quick.
No.
We're going to have a change of commentary at the end of this over as Nasri will give you a bit of a break, James.
Thank you very much.
A little bit of a coffee break.
This is played man wide at mid-on in Manmanak, comes round and fields, and they take just the single. It can be Gavin Kaplan on strike. He's got one. Mo Valley on 59, and these two need to take this deep into the 40 overs. It's going to be a lot of pressure on the young man facing now, and the experienced Frisco Adams bowling from the Kelvin Grove end, away from us now past umpire Brad White. And that's beautifully played by Gavin Kaplan, straight back down the ground. Don't bother chasing that Steon van Zyl. That is 4 runs. What a shot.
That's a beautiful shot. That's exactly what Gavin Kaplan can do. Straight bat. Sometimes he's got a bit of a leg side game. He's gotten out a couple of times this season just playing some false shots on the leg side. But that, showing the maker's name beautifully, the ball was there to be hit, and you've got to put those away. In the 40th over, you've got to hit those for the boundaries.
That is... Western Province will be hoping that's a sign of things to come in the next 10 overs from the youngster, as Adams has the last ball of his 7th over, and that's just nicely dropped into the offside, backward of square on the offside, and they take a single. Kaplan keeps a strike, and 2 runs shy of 200, 2 runs shy of 5 runs and over. And it is going to be Nasri Alexander coming in for me. Thank you very much, David.
Thanks, James, and enjoy a bit of a breather. We'll see you in a few overs' time. Give you the state of the game. 198 for 4 after 40 overs. Yasin Vali, he is on 59, 60, and Gavin Kaplan is on 6. 198 for 4. Nasri Alexander, welcome.
Oh, good afternoon, David. Once again, lovely to be at Newlands. It's becoming a habit now.
Absolutely, and as soon as we create the habit, this is the final game of the season. So, but have you been you enjoying the game so far? Have you enjoying the first experience of the Cape Derby at Newlands and the new structure of the domestic season?
Yeah, the new Cape Derby. We always get excited for Derby and when friends play against each other. Been enjoying it. I think this could be the biggest crowd of the season that we've had.
Absolutely. We had a 6-gun grill under 9, little cricket activation early on before the game. Nice to see the kids, and that's Gavin Kaplan just knocks it down to long on for a single. Good to see the kids and the parents earlier on. 6-gun grill we're feeding them as well, gave them a little bit of a burger and a burri roll. It's nice to see the sun is shining on the Oaks grass embankment. Lovely to see the kids. That's just that's a risky single there from Yasin Vali. Almost run out. That's the worst possible prospect for Western Province currently. You don't want to be running up, and that's the 200 for 6-gun grill Western Province. It's coming off 251 deliveries in the 41st over. Yasin Vali 60, Gavin Kaplan 7, and that's a good milestone for Western Province right there, Naz. Oh. Yeah, that is brilliantly played by Gavin Kaplan. They're going to get to the boundary. That's fantastic fielding there. Is that Katimi again? That's Katimi doing it. And there's almost a run out. It's all happening here. I'm losing track of what's happening out here. But this is what the final 10 overs is going to bring. Siyabonga Mahima, the big man bowling from the Wynberg end. Gavin Kaplan there. Sweep shot of the full toss. Getting 3 runs.
I think it was a bit of frenetic cricket there, David, and like you said, another good shot over cover from Yasin Vali. They turned for 2 again, another tight call, but Gavin Kaplan is safely home at the Wynberg end. But yeah, I mean, this decent crowd that's at Newlands. I think they would quite enjoy the Western Province batting inning so far. 5 runs are over. They would look to kick on maybe in the last 10, 280 to 300 could be the target. And as we know, the Rocks have some decent batters in their lineup, so Western Province would know that 280 upwards should be the target.
As Siyabonga Mahima comes in and Yasin Vali just knocks it down to the mid-wicket for a single. And that is the end of the 41st over. 206 for 4. Siyabonga Mahima 1 for 49 from his 9 overs. He'll bowl out his final over in the next over. Big few overs, final 9 overs coming up here. The body language from the Western Province needs to be an attacking one. Every single batsman has got starts today. Richard Levy, 18. Jono Bird, 39. Tony DeZorzi, who caught well at mid-wicket, for 23. Daniel Smith out for 39. He would have been upset with himself not to get that another half century and push on from there. The not out men, Yazin Valley, 63. He needs to now go on to bat out this innings. Gavin Kaplan, 10 not out. He's played a couple of attacking shots as Aishal Kluti comes back for his final spell of the innings. He's bowled 8 overs, 1 wicket for 43. He's bowled a few wides earlier doors. He's bowled effectively an extra over, but he's been bowling with serious gas today, Naz.
Well, he's been really impressive since he's made his Rocks debut, David. Yazin Valley just gives a bit of room, taps it into the onside, fielded by Peter Malan, and they take a single. It's now 207 for 4. But yeah, Klute has been very impressive. He had an impressive opening spell in the last game in Potchefstroom against Northwest Dragons. I think he had 3 for 3 at one stage. But
easy game that for the
3 for 3 he was swinging the ball all around in Potchefstroom. So very impressive young man.
Oh, that is a beautiful shot from Gavin Kaplan. And that is a massive boundary. That is a wonderful shot. I don't want to say textbook, but that was absolutely sublime from Gavin Kaplan. He's been attempting that shot on a number of occasions this season. Often works for him. He's got this leg side punch, which just was beautiful to watch there. And that's a big 4 runs there for the young man.
I don't think it was textbook maybe, David, but it did hit the middle of the bat. So
that's all that counts.
and over the fielder. So that's all that counts at this stage.
Yeah, you'll be upset with that one. Short delivery, not getting past Peter Malan there at mid-wicket. Just the short delivery from Aishal Kluti. I think Gavin Kaplan expected that one, but it just rushed upon him a little bit more as Malan comes up to his young fast bowler, asking if he wants a little bit more protection on the leg side, or telling him you don't have protection on the leg side. Just keep it on the off side. You've got protection at extra cover currently. He's got a man at fine leg boundary, third man boundary. Fine leg is not so fine, so he needs to keep it bowl to his field here.
Ooh.
And he finds at fine leg boundary, a little bit lucky to get away with that one, as Gavin Kaplan comes back for 2 more runs to the total. 213 for 4. The run rate now achieved is 5.1, as they will be looking for 8 to 10 runs over the next few overs.
I think Gavin Kaplan has come in, looked like a man on a mission here, David. Just what the situation required from the Western Province side. He's come in, he's up the ante, he's made Yazin Valley also more positive at the crease. So, the Western Province would hope that he can actually keep going and bat deep into this innings.
Gavin Kaplan a little bit on the back foot, and he's almost run out. A little bit hesitant there. Yazin Valley knew there was a single, he knew that went to Siyabonga Mahima. But Gavin Kaplan a little bit on the back foot, almost putting himself into danger there. If there was a direct hit, he was almost gone for all money. He just needs to be aware that there are singles on offer. Understanding the fielding positions, knowing exactly where you can get singles, and just keep that scoreboard ticking over.
I think at this stage, David, it looks like a stip and run out there. 2 young or quick men at the wicket.
And this game plan suits Yazin Valley down to the ground. He is an accumulator of runs. He needs to just keep that calm head, that experience, as the 42nd over comes to an end. 214 for 4. Gavin Kaplan 17 not out. Yazin Valley 64. The partnership has moved quite quickly to 27. As who's coming on, it looks like Siyabonga Mahima will finish his 10 overs from the Weinberg end. Are we going to see Kaplan go after Mahima early doors here in this over?
I think he should. He quite likes the shot over cover, as we saw last over, David. But yeah, I think you might just try and get 6 singles, 6 to 8 runs for this over. It is Mahima's last over. You don't want to give your wicket away. Maybe respect the bowler, but there is a lot of gaps in the field as well. And as we've said, 2 fast runners out in the middle of Western Province. There's a lot of 2s on offer. But it goes big.
Gavin Kaplan has gone absolutely massive. Although it's skied, straight down the ground for 6. That is a brilliant start to the over for 6-gun grill Western Province. Gavin Kaplan spanking that one down the ground, and that's a great start from the young batsman as the fielder is forced to jump over the boards, the perimeter boards. They're looking for that ball. It's gone into the moat there. The umpires might want to have a look at that ball. Hits the brick of the moat. That's an excellent start for the over from Gavin Kaplan.
I think Bonga Mahima's going to feel the pressure now. Always, the coaches would tell you try to get a boundary of the first or the second ball of the over, and the bowler feels that pressure. So, yes, excellent from Gavin Kaplan. He's really impressed this season, and there's another string to his bow that he's showing the coach that he can do, come in at the death overs and actually finish the innings.
Absolutely. The team is missing George Linder today. Kyle Simmons is probably going to have to kind of play that role of the swashbuckling batsman. Yeah, the spinning all-rounder, hard-hitting all-rounder. But if Gavin Kaplan can add a good score without taking up too many deliveries, that's going to be a massive boost for Western Province and coach Salek Nakadin. And that's hit down the ground. Is it going to go to the boundary? No, the fielder's in position there, and just the one. I thought that it might have reached the boundary there, but I think is that hardest for Yun down at long off.
Looks like the big man.
He covers a lot of ground
quickly with 2 steps.
With 2 steps. And Yazin Valley is now on strike at 7 runs. Sorry, it is 7 runs off the first 2 deliveries and 8 off 3 now. So this is good from the 2 batsmen. They'll be looking to maximise 12-14 runs this over to make it a really good over. Bonga Mahima is finishing up his 10 overs. Relatively good from him today. Not too many runs off. A little bit of a false start there. Just making sure to see a little bit of mind games there to see what Gavin Kaplan was going to do.
Bonga Mahima's quite an experienced cricketer now. He's done his time, so
absolutely
just showing the youngster who's boss over here.
Gavin Kaplan just knocking that one down past Bonga Mahima. Can't do the fielding of his own bowling for a single. As the score moves to 223, the run rate slightly picking up there, 5.2 to the over. They'll be looking to, by the end of the 50 overs, to get that over the 6 runs per over to get that score to 300. Yazin Valley just playing. There could be 2 here if they run quick enough. They're going for it, and that's excellent running from 6-gun grill Western Province duo. 2 runs. That's an excellent shot. He knew where the field was very deep. Mo Valley showing all his experience there, and that's 2 runs.
That ball was in the circle, David. It was a very long chase for Imran Manak, I think it is, from the Oaks boundary, and he had to motor into the circle, and very good shot. Just the placement of it and the weight of it. It's very good.
That's just good from Yazin Valley. Finishes the over here with a single, and that is Bonga Mahima's 10 overs done and dusted. 1 for 61 for the big man today. Western Province will be happy with that. His return didn't cause too much damage. That's 10 overs from the big man. 226 for 4 from 43 overs. Yazin Valley 68 not out. Gavin Kaplan 25 not out. The partnership 39 unbeaten so far. 7 overs remain, 42 deliveries. You look at it, 42 deliveries, you're looking at a minimum of 290, 280, no 290. That 300 is on. The men still to come: Michlali Mpungwana, Kyle Simmons, Seppo Mareki, Bash Walters. Your man Bash Walters, who likes a good, besides for a Kuslista, he likes maybe give him an over there with the score over 300 and swing away as Aishel Kluti looks to finish up from the Kelvin Grove end. This is a big over here. He can't afford to they'll look to attack him from ball 1. Yazin Valley's on strike at the moment as the wind howls through Newlands. It might be a little bit difficult to bat in that first power play when the Rocks get into their innings. It's setting up for a beautiful match. In the context of this season, it's a massive game. As he steps, Yazin Valley steps outside leg stumps and whacks Aishel Kluti on his hamstring.
Oh, that looked painful from here.
That looked painful.
I don't know how he's going to run in the next ball.
That looked painful. That
That
was more self-preservation than anything from the young man. Yazin Vali showed his intent early doors there, stepped outside his leg stump there, looking to give himself room, probably looking to go over extra cover. There is a gap there if he can get it through the inner circle.
Just watch the run up closely, David, if he's running full tilt. And what kind of ball it is to Gavin Kaplan.
Gavin Kaplan takes strike.
Oh!
That is a terrible delivery, and he apologises. Aishil Kluti with a no ball, and it's gone down the leg side. 4 runs. That is a massive boost for 6-gun Grill Western Province. Aishil Kluti, that looked like it slipped out of his hand. That's a free hit.
That definitely slipped.
The worst possible delivery for the Paarl Rocks.
I think that blow to the leg might have, just messed with his run up a bit. It wasn't the usual steps, the usual smooth run up, and that maybe played. It's a youngster bowling, maybe played in his mind. And
Gavin Kaplan, the more attacking batsman, is on strike for the free hit. A perfect scenario for Western Province here. And he looks to hit that into the train station, but the Rocks get away with that one. Just a single down to long on, as the score moves to 233 for the loss of 4 wickets. Yazin Vali.
Surprising, David, that the Rocks coach Peter Malan has only used the 5 bowlers.
Yeah.
He hasn't mixed and matched the Rocks, especially in the T20 competition. Guys like Mikey Copeland, even Stiaan van Zyl to bowl a few overs. He's trusted his 5 frontline bowlers.
Absolutely, basically. And he's made it clear. The reverse lap from Yazin Vali, which doesn't go too far. Not his natural game. Looking to create something out of nothing, really. I think Yazin Vali just needs to play regular cricket shots here, leave the attacking shots up to the likes of Kaplan and Pungwana, Simmons. He's got a job to do, Vali. He needs to see this through.
David, I played cricket at school with Yazin Vali. I think that's the first time ever I've seen him play a reverse sweep.
Not
very
his
out of
natural
character.
game. Not his natural game, but Aishil Kluti, a little good comeback here, a good couple of deliveries from the young man. Gavin Kaplan just knocking this. Will they go for the second run here? It's on. No, it's not on. Imran Manak doing the job there in the field. But yeah, it looks like Farisko Adams and Hardus Viljoen are going to finish off. They've got 3 overs each. Takes it up to 50 overs. Peter Malan knew that he's going to get his overs done from his younger men, and he's going to bring his experienced bowlers to finish off the innings here.
And his 2 experienced bowlers has really carried the attack today. They've bowled well. Viljoen just went for 26 runs. The Iceman for Farisko Adams, specialist death bowler, only for 28 runs, 2 wickets so far. Ooh.
Mo Vali with the heave-ho, and that's actually gone for a 4.
That's more like it from him.
That's more like it from Yazin Vali. That's an important boundary there in the context of this over, taking advantage of this over. Yazin Vali moves to 75, Gavin Kaplan 31, and this that went for 4 has meant that it's an expensive over. And that's a full toss outside off stump as well, and
almost another no ball.
Almost another ball, no ball for height, but Yazin Vali let him get away with that, and just the single as we reach 240 for 4 at the end of the 44th over. Vali 76 not out, Gavin Kaplan 31 not out.
I think with 6 overs left, David, I think even for someone like Yazin Vali, who was happy previously just to push the singles, rotate the strike, I think it might be a point where both batsmen just need to go. There is still 2 fairly big hitters in the hat for Western Province. 6 overs remaining. David, you think both batters should just, go for it?
I still believe that Yazin Vali needs to take it deep. He needs to bat through this innings. He has the ability to hit the boundary ball, as we saw in the previous over. But Gavin Kaplan needs to go big now. He's got some protection. He's got some Mekhlali Mpungwana, Kyle Simmons still in the hut. That's batting power. But I still feel that Yazin Vali needs to bat through. He can play a couple of. He's got his third man up here as Hardus Viljoen sets his field. Third man up, fine leg on the boundary, square man in traditional square leg boundary What else do we have here? There's some protection on the offside on the cover boundary. Deep extra cover as Viljoen just tweaks a couple of fielders.
I think he wants his best fielders on the boundary.
Valentine Katimi, who's done a brilliant job in the field for the Rocks today, is positioned in the couple of short balls here to Valley and to Kaplan. Expected holders for Viljoen can fire it in.
I think just with the field, it has to be straight, David. It has to be a straight ball on the stumps. There we go.
Oh. That's almost caught and bowled. How does Viljoen almost caught and bowled, and then there's almost a run out at the bowler's end. Yazin Valley just not picking up the pace there. Change of pace. He hasn't had that kind of pace so far yet. So just struggling there with the pace, not picking it up.
I think it actually might have been a slower ball, David. I think maybe Valley was expecting a faster, quicker ball. But with all the fields out on the leg side, I think what I is going to do this over is to take pace off the ball, because any pace on the ball and any deflection, it will go for 4 with the third man up and point in the ring. So I think it's going to be straight, slower balls, and even if he doesn't hit the Yorker length, he has protection with mid-wicket, long on, and square leg out on the boundary.
And the reality is, Western Province need to be scoring 10 to 12 runs and over here till the end. There's 2 runs in it. Gavin Kaplan setting off very quickly, and they're going for the 2. The throw comes in at the bowler's end, but Mo Valley makes it home safely. That's good running from the Western Province duo as the partnership nears the 50-run mark.
It's over 50.
It's over 50.
Yeah. 53, 56 now.
56, the partnership currently.
I would say thank you to James King, our scoring our statistician. But yeah, a very good partnership. Just what Western Province needed at the time. Daniel Smith would have been disappointed, like you said. But Gavin Kaplan has played a brilliant inning so far.
As there another note 2 on offer this time round, as Gavin Kaplan just knocks it for a single. He moves on to 34. Kaplan's on 30. As Houders Viljoen doing the job here for his captain, not going for any boundaries so far.
Oh,
that's a slow delivery that I think that was quickly identified by Yazin Valley, although he was positioned in that shot early doors.
I think he was looking for the gap between extra cover and mid-off.
Yeah.
That is one of his favourite shots, not the reverse sweep.
Yeah.
He's at his best where he just stands still and plays proper cricket shots.
Yeah.
I think that's... And he times the ball and not try and overheat it. I think that's Yazin Valley's game in a nutshell.
Absolutely. As hard as for Viljoen into his 8th over. That's the short delivery. Vintage Houders Viljoen just beats him for pace there. He's got the third man up, so it was a little bit of a risky delivery. Yeah. I think that's what Gavin Kaplan was looking to do. He noticed that third man was up. Going to try and play it over that man, use the pace of the delivery, but the pace just beat him, and it's a crucial dot ball for the Rocks.
I think Kaplan would actually be disappointed. Any type of bat on that delivery, then that's a boundary.
Absolutely.
So Kaplan would be disappointed that he never got at least some bat on it. Oh, there we go.
Gavin Kaplan, that's gone big. Has it gone the maximum? It has indeed. A drop catch in the crowd on the Oaks Grass embankment. But that is a fantastic way to end the over from Gavin Kaplan. 250 up for 6-gun Grill Western Province. It's come off 279 deliveries, including 22 4s, 2 6s. Gavin Kaplan moves to 36 not out. Yazin Valley 77 on out. 5 overs to remain. 30 deliveries. The score 251 for 4. 300 is on as we welcome back James King, who didn't get too much of a break, but he'll be seeing out the end of the innings with Nazri Alexander. We will see. I will see you later.
Thank you, David. Yeah, like you said, 251 for 4, 5 overs remaining. I think Western Province would be targeting minimum 10 runs over to get up to that 300 run mark. Yeah, James, as we see the Iceman, death bowling specialist for Risco Adams back into the deck.
Yes.
At the time he usually comes on.
Indeed, and he has 3 overs left, and they will all be coming from the Kelvin Grove end. He'll be bowling out his last 3 to take the 46th, 48th and 50th overs. And his captain will be looking to him to use his golden arm to take another wicket on the first ball of a spell. That's beautifully played into the cover region. They're going to turn for 2, which is possible because it is overrun a bit by Valentine Kitima in the deep, and he has to pick it up with his left hand, transfer to his right hand, and throw it in. And they go through for another 2. Running has been absolutely superb from these two, as 6-gun Grill Western Province moves to 253 in the 46th over. 300 definitely on the cards here if these two stay in, and that is sliced over the man at backward point. They're going to take another 2 as Kitima comes around from cover on the boundary and fields. Another 2 good runs again from these two as Yasin Valley moves into the 80s. I think he's on 82 actually.
Yeah. I think he could be eyeing a very good finish from Yasin Valley.
Let's hope so.
He doesn't have a list A.
No, he doesn't. 96 is highest score in list A, and if he could get to that 100 today and get his team over the line, it will be a fantastic achievement. Adams away from us, and that's beautifully played again into the deep, but Manak is aware of that, comes in quickly from his position on the deep mid-wicket boundary, dropping his sunglasses, extra cap, and he's got 2 pairs of sunglasses. He's got the bowler's cap and sunglasses on his hat as well, so they all were falling all over the place as he came in. Partnership 69 between these two. Nasri, it's been some really good cricket here from these 2 batters so far.
It's been brilliant cricket. I think the match awareness has been excellent. Especially Gavin Kaplan to come in and up the ante like he has.
Oh, that is well played. Perhaps hoping to hit it a little bit squarer than that, but straight down the ground for another single.
I think Verisco Adams also showing all his experience of bowling in these situations.
He followed the batter there, didn't he?
Followed the batter, taking pace off the ball. He has all the tricks in the book. Every trick that the fast Yorker, the slower ball Yorker, the slower ball bouncer, and that is something you're going to see in the next 2.2 overs from Verisco Adams, from the Calvin Grovin.
Yeah, we look forward to interesting battle between bat and ball. That's played beautifully down to the leg side. The man at 45 manages to come across and field it. Yasin Valley gets back for the 2, and that is outstanding running. So some interesting cricket all round there, Nasri. Wow, all action. You saw on the feed that Valley went right over to the offside.
And it did it quite early.
Yeah, it did go early. Showed the wickets early. And the man at 45 in the circle, who is that down there? I'm just trying to see. I think that is Copeland, yes. Managed to stop that from going down to the boundary. Managed to get through for 2. I think that's they've hit 3 2s in this over, and already plus a couple of singles, and that's mowed into the. That's appropriate. Yeah, mowed it into the leg side to the man at deep mid wicket, Imran Manak, who manages now to give the cap and sunglasses back to Verisco Adams. You know, that has a bit of turf still left on them from when he dropped them earlier on as he ran in.
I just saw Yasin Valley on his haunches. He's run quite a lot.
He's run a lot.
It looks like this innings has taken a lot out of him. He has been in good touch.
He's looked outstanding. I mean, best. I've seen a few innings from him this season. This to me certainly the standout innings from him. He saved his best for last, it seems, this season.
So the last home game that they played, he got himself in. I think he got 50, and then he got out with a really poor shot in the run chase, and he was the senior man at the time. He would have been disappointed, and nice to see today that he has kicked on.
That's a nasty one from Viljoen. It's a no ball. It's a full toss, and it's played by Valley down to the 3rd man boundary for 4. So he'll take that 4.
That's actually very well played,
and it was incredibly well played because it followed him. It looked like it could have taken his head off the short man.
It looks like, imagine 140 clicks coming straight to your head.
That is nasty. That's really nasty.
To get back to it, he's done really well just to get back to that.
And that takes him up to 90 I think with that shot, we just trying to get his updated score. Scoreboard says 89, but we believe that should be 90. That he gets those runs, and he's got a free hit, and he plays that. Unfortunately for him, into the covers, and Copeland does the fielding. He nearly got that full toss through the offside, but he moves on to 91 at the moment. Is it 90 or 91 that Valley goes to now? And the scoreboard is 1 run behind. The official score, we believe, is 91 for Mo Valley now.
I hope it's not out to 99, James.
And
it's actually on 100.
5 runs away. Yeah, let's hope it doesn't work like that. We won't know there, will we? Until the official final scorecard comes through.
That would be a travesty.
Yeah, it is. I mean, today would be the day, the right day for him to get his first ever List A 100. He deserves it.
We were waiting for Temple Bavuma's second Test century today, and it was so tragic earlier.
It was, yes. That was really
in the Test match.
Really
we don't need another one today.
No, we don't. No, definitely not. Kaplan on strike, plays that well. I don't think they're going to get 2 there, though. No, Katima comes in quickly. That isn't Katima. Sorry, that's. It's 5 men outside the circle allowed in the last 10 overs, and 6 Gun Grill Western Province with 3 overs and 4 balls to go. 267 already, 1 run past that score they scored against the Knights. And that is into the deep. They're going to take 2 here. This will definitely be. In fact, it's going to go for 4. Oh my goodness, Eshel Kluter overruns it as he's going to pick up the ball, and that is another boundary for 6 Gun Grill Western Province as Kluter overruns that ball, and that takes Valley up to 95. We believe it's on 95, scoreboard says 94. He's now 1 run away from his highest ever score in List A cricket.
Just looking at the Oaks, there's a big contingent of Valley as family and supporters just under the Oaks scoreboard. They were all on their feet with that boundary.
They are going to go wild if he gets these runs. That's a wide down the leg side from Viljoen. It's all going wrong for the Rocks here. Gbets Rocks are really, really struggling to keep the run rate under control as Mo Valley is playing for his life here. One of the best innings that he's ever played for 6 Gun Grill Western Province, and the Valley family waiting in anticipation as we all are. Oh my goodness, that one outside the off stump, and can't get a bat on it. Good delivery from Viljoen, and I think, danger of playing on there. So
I think besides the no ball, James, that actually went to the boundary.
Yes.
That cost 5 runs for 1 ball. It's actually been a good over.
It hasn't been a bad over, you're right.
He's bowled to the field with everybody out on the leg side. He's changed up his pace, bowled straight, which is important.
He has. Unlucky that Kluter missed that one.
Exactly,
it should have been regulation fielding for the youngster. But the interesting, he's got these 2 men backward of square on the offside, and that's just bunted into his pad. I think that is actually a run for him. Or is it going to be signal leg by? No, he did get a bat on it. Sounded like wood from here into the pad, and that takes him up to I think 96. Is highest. He's 1 run away now from his highest List A score, and 4 runs away, we believe, from his first ever List A century.
I think with his family and friends in the ground, it would be a fantastic milestone at this stage in his career.
Yeah, a man
nice,
who is
decent crowd in also.
Absolutely, nice big crowd in. Well, that was to be expected. Gavin Kaplan moving across his stumps. Harris Viljoen just putting that one in nice and full, and leg stump doing a Simone Biles there. Off stump doing a Simone Biles out of the ground and cartwheeling down towards us at the Kelvin Grove end. The good innings comes to an end from Gavin Kaplan. He scored 38 off 26 balls with really 2 fours, 2 sixes, only 8 dot balls, only there for 45 minutes. There was an outstanding partnership of 86 between him and Valley. The score 273 now for the loss of 5 at the end of that hardest Viljoen over.
It was actually a good reward for hardest Viljoen.
Yeah.
Like we said, besides the no ball, he actually did well in that over. But what a knock from Kevin Kaplan.
Fantastic,
It just showed the Western Province coaching staff that he can come in at the back end of the innings. It was an excellent finishing role. Basically, although there is 3 overs left.
Yes, but still, yeah.
He done a job excellently.
He has.
38 of just 26 balls. It was just what was required at the time. And that's what players must realize, you need to do what is required from the team at any particular point. And that makes you an all-round player.
Exactly. And, he ran incredibly well. I mean, feature of the partnership between him and Mo Valley was the running. Contributed incredibly to that. And has taken 6 Gun Grill Western Province to within sight of that 300 mark. 3 overs to go, 27 runs to get to that 300, and it is a Valley on strike. It's Frisco Adams bowling to him, and that's played through the offside. They're only going to get the single, and that takes him on the scoreboard to 96. On our scorecard we have him on 97, and so he has in fact now gone beyond his highest ever List A score of 96, and it will be and is a career best for Mo Valley.
I'm just looking over at the scorers, James.
Yeah.
There's a bit of nervousness. They do not want him to get out in the 90s.
No, we don't want him to get out in the 90s. Definitely not. We really would be. It would be a privilege to witness this campaign, and that's beautifully played by Mpongwana. Nearly beats the man at the backward point position. I think that is it's Ashul Kluter. I think that is there at backward point, and he fields well as Mpongwana plays that very nicely into the offside. Frisco Adams is into his 9th over. He will bowl this and one more, and hardest Viljoen having the last over from the Weinberg end. There are 16 legal deliveries left in the innings. It's Valley on strike, and that is a short bouncer from Adams. He just bunts it out into the leg side, and is fielded on the boundary by Captain Peter Milan.
I'm just looking over to the Oaks, James.
Yes.
Just catching my eye because Yasin Valley's father is pacing.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure he is. Okay.
We'll just let you know that his father, Kasim Valley, was a very good sportsman, cricketer, and soccer player back in his day. And
Fantastic.
he has a Western Province shirt on, and he's pacing up and down. He just can't sit still.
I'm sure he can't.
If your son is playing at Newlands, I mean, I'm sure it's a big thing.
And on the verge of getting what would be his first ever List A century. Adams into Mpongwana, and he plays this out to the man deep on the boundary. It's Captain Milan who is patrolling the deep mid-wicket area, and Mpongwana hit that beautifully, but straight to the fielder.
Another one, Michael Mpongwana, very good batting form.
Yes.
James, he's just come in, and it seems like he's just hitting the middle of the bat. He's growing in confidence every game he plays.
Absolutely. I mean, that really good 61 and not out that he scored a few weeks ago.
In a winning cause.
In a winning cause, yes, where he and Daniel Smith contributed to get them over the line. This is played down to the man deep here at long on. That is Imran Manak. And Valley can't get it through into the gap for a boundary. He moves to 98, 99. We have 99.
Another very good over from Frisco Adams.
Yeah, it is a good over, and one ball left.
5 singles only. Bowling to his field, he has fine leg, square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, everybody out on the leg side. So he has to bowl straight. He has to take pace off the ball, because any pace can go down to third man. Any deflection. Yeah. So pace off the ball and straight would be the aim.
And last ball of this is 9th over, and Mpongwana plays that one into the deep. And he takes the single. Valley looking for 2 so he can keep the strike or get onto strike, but he's not going to manage that. Mpongwana trying for a big shot there, but able to get only down to the man at 45 on the leg side, and he takes the one total now 279.
Our fellow commentator
Nasri's keeping an eye open on the family under the Oaks. It is not going to be Mo Valley on strike.
Yeah.
It is going to be Mpongwana on strike. But there will be an opportunity for Valley to get to his 100.
Our fellow commentator took a walk to the...
Yes, I'm sure he did.
He has the camera ready for the family photos and the celebration.
I think you're right. David is there. David Brooke is there with the Valley family. And we are hoping...
it's waiting for the celebration.
Yes,
it's going to be on all the Western Province social media pages, I'm sure.
Will most definitely, should it happen. And that is a really poor ball from Viljoen, and Mpongwana, as fellow commentator Nasri Alexander has been saying, has been hitting the ball well since he'd come in, and that short ball was dispatched with disdain down to the deep backward square boundary for 4. 283. 11 balls left in the innings. 300 looks a distinct possibility.
Very good shot from Mokhlali Mpongwana. It's not easy, James, just to come in and start finding the middle.
Not at all. And this youngster's really impressed me.
He's coming with all the confidence in the world of a young man. He's out of this Viljoen experienced bowler, he's showing no fear to the fast bowler.
And that is played into the offside for a single. Down to the man deep on the cover ground. That's Imran Manak, and that brings Yasin Valley, Mo Valley onto strike, and he needs, we believe it's only a single to get to his 100. The scoreboard says he needs 2, and the crowd, the family is animated in the crowd as they wait for this. It is Mpongwana who's coming down to talk to him, just gives him a fist bump. Is this the moment? Is this the moment?
His mom and dad are on the feet, James. They're anticipating.
It's. He plays that into the leg side. Are they going to turn for 2? Yes, they will. He's turning for 2, and the fielder misfields, and he's going to get to his first ever List A 100. Yasin Muhammad Valley, take a bow, young man. That is an incredible performance from the 6-gun grill Western Province batter, and he gets embraced by his fellow player Mpongwana. His family in the crowd are going absolutely ballistic, and Nasri Alexander next to me cannot take the smile off his face. It's going to be there for the rest of today. Tell me, Nasri, what does it mean?
What a moment. I think it's not just his family, it's going to be on all the social media pages, all the WhatsApp groups in the community of Craven B. He's a very popular figure, you know.
Yes.
He was the first professional cricketer, I believe, from that area. I think the school, as soon as the school holidays are done, they're going to have a memorial or something.
I think so. Craven B Secondary School. We'll put a picture up. Yeah, we'll put a picture up.
It was not on there already.
Definitely.
He's a very popular figure.
Yeah, I'm sure. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. And what a moment for this young man. As he plays this one straight back to the bowler. Take nothing away from this performance. He has come in with the side not in a position perhaps where they could get to 300, and he's taken them up to that figure. What an incredible performance.
It's been a brilliant innings. We were saying earlier, we were speaking about his running between the wickets. He must be so tired, he must be so drained, but that fitness and conditioning from the whole season, you know, comes into fruition right now.
Viljoen towards us, and that's another no ball down the leg side, and that slips again. That's the second one. And
I think he's out of the attack now.
That is interesting now to see what they're going to do. Valley on his haunches there, that again nearly took his head off, and they are actually not sure what they're asking for now. Does he have to come out of the attack? I think he does.
I think 2 over the waist.
I think 2 over the waist, and the umpires are conferring. Hardus Viljoen will not. I don't think he's going to be allowed to continue with his over. He has to go off the field, and that is exactly what's happening.
We were saying earlier,
gone off the field.
We were saying earlier that Peter Malan has only used the 5 bowlers, so someone completely new that hasn't bowled this whole innings has to complete over.
Stean van Zyl is going to bowl 2 balls that are left in Viljoen's stand Nasri Alexander calling that one 100% correctly. 2 deliveries over full tosses aimed at the head, pretty much, of Yasin Valley.
I think Yasin Valley would be actually disappointed that he just never got
on it. Yeah.
some bat to it like the previous one where that went past the keeper. I just think he's happy just to be out there because it's not 2 that was aimed to his head. You know?
No, exactly. I mean, that could have been really nasty at that kind of pace. Very, very difficult. And so another twist in the tail here as we have 8 balls left in the innings. 8 legal deliveries. This is a free hit that he has off Stiaan van Zyl, and he plays that one. Is that going out of the ground, or is that going to be caught? But they can turn because it was a free hit, and they have turned for 2. Well connected by Mo Valley, but straight down the throat of the man running around from deep mid-wicket. Actually took the catch well.
Oh, that's a good catch. I think it's the captain down there, Peter Malan, positioning himself on the boundary.
Right. Indeed, it was the captain, and that's played. I think he's going to be out now. He is indeed, and Mo Valley's innings comes to an end as he plays that one straight down to the man at long off. But what an innings that was. The last ball of the 49th over, every single player in the Gbets Rocks team is coming across to congratulate Mo Valley. They all know, being brothers in arms over the years in this Western Cape team, caught by Copeland on the boundary, and Valley goes for an incredibly well played 102, and he is caught by Copeland, bowled Stiaan van Zyl, who came on for 2 deliveries and took a wicket with his second delivery after Hardisvillian was removed from the attack. And we 1 over left, and Western Province are 289 for the loss of 6 as Kyle Simmons comes to the crease. What an innings we witnessed here today from Mo Valley.
Brilliant innings. I think that must be such a relief from his shoulders that at this stage of his career, James, to get that 3-finger mark in 50 over cricket. You know?
Yes.
But yeah, I think the question now is, will Western Province get to that 300 mark? Still 11 runs to go, 289. I think just from a psychological point of view, once the Rocks chase, it's different if you're saying we need 290 instead of 301.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Just that small psychological, mark that's in your mind. So it's going to be interesting now. Kyle Simmons will be on strike, the new batter. It's going to be an opportunity for Frisco Adams maybe to get some dots or just singles that he can concede in this final over.
So it is going to be Kyle Simmons that is going to be on strike as the batsman crossed. And just a note there that the new rule about batters crossing only comes in from the 1st of October 2022. So
the Indian Premier League has it already.
Do they?
So, yeah.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
They've just decided that.
And that was also in play in the 100 under playing conditions, wasn't it? So, but in all other cricket playing conditions, it is not yet enforced, and that is a full toss to Simmons, and he just plays it down the ground. I think he did the right thing there in getting Mpongwana on strike. Mpongwana has been hitting the ball well. Simmons takes a single, 290, 5 balls left. Can 6-gun grill Western Province get to the 300 mark
I think
in this?
Michael Mpongwana is eyeing the railway side here.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. It's men deep on the boundary. There are 3 men on the boundary on the leg side, square leg, deep mid-wicket, a deep long on. There are 2 men on the off side, a long off and a man at deep cover. Man at deep cover, got the sun in his eyes. Where will this ball be? And he's played that one. He's going to be caught on the edge of the circle, and he is caught on the edge of the circle. Ruan to Blanche takes the catch. Ball in the sun for him, but that's an easy catch for him, and Mpongwana must go. 3rd wicket for Frisco Adams. The batters did cross, so Simmons will take strike, and it will be, it is Mpongwana who got 8 runs off 6 balls. He did his job in terms of getting as many as he could of as few balls as possible. towards the back end of the innings. 4 balls left. It looks like 300 may not be possible. And
I think Carl Simmons is key here.
he is.
I think he needs to take the 3 out of the 4 balls at least, and try and swing as hard as he can. But yeah, I think the Rocks have actually done well through all the 100 and the milestones. The Rocks have actually finished the innings well. Verisco Adams, especially from the Calvin Grove end, has really nailed the slower balls and Yorkers, and even that wicket, it was a slower ball, and Pogwan was through the shot, and he just scooped it to extra cover. So the Rocks have done excellently in the final 5 overs, and Verisco Adams once again just showing what a good specialist death bowler he is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very underrated.
Got 3 wickets now for Adams. Has been really the pick of the bowlers from a Gbets Rocks aspect, and he's coming in now for his 3rd ball, his last over, to Carl Simmons. Simmons is playing that straight down the ground. He'll be looking for 2, and he's going to get them. Bashir Walters, the new batter, coming back for 2, and Simmons gets there, and quite easily in the end, as it's fielded in front of us here by Manak, who's at long off for the left-hander. They've just switched around now with Peter Malan coming in front of us here on the boundary.
I think Bash Walters showing some young legs there
to
come back for 2.
Been very warming up for his bowling later.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to be warm, nice and fresh when he comes on to bowl later.
It's, Adams into Simmons again. That's a good delivery. That's beautifully played down the ground. That's gone, has it all the way? It has indeed, into the advertising hoardings in front of us, and that's exactly what you were talking about, Nasri. Got the opportunity to really open up his arms. That was in the slot, and not a great delivery from Verisco Adams, but you have to still play them, and he did.
It was a slower ball. I think Carl Simmons actually read it out of the hand. He picked it, stood still, never went early into the shot, kept his shape, which is important, and even more important than that, he hit it straight.
He did hit it straight. And that one is, again, this is played though directly to the man at deep mid-wicket, and that is Ruan to Blanche, and takes the catch, and that is Simmons gone for a well-played 9, and with I'm sure very few deliveries, probably about 4 deliveries that he got there. In fact, it was 4 balls for his 9. 3 scoring shots, pretty much, and the only dot was the one he was out on, and so he gets 9 and 1 ball left. 298 for the loss of 8 is the Western Province team. To Blanche takes another catch and another wicket for Verisco Adams. Same combination that took the wicket of Mpongwana earlier on in the piece. Seppo Moreki comes to the wicket.
He's going to do some running.
He will be doing one ball of running for him.
If you can run a 2, it takes him up to the 300 mark. So that's a special milestone.
So it looks like there may be a round figure of like 300 that the Gbets Rocks will be chasing.
Let's see what Bash Walters can do. He's going to swing, and he's going to swing hard.
He is going to swing and swing hard. Last ball of the innings. Verisco Adams in to Bashir Walters, and he bunts it out into the offside. And they're going to return back for 2, and I think they're going to make it. In fact, they do, and they get to the 300 mark, as was the one that was targeted. So the Rocks are going to need 301 to win this match, and that could be enough for 6 Gun Grill Western Province. We'll wait and see. That is a tough target for anybody batting second in Newlands. 300 off 312 balls, exactly 50 overs, exactly 6 runs and over. Walters gets 2 off the only ball that he faced, and the 6 Gun Grill Western Province finish this innings on around 300. The young KFC cricketers run onto the field trying to get some signatures from their heroes.
Great to see,
it is lovely to see these youngsters having fun and enjoying the time out there. And this has been a really interesting and exciting innings from the 6 Gun Grill Western Province. It has been punctuated by the first ever one-day 100 by veteran, one must say veteran.
He's a veteran now.
Mo
I don't
Valley.
think he will like you saying that.
No, he wouldn't like me saying that. But in his in what is, I think he's played many games, List A matches. We just look at his figures. It's 110th List A match. He gets his first century, and what a moment it was for him and for his family in the crowd here. So wonderful to have people back at Six Gun Grill Newlands. Good crowd in here for a Friday night, and not warm weather.
Special Friday night in June, not warm weather. Although it might look like the sun is baking, it is a bit chilly. There's a bit of a cloud on the, just grazing over the mountain.
Cloud on the mountain,
Early April, just April. It's a bit of a winter's evening. It was a bit of a winter's day. That chill in the air.
Definitely, definitely.
But as long as it's cricket at Newlands, we don't care.
And,
as long as they're playing.
It's been an absolute privilege to bring you this first innings in this match, and it's all to play for the Gbets Rocks as they chase down 301 to give them another opportunity potentially to get to the final of this competition. Welcome back to Six Gun Grill Newlands for the start of the Gbets Rocks innings, and it is Kyle Simmons who started off for Six Gun Grill Western Province, bowling from the Wynberg end. And here with me in the commentary box is Western Province women's coach Claire Blanche. It's an absolute privilege to have you with us here, Claire, on this really auspicious occasion, the women's team having just taken a lap of honour around the field here at the beautiful Six Gun Grill Newlands Stadium, and well-deserved applause from what is been a lovely crowd in here today for the team, having won the T20 competition and come second in the 50-over competition this year. You must be incredibly proud of the team.
I know, very proud, and thanks, James, for having me. Something very special that happened today was that little lap of honour around the field today. The crowd really got involved and the music was perfect. Fantastic. It's been such a privilege to see how the women's game has evolved over the years, and particularly how Western Province have been in the forefront of the teams in the women's competition for a number of years now, and really great to see them getting the accolades from the crowd. So great to see a crowd in here at Six Gun Grill Newlands. So congratulations to you and the team, and to Leah Jones, captain. I think the first season as captain.
First season as captain, yeah, very first season. 19 years old.
Yeah, incredible. Taking over from Alexis Le Breton, who's been the captain for many years.
Yeah.
Really great to have that, and is this the just in terms of the team and winning the T20 competition? Is that the first time that they've actually won the competition?
No, so it's the second time while I've been here that we've won the competition. At least the second time in a row before the lockdown hit. Right. So the girls have really done really well to just get that accolade under the belt again for that T20.
Yeah. And without your Momentum Proteas players as well in the team?
Yeah, you know, it's always a good indicator of what the pipeline looks like and what your younger players are capable of doing, given the opportunity when your national players are gone. I mean, 5 of them sitting in New Zealand while they're on their way back now, unfortunately.
Yes.
But kudos to them for doing so well at the World Cup as well.
Yeah, fantastic performance at the World Cup with Laura Wolfart doing incredibly well, homegrown Western Province women's player, at the top of the charts there, and now number 1 batter in the ODIs. And we'll switch our attention back to this game shortly, but just chatting at the moment with Claire Blanche, who's the coach of the Western Province women's team here, based here in Cape Town, and have done incredibly well this season. You have a number of, as you say, the number of the Proteas players that have not been here, and you've had youngsters really stepping up to the plate then to take on that mantle from them.
So yeah, definitely. So especially, I will mention Leah Jones again within the captaincy space. With our usual standing captain Andrew Steyn also going over to New Zealand, Leah Jones stepped in. She used to be the 19 captain for Western Province. Alexis Le Breton taking a break, and Leah just stepping into those shoes and really just doing an absolutely amazing job.
It's really wonderful to see. It was very good. Watched Leah at the Women's Super League at the end of the middle of last season. Playing there in the Super League, then I think 17 or 18-year-old at that particular time. So very good to see her playing at that level, not just the provincial level, and now with her being the captain, that really, really good to see the youngsters coming through. And there are quite a few young players in the women's cricket.
Yes, there's very much so. We've got Kayla Reyneke, who's 16, Sinaleta Yasso, who's also 16. Christine Tomlinson, same age as Leah Jones, they've just turned 20. So a lot of youngsters within our space. I think our average age would be around about 21, to be honest.
Right. And that, so the youthfulness of the squad boding well for the future.
Definitely. As I say, Western Province, we always speak about how strong our pipeline is, and I just think during this season especially, I think within the senior space, we've really shown that our pipeline does go nice and deep, and is actually quite strong.
And in the Western Province, just so that our listeners, viewers can get a view of how cricket, women's cricket is set up in the Western Province. Are there a lot more schools coming through now in terms of playing women's cricket?
So we've actually just recently had Under 13 Festival. We finished up with that yesterday, and we had a record number of entries. So I think even post-lockdown, no sport being played, to have that come about is actually quite amazing. So to me, it bodes well for the future. Within our school space, we've got girls playing at high school and at primary school. And then into the club space, you've got 8 in the Premier League and then 2 other leagues below. We've got about 10 teams in each of those leagues.
Oh, that's really good. So the development is happening thick and fast from that point of view. I remember many years ago when my son was playing at under 10 level, and that where the girls were playing with the boys at that level. It's good that they perhaps do that early on in their careers. Laura Wolford was actually one of those playing in that particular team and at the club, and then to have their own place then now to play the women's cricket is really good to see.
No, definitely. We still have a couple of schools that you'll find the girls playing in the boys' teams, which is 100% okay. It's that transition over into hardball cricket. And if they're good enough to play with the boys, by all means, allow them to play with the boys. So all a transition from KFC mini cricket into that hardball game.
Yes. Yeah. And at the younger age, the gap isn't that large. It's only once the boys are starting to reach more maturity that in fact the gap, well, certainly that was my experience, is that the gap, you start to see the gap happen there. And that's good, because then the women, on the women's side, the girls can move into the women's cricket, and they've got that experience at that other level. As we see here on Carl Simmons continuing, total after 2 overs, 11 without loss for the Gbets Rocks, chasing 301 to win, which would be, Claire, a record chase in List A cricket at 6 Gungrel Newlands. Highest chase before this, 288 for 5. So it is going to require a huge effort from the Gbets Rocks to get to that total, setting up what could be a very interesting last day on Sunday. We'll talk a bit more about that now. But and you must be immensely proud of the achievements of the ladies that are in New Zealand. I mean, you've been with the team for a number of years and know those players incredibly well.
No, definitely it's an immensely proud moment for each and every one of those players that are up there. I mean, not to mention Laura Goodall, who really stepped up against India at that number 3 position that they have been struggling with. When she put her hand up, and it would have been great to see her get a 50, but she did the hard yards to get that partnership going with Laura Wolford. And I mean, as we've mentioned Wolford already, number 1 in the world on the batting list. And I mean, I think it's only to consistently get, and I think that's the next goal for her to do that. But overall, really, really great to see them reach the semis.
Yes, it was, and well deserved getting to the semis. I mean, we won't talk about the semi-final performance. Came up against a very strong England team, and England on the ascendancy after having lost their first 3 matches. South Africa having really given us all a few palpitations in most of their matches, winning them. But a really fantastic performance, ending second, which had been their current position on the ICC women's ODI rankings. And great to see what a lot of us who've been watching the women's cricket for a little while at national level regard as being as really quite a golden era in women's cricket.
Yeah, and I definitely think that it was one of those where you were always on the edge of your seat, but at the end of that, it was brilliant to see the character shown by the South African ladies. I think that they really did well. They showed that character all the way, obviously, to the last ball of the match.
Yes.
And it kind of happens in cricket. If you don't score runs, you can't win games.
Yes.
So at the end of the day, unlucky to happen in the semi-finals, but that build-up into the semi-final was absolutely fantastic. It was kind of must-watch cricket, you know.
Yes. Absolutely. They had us on the edge of our seats right up until the final ball in a lot of the games, or almost the final over. And great to see the senior players coming to the fore. Marizanne Kapi, just incredible player, all-round player. Aibonga Kaka, who consistently been outstanding from a bowling point of view. Pity that Masabata class did get injured, but coming back and doing exceptionally well. And some of the senior players really putting their hand up. Mignon in that game against India, putting her hand up there and taking the team through. So a great all-round was an outstanding performance. I personally a little bit. I understand, but personally a little bit sad that Sinala didn't get a chance to keep in the tournament. I know she moved to the Western Cape a couple of seasons ago. A fantastic asset for you, I'm sure, in the team here.
Yeah, no, definitely. Especially the way she kind of, especially with the bat, where she kind of gets different areas around the field where normally batters don't really kind of hit those angles too much, where she hits them quite consistently. Would have been nice to see her taking the gloves in a couple of games, but Trisha Chetty was really doing well behind the stump. She was getting runs there at number 8. So, I mean, difficult for Sinala to actually be given a chance, considering Trish did so well.
Yes. And she's still young enough to be able to play in the next couple of World Cups, hopefully. Trisha getting towards the end of her career now, probably her last World Cup, one would think. And so good. I mean, Sinala, I know just in the experience I've had with the Pakistan tour, I was able to cover a couple of years ago, is that Sinala then just really a great asset to the team and in the dressing room. And also coming into the Western Province, have you noticed that as well?
Yeah, very much lively, banter, joker, but when the job's got to get done, then the job gets done. You know, beautiful shot there.
That is a fantastic shot on the up over the bowler's head by Peter Malan. Sorry, by Sian van Sail. I do apologise, and he has been in outstanding form for the Gbets Rocks this tournament. Really played that beautifully on the up over Tepo Moreki's head, and the Rocks in pursuit of this substantial 300 for 8 from the 6-gun grill. Western Province are 19 without loss towards the end of the 4th over. We are chatting to Claire Blanche, the coach of the Western Province women's team, who have recently concluded their season with a win in the T20 Challenge and second place in the 50-over tournament, coming second only to a very strong Northwest team who've dominated women's cricket really for a while. I mean, Western Province is always there or thereabouts. Northwest have got a very strong team and have done for a number of years.
Yeah, I think they tend to be just a little bit more consistent within the 50-over space. I do think that at the second half of the season we were actually lying in 4th position.
Okay.
You know, battling to not end up 6th, and for us to end up 2nd at the end of the day, for me, was something very special as well. But Northwest it's always a tough game.
Yes.
There's always chirping going on between the two teams, if I put it nicely. But at the end of the day, it's one of those games it will always be a fight to the end.
Yes. Yeah, certainly very good and good experience. I mean, from the experienced players, quite a few experienced players in that Northwest team. They've built that over the years. As we see a change of bowling here, it is Bashir Walters who's coming in from the Wynberg end at what is a blustery Newlands this afternoon. Pretty cold out there. It is going to be for the players. I think all of them pretty much sporting their sleeveless jerseys as the wind is coming through and the lights are starting to come on. The cloud moving rapidly over the mountains to our right hand side. such a beautiful venue to play cricket, and that is a glorious shot from Ruan to Blanche. Stand and deliver, ball outside the off stump, angling away from him, and he gives the fielders no chance at all, as that is played beautifully through the offside. Unlikely to see a better shot than that played today here at Newlands. So Claire, you've also done some work yourself with Supersport for the women's series, the West Indies when they came out here, and also I think it was the Pakistan tour.
Yeah, the Pakistan tour,
which was really lovely to see there in Kingsmead, and really great to see you on air there
Awesome,
and listen to you, which was really wonderful. And so it is a privilege to have you here in the commentary box with us here. It's always good to get the insights into what's happening behind the scenes. How was that experience for you?
Oh, it was fantastic. Pakistan series was my first stint behind the mic.
Yeah.
You know, but again, it's all about the cricket. So it was just from a different point of view. I wasn't so stressed because it wasn't about coaching. So that was fantastic. And then coming to the West Indies series obviously was a little bit easier.
Yes.
Knowing what to expect and kind of how to do things. So really enjoyed that experience.
Wonderful. I mean, you know what is so good about having people who are close to the cricket and close to the players and what's happening is, as you say, you can just talk about the cricket, which is really what the privilege of being able to chat about it and give those insights and understanding about what's happening really was wonderful in 2019 when the Pakistan team was out here for their previous inbound tour to cover those matches, and really good to get to know some of those players and how well they performed. I thought they were, unfortunately, Pakistan, and I'm sure you would have been rooting for them as well at the World Cup. Very unfortunate for them, they only won the one match, and have traditionally been poor performers at the World Cup level.
I was actually quite surprised though, just considering how their lead into the World Cup was. Even, I mean, starting with the series against South Africa, and then I think they played in West Indies as well. It was quite a positive lead into the World Cup, especially with Maroof coming back into the space. So that just gave a little bit of more of an injection into the Pakistan team. But unfortunately, it's one of those things where, you seem to be on the up, but when you get to the competition, to the tournament, then it just doesn't work out for you as well.
I mean, they've got some outstanding players in that team. I mean, Nida Dar, as you say, Bisma Maroof, who was also, I mean, both of them outstanding. Aliyah Riaz as well, who perhaps didn't get given the opportunities in the World Cup that perhaps that one would sort of expect. Diana Baig, who was also really an outstanding performer. So perhaps a couple of the top order not quite coming through for them. But yeah, it's a bit. There's another very good-looking shot there from Rohan to Blanche. He does look in good form. This youngster, also very young. So saying earlier on to David, just looking at the teams on the field, you have this quite interesting mix here of youth and experience. There's almost like nothing in the middle. Almost, that you've got a lot of youngsters, sort of early 20s or just really starting out their careers, and then you mix that in with players like on the Western Province side, people like Bashir Walters. Tsepo Mareki is also who's just been hit through the covers beautifully for 4. That was a glorious shot again from Ruan to Blanche. No chance for anybody in the field to stop that one out into the railway stand, and that moves the Gbets Rocks onto 29 without loss. This is starting to become a worrying opening stand for 6 Gun Grill Western Province. Tsepo Mareki, who's been the outstanding bowler for 6 Gun Grill Western Province in this tournament so far, with 12 wickets, and he's taking a bit of stick here at the moment from the left-hander. That's another shot played out into the covers, and who's that fielding there? And that's Junaid Dawood, is it, in the covers? Oh, Tuaku's on. Okay, on from Mo Valley, presumably. Yeah. So we have Luando Tuaku on the field for Mo Valley, who scored his first List A century today. How good was that?
It was absolutely fantastic, and it needed something, great to get us to 300 here today, and he stepped up and he showed just what he's all about. It was fantastic to be here to see that.
It was amazing. In his 110th match, another one through the covers, played on the up, just to the left of the man at shortish extra cover. Richard Levy had no chance with that one. Rion to Blanche is hitting the ball incredibly well, and on the up, that was a glorious shot. Yeah. Sorry, Steven Fansel. Sorry, my word here. I apologise. Fansel just hitting the ball incredibly well at the moment. Do apologise for that. I keep calling him to Blanche. I've got the left-hand, right-hand combination completely mixed up. Fansel on the back of 2 centuries already in this tournament. So, how good was that? I mean, such a servant for Western Province cricket over the years.
Yeah, no, definitely is. But also just to comment on that hit through extra cover there on the up, always a difficult shot to play, and how he just took it in his stride, and then just absolutely clean hit past Levy there at short extra cover.
He's been hitting the ball incredibly well in this innings, and looking ominous if he is going to have a long innings here. As I say, already 2 centuries in the tournament so far. He's the Rock's highest run getter. Peter Milan still to come in, as it's to Blanche now to face Mareki, and that's a good delivery outside the off stump. Left hand, right hand combination here is also not making it easy for the 6 Gangrel Western Province bowlers. But Steven Fansel in the fantastic form, the 34-year-old returning to his home province for this season and this tournament. A must-win game here for 6 Gangrel Western Province and the Gbets Rocks, and that is going to make for an interesting run chase.
Yeah, almost consider this obviously always a derby day between the two of us, but definitely kind of like the semi-final into the next games that we've got to play in order for us to, or both of these teams to maybe reach the final.
Yes, only the team that wins this match will have a chance of getting to that final, and with the Lions looking like they are definitely going to beat the Titans at the Wanderers today. Titans all out for 145 there. It is going to be an interesting round of games on the Sunday, with the Lions moving potentially up to 18 points if they get a bonus point win at the Wanderers today. And they go ahead then of the Northwest Dragons. It does mean that there are at least I think then it means 3 teams that have a chance of getting to that final with the Titans. It has been an interesting tournament, this one, as well as the T20 tournament earlier on in the season. On the Western Province men's side, Claire, you're obviously very close to the team and to the game here, to the game as it develops here. How do you feel their season's gone so far?
I'm just really happy to see that they're pushing for semi-finals and for final positions, or matches I should say, because it just shows, like you mentioned earlier, James, that the balance between youth and then your experience, there's no middle. But how do you produce middle? You got your experience that they're busy teaching the youth, and I think they're catching on very quickly. So looking into the future, this bodes very well, because this tends to be quite exciting, with, like you said, potentially 3 teams bidding for a final position against the Titans there.
Absolutely, and on the final day of the tournament, when all matches are all happening at the same time, 4 matches on Sunday, the final day of the competition, and the final happening next week, Wednesday, which will be at Supersport Park in Centurion. It looks like, unless the Lions then can potentially get a strong win on the Sunday. So yeah, all to play for here for both teams. But just coming back to the Western Province women's team next season. How's that panning out for you at the moment?
Yeah, next season we actually just because the girls are coming back from the World Cup and things, we're actually just focusing on some Commonwealth training now. That's obviously happening now in June, July. There's a tour out to Ireland and the UK with a test match being played against England. So with a number of national players in the squad, that's what our first focus is, and then obviously then into the off season and potentially whatever emerging tours might happen within the national setup to get players prepped there.
Good shot again.
Yeah.
Too short from Bashir Walters and Stian van Zyl in the form that he is in. He's not going to miss out there. The experienced campaigner taking full toll of that short and delivery down the leg side and played down to the long leg boundary for yet another 440 for the loss of no wicket after 7 overs, and they look like they're going to be on par, if not ahead, of where Six Gun Grill Western Province were at the same time. 48 of the first 10 it was for Six Gun Grill Western Province to begin with. And so yes, so the tour's coming up for the ladies team, and as you say, you have some quite a few players in that Proteas potential momentum Proteas lineup. Andrew Steyn, I think, getting the call up there, wasn't it, to go as a travelling reserve when Annika Bosch pulled out, am I right?
Yeah, she unfortunately got injured. I think she had a broken finger and she had to be pulled out to go and have an op done on that finger.
Yeah. But a great experience for Andre. I mean, Andre has also been around the team for quite some time. And has been involved with a number of series for the Momentum Proteas team. And good top order batter for them and for Western Province.
Oh no, definitely. I mean, like I said earlier on, she's our standing captain. I call her the queen of composure. She comes in and she kind of just relaxes everybody at the crease, especially with the bat. I'd obviously like to see her getting a couple of more games, but at the end of the day, you got to make your way into the team by making the runs. And I was quite impressed when she played against West Indies in the Black Day, how she came in at number 3 and just, like I say, brought complete composure to that batting lineup and kind of eased them through. Her and Sunay eased them through to the total at the end of the day.
And with Laura Goodall and Laura also at the top of the order for Western Province, Six Gun Grill Western Province women's team, you have a wealth of talent there at your disposal when they're available.
I think nothing wrong with our top order batting lineup there.
Which is absolutely wonderful. And young still. I mean, in Laura, only 22
years old.
Still, I mean, how many years ahead of her potentially to continue at the most senior level. And she's been in the Western Province setup now for, I mean, I don't know how many years. I think she debuted when she was like 13 or 14, didn't she?
Yeah. I mean, it's from the 19. I think she was 12 years old when she first got into the under 19 setup, and then the previous coach, Kobus Roth, brought her into the senior setup. So she sat bench for a long time. She first batted at 4, and then eventually opening the batting for Western Province senior ladies.
Which is it's been an absolutely fantastic journey, Claire. So I mean, you were saying previous coach, how many years now have you been the coach at Western Province Women's?
This is my 4th season now. I started in 2018. So it's been a ride, if I can call it that. Cricket goes up and down.
Yes.
So, but I mean, at the end of the day, we've come out on top, which is absolutely fantastic.
It is. It's wonderful again. Just if you're just joining us, we're chatting to Claire de Blanche, coach of the Western Province women's team, who did a lap of honour here at the dinner break of this match here between the Six Gun Grill Western Province and the Gbets Rocks, going around this beautiful ground with the crowd applauding the team applauding the crowd, showing off their T20 Challenge trophy, shield I think it is, that they won, and for winning the tournament, and as Claire's saying, over a number of years now, coaching this wonderful group of young women to this title and second place in the 50 over title. And that's some good footwork there from Mihlali Mpongwana to prevent that going through for a boundary. And in terms of the structure of women's cricket, Claire, for a number of years there was there has been for many years the week's tournament for the 50-over game. Sort of ends off the season. Is that changing at all now?
Yeah, so that has changed. We haven't had that for about 2 years.
Right.
Maybe 3 because we're in 2023 now.
Yeah, that's right.
2022 now.
Yeah.
So it used to be that we would play one round of 50 overs, home and away, and then at the end of the season we would go into a week's tournament in Bloemfontein and play 50 overs for over 5 days.
Yes.
So 50 over game every single day, and then that would end off the 50 over season, but the champion would be crowned only from that tournament.
Okay.
Where we're at now, we're playing 10 home and away games just from the 50 overs. So on a Saturday we play 50 overs, and a Sunday we'd play the T20.
Right.
So say we'll play Northwest at home, and then we'd go and play Northwest away as well. So essentially getting a couple more games in.
Excellent, which is really good from that point of view, and doesn't have that pressure. I know watching the what probably was the last week tournament, which was in 2019, I think it was, that just having to play 5 50-over games back to back, the pressure of that. I mean, just players who perhaps haven't had that intensity for the entire season to fit it into that one time, quite difficult, one feels.
Yeah, it's always tough because you go through an entire season first, and then at the end of the season, you're around March, April, you end off the season with, like I said, 50 overs of 5 days of 50 overs in a row.
Yeah.
And when you get day 3, it's more about your mind takes over.
Yeah.
Now your body's sore, it's ice bath every single night, get into your recovery tights and just rest, feet up. And at the end of the day, that's how you're going to make it through the entire tournament like that.
And so I know when I was watching that in 2019, just seeing, I mean, again, very good performances by the Western Province women's team at that particular tournament as well. Northwest, I think, emerging that year as well as the winners. But as you say, very difficult when you get in towards the end of the week to lift yourself for that type of tournament. One thinks that if one sees a tournament like this, you find it very hard. Would find it very hard to believe that the men would be able to do 50 over games 5 days in a row. So conditioning, just getting to that. I mean, conditioning and fitness must play a massive role. Not just obviously in that type of tournament, definitely, but even now. I mean, have you seen in the coaching side of it? The focus just around fitness and conditioning, has that become something more important over the last number of years?
Yeah, so within our space, it's always been important. The people, especially the new players that rock up into our space, the youngsters, that's the first thing we try and instill in them, how important it is to be fit. It's not just about the skill, and also mentally fit. It's not just about how you hit the ball, it's where you hit the ball, it's how you hit the ball. It's, can I bat and score 100, or can I only bat for 10 overs?
Yes.
So from the beginning, we try and instill that. My fitness trainer, Gabby van der Westhuizen, she's been with the team since about 2013.
Right.
So really ingrained into the players that it's become a joke that at the end of the day,
another very good shot from Stiaan van Zyl. He is absolutely on fire here as he moves well into the 30s. 38 that he's on there at better than a run a ball at the moment, and his partner to Blanche only on 9 as they approach a 50 partnership. Now 9 overs gone, 48 without loss are the Rocks, and one feels that the key to unlocking a victory for the Rocks here lies in how long Stiaan van Zyl is going to be at the wicket, with Peter Malan still to come in. Looking at the batting, still have some batting to come, particularly the youngsters that they have in the team, Copeland and Valentine Kitime, and the experienced Clyde Fortuin that make up really the bulk of their batting lineup, and that one down the leg side is not called, is called wide eventually, looking like it was just going over leg stump perhaps, but difficult from this angle actually from earlier on to see whether it is wide or not. Seppo Moreki is Mplali Mpongwana bowling from this, the Kelvin Grove end, taking over from Seppo Moreki earlier. So his conditioning really important for anybody in cricket.
Yeah. So we've got this saying, like I was saying, that we might not score runs, but we're fit.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
So, like I say, especially the seniors, they've really taken that. Call them seniors, but they're also in the early 20s.
Yes.
They've really taken that on and run with it, to be honest.
Yeah.
And we had a game here last weekend where we also scored 300 runs. We scored about 317 runs, and one of our batters scored a nice big 100. And only thing wrong with her was that her forearms were cramping.
Okay.
You know, so, so that was fantastic to see, because it was about 30 degrees out there in the middle. Yeah.
And it can get very hot here in the Western Cape in the summertime. If the wind isn't blowing through here, then the conditions can be very hot. And playing when you don't play, as I say, with the wind isn't blowing, you tend to get that heat, and it is a bit of a bowl here. I mean, I'm sure the out in Paarl it's even worse. Very hot conditions. But yeah, it's wonderful to hear how the team is progressing, and any special, apart from Leah Jones, any special youngsters that what an incredible shot from Ruan to Blanche, that is going to go for 3 bounces and over the boundary, and that is the 50 for the Gbets Rocks, 50 up after only 59 balls coming in the 10th over. The power play is coming to an end after the next 3 balls to Blanche, 13 with that 4, and Van Zyl by far the bulk of the runs with 38. He's played some delightful shots all around the ground, has Stiaan Van Zyl, and Ruan de Blanche now coming into his own. So just to finish off with Claire to Blanche, you're saying some other youngsters that are coming through. You mentioned a couple of them earlier on.
Yeah, so let me mention some of the S-under-19 girls that they're going to be going to their second round of camp now. So 2 of them play for the seniors already, which is Kayla Reiniger and Sinaleti Viaso. And then we've got Clayton Weingard and Gemma Buerta. Right. So the 4 of them are going through to the S-under-19 camp later on, I think probably in May.
Wonderful.
But like I say, Faye Tunnicliffe as well at the top of the order in the T20, really showing what she's worth with a bat. And then Sarah Smith as well in the T20. It seems our T20 game is quite strong. Yeah. And then last but not least, we've got Dami Tucker, who just plays absolutely amazingly all around the wicket. I won't call her AB because I don't think anybody's like her. But yeah, those are the up-and-coming youngsters that should be looked out for.
Yeah, a few names that were already part of the WSL with Delmi, Sarah, and Faye Tunnicliffe as well, having played for the Momentum Proteas. Unfortunately there, Mklali Mpongwana not able to take that return catch from Stiaan Van Zyl. Really came back to him very quickly. Tough one for the young fast bowler, but wonderful to have Claire with us here. Thank you so much, Claire. Great to meet you finally after having exchanged some correspondence with you and having really been following some of how the ladies have been doing, and wonderful to have you with us. And we're hoping that the course of the next season, depending on the situations, we're going to be able to cover some of the women's games as well
on
YouTube, which would be an absolute privilege to do. Always it's great to follow the women's game developing within South Africa, and with support from sponsors like Six Gun Grill, which is very important, and from senior level Momentum, but women's game can only go from strength to strength with the Six Gun Grill Western Province team at the forefront of that under your guidance. And we wish you all the best to those players that are going off to the under-19 camp, and for the development of the game in the future. And we hope that we're going to be able to chat to you and talk more about women's cricket in the times to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's only a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you so much. And absolute privilege to have Claire de Blanche with us for the first 10 overs of the Gbets Rocks reply to this 300 for 8, which 6-gun grill Western Province put on the board, as we have a change of bowling from the Wynberg end. It's Junaid Dawood, and in the commentary box with me now, David Brooke has returned from accompanying the ladies on their tour around the ground, and Claire giving us some incredible insights into what is happening behind the scenes in the women's game here in the Western Province. A very strong women's team, David, and you must be incredibly proud of their achievements.
Yeah, walking on the field, James, it was absolutely an honour to see them. Most people don't see the work that goes on behind the scenes with the women's team. The women's game obviously is now it's gotten up to semi-professional level, but still not that professional level for at provincial level, where the ladies can quit their day jobs and play cricket professionally as a career. We still need to that gap is bridging slowly.
Yes.
But the ladies often train or go to university work or go to university during the day and then train in the evenings. Often when I'm leaving the office at 5, 6 o'clock in the evening, the ladies are just starting to train. Cold evening sometimes. So, they really are the unsung heroes of this organisation. It's really special to see, and it's great to that we were able to honour them with a crowd. Yes. And they deserve every single clap that was received. And some of the most heartwarming ones was the little young girls that are here, that were here for the 6-gun grill activation earlier on, and the look on their faces, and going up to them to ask them for autographs, and that for me is what it's about, because that's that creates the next kind of Leah Jones or Laura Wolfhard, and that for me, those touch points I think are so key. As is that Tuaku on the field?
Yeah, it is Tuaku on the field. I think for Mo Valley.
Mo Valley having a little rest after
I think he is having a rest after
his
exploits, and we'll talk a bit more about that now. But just to perhaps finish off on the women's game, it is developing throughout the country and certainly throughout the world. The profile of women's cricket has elevated significantly in the last number of years. I mean, it always been there. It's a very good shot again from Stiaan van Zyl, and that's going to go away towards the boundary. Outstanding fielding there in the deep by Tsepo Moreki, who has been an absolute he's an incredible fielder, athlete, just running, making up probably 40 meters across the boundary to prevent that going for 4, and that's what you want from your more senior players in the team, setting an example like that for the other players. And having just bowled a number of overs, he's still out there giving everything for the team. And
tough challenge here for Junaid Dawood, who actually just finished his first over of his first run out. It's cold outside. He's got an important role to play. I'm not entirely sure whether he would have played if George Linder was fit. But he's got his opportunity here, and he's got to take it with both hands. He's an important part of this bowling lineup here. And he's just gone for 5 in his first over, but he had a very good T20 competition. It was the leading wicket taker with Björn Hendricks for Western Province. It came out of nowhere. Effectively, he isn't officially contracted as a Western Province professional player. He's part of the Western Province Academy, but really is so effective in the T20 arena, and he gets an opportunity to here today in the 50 over competition to show what he can do.
It is really good for him. Not, as you say, David, not that experienced. Only his 18th List A match here today, and not having been sort of first choice, as you say, over the period of time, as that's flayed out into the offside to Bashir Walters, who's patrolling the cover boundary. The end of the power play after 10 overs, of course, meaning that there can be 4 fielders outside the ring on the boundaries, and there are indeed those 4. They are positioned at deep backward square, fine leg. In fact, now for the right-hander, deep cover, third man, fine leg, and deep square leg. And that reverses, in fact, exactly the same for the left-hander when the field changes over. So we have, in fact, the cover on the boundaries coming in for the right-handed Ruan Tablanche, who has certainly not been as prolific as his partner, Stian van Zyl, who's on 44. Van Zyl, as this is down the leg side from Mpongwana, and signalled wide by umpire Brad White. So yeah, Junaid Dawood, I think it's his first game, is it, of this tournament? She's having played in the T20s, but with George Linder having been playing for the season so far, out with a small niggle, and probably will keep him out, as you said earlier on, will keep him out of the game on Sunday as well.
Definitely will keep him out. Unfortunately, that seems to be the end of the season for him from a Western Province point of view. I don't think he'll recover in time, even if Western Province make the final, which is next Wednesday. He's got a county stint with Kent coming up, so I think he'll be resting ahead of that one. I don't think it'll be he'll be fit in time. This weather, James, do you think it's going to be tougher for the batsmen or the bowlers?
Yeah, I think very difficult. It's really cold out there, and it is going to be tough in the field. I think whether it will assist at all the spin bowlers particularly, I'm not sure. Certainly is going to be a challenge for the bowlers bowling into the wind. So Mhlali Mpongwana at the moment bowling into the wind here from the Kelvin Grove end. Wind does sort of swirl a bit. It is blocked a little bit by the main stand as Tablanche defends once again. Much better bowling to the right-hander from Mpongwana at the moment. But yeah, I think tough for the fielding team.
Yeah, definitely. I would like to see, I mean, we haven't seen Gavin Kaplan bowl.
Yeah.
But in this kind of weather, Gavin Kaplan is a very capable medium pacer, almost like very similar to Stian van Zyl, in fact.
Yeah.
Where it's just these little medium pacing doublers, which, might actually be quite effective with this little bit of drift. You never know. No. Try something different, unexpected. That's a lovely shot from Ruan Tablanche.
That's going to be, Seppo's there again, and they only get through for the 2. Good fielding again on the boundary. As you say, David, he's across quickly and fields well. This is a good opening partnership, though, for the Gbets Rocks so far. Not what 6 Gun Grill Western Province would have wanted.
Yeah. I think he's going to need to look to a 6th bowler.
Yeah.
And that 6th bowler either comes from John O'Bird with his googlies, with his Chinaman bowling,
right,
or a Gavin Kaplan, who is more than capable with the ball in hand.
Yeah,
can drift a little bit, sneak in a couple of overs just as a little surprise factor. You never know. No wicket down so far. So you never know what the captain is thinking. In fact, earlier in the season, Tony De Zorzi bowled as I think it was last season actually. He bowled a little offies as well.
Yeah.
So
and
you never know.
I think I saw Gavin Kaplan bowling in the first class match here. I think he did take a wicket as well in his debut match, and certainly got a bit of swing.
Yeah,
and that is something that we haven't really seen today. The spinners maybe getting a bit of drift and a bit of dip, with Junaid Dawood in action here from the Weinberg end, and that one much faster. So we haven't seen much really tossed up. And there again, they're going to the long boundary here. So with Van Zyl potentially, that's a very good shot again out, and that beats Richard Levy at mid-off. Desperate attempt to stop that one, but he can't get around in time, and it goes to the wideish mid-off boundary. for 4, and Van Zyl moves to 48, and he's batting it better than a run of ball at the moment, and that is danger signs here for 6 Gun Grill Western Province. Junaid Dawood in again, and that's a much better delivery, angling into the left-hander.
Interesting game going on at Imperial Wanderers,
yes,
where the Titans were bowled out for 145 and 38.2 overs, and the Lions are 77 for 6.
My word.
That is an incredible... Oh, that is
it's a
vintage
glorious
Dean
shot.
Van Zyl.
My word, that's his 50. He goes to his 50 with that glorious drive through the offside, and we hope you've been with us for some time watching this innings. It's been an absolutely brilliant innings from him. 52 of 39. He's been in complete control. 9 boundaries, so 36 of those 52 runs have come in boundaries, and they have been mostly through the cover side. 31 runs of his 52 have come through the covers. He's been ruthless on anything over pitched. This played down to long on, and he'll take another single. 77 for 6, David.
77 for 6 in the 26th over. Ironically, they could still win with the bonus point, the Lions.
They could, yes.
But these two teams here, the Rocks and the Western Province, will be hoping that the Titans somehow win that one.
That's
because
right. Yeah.
The Titans are way ahead in front.
Yeah.
They've effectively booked a home final, and for both of these teams, they just need to keep winning.
They do indeed.
And hope that the Lions lose this game. And then ultimately it comes down to the games on Sunday. Northwest are playing the Lions.
Yeah.
And if any of the teams here win tonight and win their next game, and the Northwest Dragons beat the Lions, then one of these two teams here could be in the final in Pretoria on Wednesday. So it's all to play for the end of the season, but every single game counts and every position counts as well. We've got a 2-year rotation system, promotion, relegation, Division 2, one team coming up at the end of it, and it's all 3 formats of the game. So the One-Day Cup, the 4-day series, and the T20 Challenge. And those points are gathered together. So you get 15 points for winning, 12 points for second, or 10 points, 7, 5, etc. on there. So if you finish last in all competitions at the end of year 2, you could be in danger of relegation. So the difference between every game is context. Coming 3rd or 4th has a points difference, which could make a difference come April next year.
Yes, which is really important to consider. So as you say, so there is something on every single game.
Absolutely.
Which is really quite a change compared to what we had with the franchise system, and really a good innovation, and really good for the game in South Africa, particularly with us having the 8 teams now in the Division 1.
Yeah, I think, with the franchise system, there were no consequences for coming last in every competition, really. That's better from Ghana. But there were no consequences, so you could finish the bottom of the log 0.0 wins, and nothing really happened. Next season you came back and you tried to do better. Here there's now a second division who are vying for top division status, which comes with TV time, comes with extra money for player salaries. So there is a major difference between Division 1 and Division 2. So there's a lot to play for. Every game is context. So there's no longer dead rubbers in 4-day cricket, because what happened in the last game for 6 Gun Grill Western Province, they won the last game to be able to get that's in the air, but that's over extra cover. That should go to the boundary. But Bashir Walters,
great fielding by the veteran Bashir Walters, and then comes back to pick up, but he saved a certain boundary there, and that is 1 run saved, and who knows, at the end of the day that could prove crucial for his team, and showing the youthfulness of Bashir Walters there, as he really sprinted around the boundary to stop that. Looked like a certain 4.
Great to see from the big man Bash, and that's what he does bring to the party. He gives it his all. He obviously knows his role in the side, and if he can do that, he's showing the youngsters that you need to throw your body around for your team. That as you say, 1 or 2 runs at the end of the game might be the big difference. So he's showing the youngsters how it's done. He created a little divot there, which the groundsman will not be happy about. He's a big man. So, but it's the end of the season.
Yeah.
So the grounds curator, Bram, he might be a little bit more forgiving. I think he gets more irritated with Bash and the footmarks and all of that in his bowling. But there's always good banter between the players and the ground staff.
And that is very good to hear and to see. It's all part of the cricketing family here at Six Gun Grill, Western Province, and here at this beautiful Newlands ground. The cloud covering the mountain here to our right hand side at the railway stand, and it has been a wonderful day's cricket so far here at Six Gun Grill Newlands, and been really good to be bringing this to you. And this one played to the man at mid-wicket, that's John O'Bird, and there is no run. Okay, so we will have a commentary change in a little while, and I will be taking a break, and David will be continuing with Zion Sims, who will be joining us. And just to bring you some more information, so just a score from the test match taking place at Kingsmead at Stumps there on day 2. Bangladesh on 98 for the loss of 4. All 4 wickets have been taken by Simon Harmer. For South Africa, he's on 4 for 42 after 20 overs. Standing firm for Bangladesh is Mahmudul Hassan Joy on 44 of 141 deliveries, and it is a bit of a war of attrition. It looks like they're at Kingsmead, 98 for 4 of 49 overs, a run rate of exactly 2 runs an over for the Bangladesh team. That's very good fielding there from Junaid Dawood on his follow through as Van Sale drives him firmly down the ground. And the Lions now 81 for 7 against Titans, and when Titans scored 145, it almost seemed to me like a foregone conclusion that they would actually win that match. But clearly the pitch perhaps not conducive to run making there at the Wanderers, but 81 for 7.
Yeah, it looks like still, a bit of the Wanderers traditionally for the fast bowlers. Yeah. Bjorn Fortuin took 5 wickets. Neil Brunt, the spinner, left-arm spinner from the Titans, has taken 3 of those wickets.
Yeah.
So, end of season madness, if you want to call it that.
Complete end of season madness. Very worn, maybe a worn square or a worn pitch. It's interesting to see how that pans out. They still need another 65, I think, to win that game. 65 to win that game. And that does look like it could be unlikely. Plenty of overs left for them, but wickets being the problem, and the chance for the Titans to extend their lead at the top of the board and get a home final, as Tefel Mareki's got too much work to do this time. As that one from Junaid Dawood down the leg side to Ruan to Blanche is helped on its way to the deep backward square boundary, and takes the Rocks on to 83 in the 15th over. They're progressing well in their chase of 301. It would be a record chase in a List A match here at Six Gun Grill Newlands, and that's a much better delivery from Dawood outside the off stump to Blanche, and he plays it straight to the man at extra cover. That is Tony DeZorzi, and there is no run on that occasion. So some interesting results here possible in the CSA one-day challenge, which does, as David was mentioning, open it up for either the winner of this match to potentially be able to get into the final with the Titans, who have already booked their place in that final.
And I think that's where these live stream games with the SuperSport and pitch vision has been so key, to be able to follow this competition. It's been an excellent competition. Not a lot of games have been on the live on the DSTV, so this live streaming from SuperSport and Pitch Vision has been absolutely amazing. It's been wonderful. It's been wonderful to have commentary. James leading the way here. So it opens our domestic game up to a different audience, an international audience, potentially, which is great. We see a lot of the comments here. A lot of them are from international, which is fantastic. It gives our players, our domestic players, exposure, and you never know where that can lead to. The more exposure that the game gets, the sponsors get, Cricket South Africa gets, internationally as well. I think it's absolutely crucial that we really push this platform from a domestic cricket point of view. It's been wonderful. We've trialled it throughout the season, but it can only get better. And we really appreciate people tuning in from around the world. We get emails to say thank you for the coverage. As Rowan de Blanche has knocks that one on the leg side for a single. Bashir Walters is in from the Kelvin Grove end.
Yeah, it's important change of bowling here. Pungwana being taken off, and senior man coming back into the attack to try and stem this flow of runs and get a wicket for 6 Gun Grill Western Province. And the wicket of Stean van Sail would be the one that they are most looking for, as he has continued with his outstanding form in the competition so far. On the back of 2 centuries, he's on 57 already at better than a runner ball.
Yeah, I think Stean van Sail and he waxed that straight to Tefo Mareki. He just had to move 2 inches, but it came to him very quickly there on the square leg boundary. Stean van Sail, I don't feel gets enough credit as a white ball cricketer. He's always been pinned as a red ball cricketer, a 5-day cricketer, but he is. I always believe if you're that good, you can play any format. You can adapt your game. I'm not a fan of pigeonholing batsmen or bowlers. I think if you're good enough, we saw it with Peter Milan. Peter Milan was the top run scorer in the T20 competition this season. And he was the top run scorer in the 4-day competition. But it just shows you how a player can adapt their game if they're given the chance. This run that he got, he was captain of the Rock side. And he led the way, and he had an entire tournament to show what he can do. He's not going to necessarily go to a strike rate of 200, but his team won the title, so job done.
Absolutely. And the thing is that he provides, pun probably intended, the rock on which his team can depend at the top of the order, and we do see that as well with his brother Yaneman in the national setup, where Yaneman doesn't necessarily have the highest strike rate either, opening up for the national team, but yet continued to produce, even though he's early on in his career, has continued to produce a lot of outstanding innings for the Proteas. And the longer you're at the crease, the more you're accumulating, and then the acceleration potentially comes at the end. So good delivery there from Bashir Walters into Stean van Sail. But I'm with you as well, David. I think that the grounding at a 4-day level and where your technique is developed over time, and you learn to bat long, and that you learn to build an innings, can only stand you in good stead for the shorter version of the game, rather than the other way around. And so it is good to see that the 4-day game, hopefully within the South African context, will start to also get more exposure. It has been something that over the last number of years in the franchise system had fallen away to some extent, and needs that injection and to be given the status that it deserves, to develop younger players and give younger players the opportunity to bat and be in situations where they need to get their head down and bat for a number of overs.
Yeah, if you look at it in this team, Stean van Sail batting with Rowan de Blanche, Richard Levy batting with Jono Bird, how can that not be beneficial to those youngsters and for the game as a whole? So, to bring that kind of experience back, it's absolutely priceless. What is Jono Bird's reference point going to be as an opening batsman if he's batting with a fellow 20-year-old? They've both never done it before. If you've got a guy like Richard Levy, Stean van Sail in this case, you've got a sounding board which is absolutely priceless in the change room, in the nets. How do you go about constructing an innings? That's just Tony DeZorzi with a good effort there to try and stop the single. But it's that construction of an innings, which the youngsters come in, they maybe succeeded at schoolboy level, they're the superstars there, but somehow sometimes guys can peak at school.
Yes,
we have spoken about this before, but it's a different ball game at this level, and you've got to you'll get found out very quickly. School level, you might be able to do that. He's got protection out on the cover boundary. That's John O'Bird going to do the fielding there, but at this level, you either sink or swim.
Yeah,
that's the reality. There's some schoolboys that are over the years that haven't taken their game to the next level, and there's also some that didn't succeed at school and became superstars. So
exactly, that's another good shot.
Stiaan van Zyl is just beautiful to watch play.
Yeah, he's really doing well.
Second, it could be a run out.
Oh, but not
just
not getting good throw, but not quite getting that, and the batter just getting in time. So it was good running in the end to get back for the 2. They took their out to the cover boundary, and Van Zyl still at the crease with Tablanche. 92 these two have put on, and they're batting at just under 6 and over at this stage, well on track for what will be a record chase, and that one is going to go to the boundary before Teppo Morecki doing his best to try and get there, but Stiaan van Zyl continues to really bat up a storm here, almost equal to the wind that's blowing today from the southeast here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands, and he is adding to what has already become an outstanding tournament for him. 200s already in the tournament, and he's heading for his 3rd century at the moment, as that's played very calmly down to the man Richard Levy down on the long off boundary, and another single takes the Rocks to 97 after 17, batting at 5.7 and over, already ahead of the rate achieved by the 6 Gun Grill Western Province team at the same stage, and having lost less wickets, and it has been a good opening partnership, setting the foundation for what could be a record chase by the Rocks. But it just takes 1 wicket or 2 wickets, and it could be a very different outlook. Perhaps not the most experienced batting lineup once you take Van Zyl and Milan out, and talking about experience, Bashir Walters has got the experience. Stiaan van Zyl, it takes experience to get experience, and Van Zyl trying to play that one down to 3rd man, gets the edge, and it's well taken in front of him by Daniel Smith. An excellent catch by the young wicketkeeper, diving forward, and Stiaan van Zyl has to go for 66 of 52 balls, and it is a great wicket there for 6 Gun Grill Western Province, with Bashir Walters coming back into the attack and taking the wicket of Stiaan van Zyl for 66. First wicket down is down at 97 in the 18th over. First ball of the 18th over, and that partnership has really given a good start for the Gbets Rocks in this chase, which would be a record chase for the team here at Newlands. Nobody has chased down 300 before in a List A fixture at this particular ground, as it's Clyde Fortuin that is coming to the wicket. Peter Milan is saving himself potentially for later in the interesting call by the Gbets Rocks here to send Fortuin in at this particular point in time, with the breakthrough coming for 6 Gun Grill Western Province from the experienced Bashir Walters, who was brought on at the Kelvin Grove end, and the end of Stiaan van Zyl's innings. Still now the highest run getter for the Gbets Rocks in this tournament, and it will be to Blanche and Fortuin to continue batting as they have taken drinks here at Six Gun Grill Newlands. So to just repeat or just indicate, just give you some bowling figures as well. Carl Simmons opened the bowling for Western Province, 2 overs for 6. Sevan Moreki 3 overs for 23, and now Bashir Walters just taken the wicket of Stiaan van Zyl in his second spell, and 66 of 52 deliveries, in contrast to Blanche 28 of 51. And I'm going to be taking a bit of a break, and with David is going to be Zian Sims, who's going to be joining him for the next commentary stint.
Thank you, James King, for that. Enjoy a little coffee break. It's very cold here at Six Gun Grill Newlands, and thank you to the fans who have stayed out here this evening. There's a couple of jackets and shorts. It's one of those days where you don't know what the weather is doing. We want to welcome Zian Sims, radio presenter in Cape Town here. Welcome.
Thank you so much, David. Good to be popping my cherry alongside you.
Absolutely.
I heard you guys speak about which side's going to be affected by the weather more. I think the crowd deserves a medal as well, sticking around. It's been wonderful to see them drip in throughout the course of this beautiful Friday.
As Bashir Walters, with his tail up, got the breakthrough just before they took the drinks break. As Clyde Fortuin takes his strike, and he smashes that straight at Richard Levy with a good fielding. You're not getting past Richard Levy there, and he's telling him that as well. Bashir Walters showing all his experience, making the breakthrough, and that just changes the game a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, I wanted to say game on this Western Cape derby, but I think Western Province should be confident now that they got the major breakthrough of Stiaan van Zyl. We know the past couple of games, the Rocks middle order has been failing somewhat, so a couple more wickets, and I think Western Province should have their tail in the air.
As Clyde Fortuin gets off the mark with a double down to third man. The run rate required 6.2, 98 for 1 from 17.3 overs. Ruan to Blanche, 28 not out. Clyde Fortuin 1, Ruan to Blanche, 28 off 51 delivery. So he's going at just under strike rate of 50, which under the circumstances is okay for now. But he is going to need to kick on as Bashir Walters runs in. That's in the air, that's short, that's in the air. Will it be taken? And it has been taken. That looks like, is it Jono Bird there? That is the second wicket of the over. That is the wicket. Bang, bang. We've gone bang, bang to Blanche's out, the fellow opener. Jono Bird with the catch on the fine leg boundary. Looked a little bit shaky at the end there, but he's taken it. And that's all that matters. Bashir Walters, the double break through, and that some more drinks come on. They've just had drinks, but there's probably another message of congratulations. Bashir Walters showing all his experience. That is a crucial breakthrough, Zion.
Yeah, backing his ability, banging in hard shorts, and catching the young Ruan to Blanche off guard. Brilliant catch there in the deep by Jono Bird. Brilliant stuff. I thought he dropped it there for a second.
Yeah, absolutely. The weather, it's a little bit breezy out there, but the young man steadied himself very well. It seemed to stay up in the air a little bit longer, and that brings the captain, Peter Milan, incredible record, 118 matches, 22 50s, 13 hundreds, an average of 45.1 runs. He scored 4,605 list A runs with a highest score of 169 not out. His team are going to need that rock steady Peter Milan right now.
Yeah, Peter Milan coming off 98 against Northwest not too long ago, so I'm sure he's keen to convert to 3 figures today.
Peter Milan will be targeting that top run scorer. I don't think there's been a batsman in recent memory, maybe James can correct me on that one, that's topped the run scorers charts in all 3 competitions in South Africa. I think he's quite a far away from Tennis de Bruin, but Peter Milan is never one to shy away from a challenge. Ooh, quick single there. A little bit shaky. The pressure is really on, and you can just see the energy has been lifted in the field here.
Yeah, Kaplan doing some great work there at a point. That's exactly what the Western Province need at this stage. I wanted to ask how wounded the Western Province are not having their strike bowlers in Bjorn Hendricks and George Linde in today, but it seems like they're clawing their way back in this game.
Yeah, I think the Western Province have got used to adapting this season. There's a squad in place, and the squad has been training together for a while now, and everyone knows their role on the side, and everyone needs to get ready. Bashir Walters with his tail up here. Oh, that's vintage Peter Milan. You can't bowl there. And his first ball, he knocks for a brilliant boundary, and that's the 100 up for the Gbets Rocks. Captain Peter Milan with the boundary. That's 103 runs, 76 minutes, 111 balls, including 13 fours, no sixes as yet. Peter Milan, you cannot bowl to the man there.
Yeah, the Rocks still going at a little below the run rate, but still in it. Very much match on.
Yeah, you can't. The 6-gun Grill Western Province captain needs a couple of quiet overs here, and that's why he's brought back Kyle Simmons. He's just bowled a couple of overs for 6 runs up front, and his captain will be looking for a couple of quick overs, rush through a couple of overs, not too many runs, get that run rate closer to 7 required for the Paarl Rocks. It's currently sitting at 6.2, 103 for 2 from 18 overs. The 2 wickets in the previous over changed the status of this game. Bastiaan van Zyl thinking off to the wicketkeeper for 66, Ruan de Blanche 28, and it's game on here as Kyle Simmons comes in from the Wynberg end. Unfortunately, Tony de Zorzi has palmed that, but a good effort nevertheless, but they still get a single off the first ball. Peter Milan versus Kyle Simmons. Good challenge.
Indeed.
Kyle Simmons has had a fantastic season for Western Province. Top wicket taker in the 4-day competition. Unfortunately, didn't get too much game time in the T20 challenge. Had a good TKO early in the season, and he'll be looking to make an impact here in this match. Full toss, but he gets away with that. And no runs. Is that Mo Valley back on the field there? At mid-on, no. Junaid Darwood there at mid-on. That's better from Simo. Clyde Fontaine just with the single. And I think for Paarl at the moment now, they just need to keep that scoreboard ticking, hit the bad balls, and take advantage and make sure that that run rate stays within reach. Currently still 6.2, 195 runs to win, 189 deliveries.
Yeah, nothing ridiculous needed at this stage. Just, as you said, David, just keeping the scoreboard ticking.
Peter Milan, this game is perfectly set up for a Peter Milan long innings. He loves those long innings. He doesn't give his wicket away. Just an update from the Lions game. The Lions need 53 runs to win, still 7 wickets down, 93 for 7 from 32.3 overs. So that game's going down to the wire. Oof. Richard Levy is coming into field there, just the one there, keeping it down. Just a solid over so far from Kyle Simmons, keeping it within the run rate. But the important for the Paarl Rocks, they keep that scoreboard ticking over.
I'm loving this battle. Also loving Kyle Simmons bowling up front, keeping it really tight for the Western Province.
He's just dragged one outside off stump. Peter Milan plays it down to extra cover for a single to finish the over. That's 3 overs gone from Kyle Simmons. 3 overs, no wickets, 12 runs conceded. 109 for 2 from 19 overs. Peter Milan 7 not out. Clyde Fontaine 5 not out. Runs to win, 192 runs off 186 balls. If we look at the DLS, not that there's any rain around, but it normally gives you an indication of where the team chasing currently is. The DLS, interestingly enough, is 110, which means that they're right bang on target, the Gbets Rocks. They're sitting at 109. That is bang on target for what they need to do. as Bashir Walters continues from the Kelvin Grove end. He's bowled 5 overs, 2 wickets, both in the previous over for 25 runs. Can he get a 3rd wicket, the big wicket of Peter Malan? That's down leg side. I think that's come off his thigh pad as the umpire immediately starts twitching the leg, and he indicates that leg by down to fine leg. A little bit too wide there from Bashir Walters.
Yeah, we're going to be, or the Western 6-gun grill, Western Province will have to be a lot tighter. Loving the spell from Bashir Walters. It's really been the senior guy in this bowling attack, and he's just showing his worth tonight.
Clyde Fontaine just guiding that one down to 3rd man. Junaid Dawa doing the fielding there on the 3rd man boundary, just keeping that down to a single. Bashir Walters leading the attack in the absence of Buren Hendricks. Buren Hendricks is on the way to Leicestershire, the county there in the UK. His first stint in the county arena. We wish him the best of luck. Go and represent Western Province and South Africa. One of many Proteas players that have played the county game, and he's looking for a new challenge there. He'll be back come the new season. Peter Malan just with a quick single, and that's very good from the Rocks, just keeping that scoreboard ticking over. Buren Hendricks, yeah, unfortunately George Linder is not available today. He's another player from Western Province who's off to the county game. He's getting his first stint at Kent, and it's fantastic to see our guys getting opportunities overseas and not necessarily lost to South African cricket anymore because of no Kolpak anymore.
Yeah, also paving the way for the younger guys coming through the system.
Bashir Walters comes in. That is spanked. That's a good effort there by Miklali Mpungwan on the square leg boundary, but that was hit with some serious power by Clyde Fontaine, and that's a boundary. Just releasing the pressure a little bit, getting that loose delivery, putting away that loose delivery, and that's exactly what the Rocks need. That boundary and over, that's all they need to continue on their run chase.
Yeah, that ball definitely there to be hit. Brilliant workout on the boundary, but unfortunately unable to rake it in. And the Rocks keeping that scoreboard ticking and sticking with the run rate.
That's a bit better from Bashir Walters. Outside off stump. Gavin Kaplan at point doing the business there. It was the previous match against the Paul Rocks in the T20 challenge where Gavin Kaplan took a Superman catch to remove Yanaman Malan. That one game that will live long in the memory of many a youngster coming through, taking a catch like that. On the Western Province Blitz Instagram page, it's got 650,000 views on the Instagram reel. That's a nice slow ball there from Bashir Walters. Richard Levy doing the fielding, and that's the end of Bashir Walters' 6th over. 2 for 31 as the score after 20 overs. 116 for 2. Western Province were 100 for 2 at this stage, so the Gbets Rocks are 16 runs ahead of where Western Province are. The same amount of wickets lost. This game is absolutely set up to be an absolute humdinger.
Yeah, 1 or 2 good deliveries could change everything, yeah. Like I said earlier, the 6-gun grill Western Province should be keen to get into that middle order. The Gbet Rocks not too strong in that regard. Michael Copeland coming off 2 ducks. So out of this Viljoen, also scoring 1 in his last outing, and Fresco Adams only the 8. So it seems like they're a little thin spread in the middle. So let's see what the 6-gun grill Western Province can do.
You do feel that 1 or 2 wickets here, and particularly the big wicket of Peter Malan, will send the Rocks team into a little bit of nerves, and that's swept beautifully from Peter Malan. He is vintage when it comes to sweeping. That's too straight from Carl Simmons, giving in Peter Malan enough time. Sweep that 1 for 4. That race to the boundary, and that's the boundary for the over. That's all they need. 1 boundary and over, couple of singles, and you're staying ahead of the run rate. The rate required is still only 6.1. Very manageable as long as the likes of Peter Malan and Clyde Fontaine are there.
and both teams in the exact same situation on the log. And keeping a keen eye on what's happening at the Wanderers. The Lions now 103 for 8 and still need 43 to win of 16 overs.
That's an interesting game there. Richard Levy just palms that one, unfortunately, for a single. Are they going to go for the second? No. Just limited to a single.
They're not testing that arm of Richard Levy.
No, not at all. That's an exciting game. They will be watching that. 6 overs to go. They could still win with a bonus point, the Lions, ironically, but they could also lose. And the Titans could cement their place at the top of the log. The two teams playing here tonight will be hoping that the Lions lose those 2 more wickets, which keeps them in the competition, or at least the winner of this game in the competition. It's really been a wonderful tournament to complete what has been a very difficult domestic season from a stadium point of view, from a team preparation point of view, from a fan's point of view, but to finish the season with fans here, cold beers on tap, it's a sign that things are getting back to normal.
Yeah, I was in the crowd in the Wynberg Inn when Isinwali got to 3 figures, and it was an absolute vibe over there. If you haven't returned to the stadium yet, do make sure that you get back next season.
I was on the Oaks grass embankment right next to the Valley family, and I spoke to one of his relatives, and they said to me that Yazin's been telling them for a while that 100 is coming. So they waited long enough. He's had a long career, but no better time to do it tonight. That really led that Western Province batting lineup. It was crucial to them getting over that 300 mark. As James alluded to earlier on, it would be a record chase if the Rocks do reach that target here tonight. If they do, it will be a job extremely well done, and they're going to need the likes of Peter Milan to score big still. They've got off to a good start here, and as he takes a quick single, but there's still 177 runs to win, a couple of quick wickets. We'll see the flutters, the butterflies starting to go in the Rocks camp.
Well, at this stage on 124 for 2, still needing a 177 of 173. You think the odds in the Gbets Rocks favour at this stage?
Bashir Walters. That's a slow delivery, but that's very well guided to third man from Clyde Fontaine. Junaid Dawood once again on the third man boundary. What fields he got here? He's got a third man, he's got a fine leg, he's got a man on the square leg boundary, Michlali Mpungwana. Kyle Simmons is at mid-wicket. The captain, Tony Dezorzi, mid-on. Yazin Valley, mid-off. Richard Levy at cover. We've got Tsepo Moreki on the deep cover boundary, and Gavin Kaplan is at point, all ready to pounce. That's a good delivery to Peter Milan. Cramp him up. Can't bowl to Peter Milan too full. You can't bowl in his pads. That's a perfect delivery to Peter Milan. The score 125 for 2, 21.3 overs.
And it feels like it's the first delivery in a while where it's actually uncomfortable to see off.
That's what Western Province need. They need dot balls. They need to create that pressure. Try to force the false stroke from Peter Milan, Clyde Fontaine. Try and get them to play one uncharacteristic shot as the lights continue to shine here at Newlands. That's down the leg side. Did it hit the bat? Bashir Walters is gasping like it hit the bat. There was a huge chance it does hit the bat. The umpire doesn't signal a leg by, and it's a difficult chance, but nevertheless a chance that those kind of catches can be the difference.
Yeah, if you can touch it, you can catch it.
Absolutely. Daniel Smith doing a good job behind the stumps. A difficult catch to take, but under these circumstances, at those kind of key moments that really could lift the spirit of the side. Bashir Walters almost had his third wicket. They're leading the attack tonight. And Clyde Fontaine smashes that straight to Michlali Mpungwana on the square leg boundary. I don't think it's long until we see maybe Tsepo Moreki coming back. He was a little bit expensive in his first spell, 3 overs, 0 for 23. But he is the leading wicket taker for Western Province, and he could be the man to take that breakthrough here to really get into that middle order of the Gbets Rocks. Peter Milan 16 not out, Clyde Fontaine 13 not out. 4 runs so far this over. Drop catch down the leg side from wicketkeeper Daniel Smith. Difficult chance, and that's on the leg side, but he gets away with one there. Peter Milan tried to just knock that onto the leg side, and that's a good over from the big man Bashir Walters, just going for 4 runs that over. The 22nd over comes to an end. 127 for 2. Peter Milan 16, Clyde Fontaine 13. Zian, nice to be indoors here rather than outdoors. The wind, we can hear the wind howling. I'm not sure if you can hear the wind on your side, but difficult conditions to bat and field in tonight.
It's tough, but I think in this situation you'd rather be wearing the pads and be running around every odd ball. Must be freezing out there. And again, kudos to the crowd for sticking around. Kids running around, keeping themselves warm, and I'm sure the beer also doing its work.
And that's driven through the covers. Will it go for a boundary? Miklali Mpungwana with a huge dive, but that's the boundary off the first ball. Clyde Fontaine just driving that one through the covers, and that's an excellent start to the over for the Gbets Rocks. I think there might be a suggestion at the next drinks break that it's a hot chocolate or it's a coffee break rather than a drinks break.
Is tea off the cards?
Tea's not off the cards. You never know, but definitely an evening for. This is April in Cape Town. It feels like the switch has been. Ooh, that's a decent delivery there from Carl Simmons. Just keeping him in check, keeping Clyde Fontaine in check. That's a big over here. Carl Simmons needs to come back, boundary off the first ball. But so far, 2 good balls, 2 dot balls. He needs to finish the over strong here.
And keeping it tight after conceding a boundary of the first delivery.
He's got both his third man and his fine leg up. Cannot afford to stray down there. That's another dot ball. That's it from Carl Simmons, getting through his over quite quickly as well. And it's key that he finishes this over strong. Good body language from the Western Province fielders. Oh, that's in the air. That's evaded both fielders at backward point and third man. And he's a bit lucky to get away with that one. Almost taken brilliantly from Gavin Kaplan. We've seen him do that before. But in the air, no damage done for the Rocks, and that's 2 runs added to the total. But good delivery there from Carl Simmons.
Still quite a long way to go. Tony Dazorzi only making use of the 5 bowlers so far. What stage do you toss the ball to Gavin Kaplan?
As he bowled him.
He bowls him.
He bowls him. Oh, no.
Stump it.
That's a stumping chance. The umpire. That's great work behind the stumps from Daniel Smith. The 6-gun grill Western Province bowlers, fielders are in utter disbelief here. They thought it was bowled. They thought it was stumped. In the words of a famous commentator, it's all happening here. I think there was more hope from the Western Province players. That was an excellent end to the over from Kyle Simmons. He's now bowled 5 overs, 0 for 25. That was a good over there from Simmons, the boundary of the first ball, and then 2 runs, so it's 6 runs conceded in that over. You feel the tension is really lifting in this game, Zian.
Yeah, and just millimeters away from that off stump. And the match truly hanging in the balance at this stage. It's exciting stuff. I'm loving it.
Tsepo Moreki, as I said, didn't think it would be long before we saw Tsepo Moreki back into the attack. One of the most competitive bowlers, cricketers in the country. Loves a good challenge. He's been leading this attack. He's taken on the responsibility. He's the leading wicket taker for the men in blue. And his captain has thrown in the ball as Peter Milan takes strike. 133 for 2 from 23 overs. Just knocking that's 2 straight to Peter Milan. And that's meat and drink for the Rocks captain, Tsepo Moreki, coming in from the Kelvin Grove end. And he'll be looking for that breakthrough for his captain.
It feels like it's going to take a couple deliveries to get that shoulder warmed up again. While we wait for Moreki to continue. Lines on Nelson for 8 at this stage, still leading 35 runs.
It's happening around the country here. We're following that game. We're following this game. every single game has context. Domestic cricket is alive and kicking in this country, and it's getting the coverage that it deserves through Supersport YouTube channels, through Supersport website, through Cricket South Africa, and through Pitch Vision via Pitch Vision, and beamed around the world. And we thank everyone for joining in this evening as Tsepo Moreki continues in his 4th over to Clyde Fortuin. As that, he's played one outside off stump. Tsepo Moreki thought he got a little edge on there, but alas, just a dot ball.
More hopeful than anything else.
Absolutely. Clyde Fortuin, he's a Cape Town boy as well. Played down here at Western Province a number of years ago. Went for more game time around the country, and he's back in Paarl at Boerland at the Paarl Rocks as he takes strike to Tsepo Moreki. A good challenge on the cards here. That's a short delivery, and that's played well. Rolled his wrists over that one. Clyde Fortuin down to fine leg. Just the single there. Just 2 runs so far in this over from Tsepo Moreki. It's a good over so far. He's pulling the run rate back a little bit. The run rate just creeped up a little bit, required to 6.3. It still won't be of a concern to the Rocks. They are still well within reach, with just 2 wickets down, and Peter Milan, the captain, at the crease, 17 on out. Clyde Fortuin now on 20. That's an excellent delivery from Tsepo Moreki, not giving any width to Milan. Bowled to him a number of times here, but really doing a good job with the ball here, Zian.
Yeah, he's keeping it tight this over. Only 2 of it thus far, but it's important to finish strong now.
Just like batsmen need to construct an innings, bowlers know that they need to construct an over, set the batsman up, and finish strong. That's a slow delivery there from Tsepo Moreki, and that's brilliant fielding from Richard Levy. That stung his hands in the cold. That's gonna hurt. That might break a nail, but Richard Levy's broken a number of nails in his day. Cricketers' fingers are not the nicest to look at the best of times. He won't mind that one, and he's done the job in the field, and that just finishes the over. That's a good over from Tsepo Moreki. Just the 3 runs off it. That's the end of the 25th. 136 for 2. 165 runs to win off 156 balls left. We're going to get a commentary change in 1 over. James is coming back to replace myself, David Brook, as the Sims continues here. Kyle Simmons continues his. I would like to see Kyle Simmons bowl his 10 overs, ration of 10 overs tonight. As you said earlier, there's no 6th bowler yet, so the captain might decide just to go with his 5 bowlers, trust his bowlers. He's going to have to get that full ration. That's just played down to 3rd man from Peter Milan for a single. Keeps that scoreboard ticking over.
And the Western Province really have to build on the previous over. The Rocks just scoring too easily at this stage. They need to build that pressure, drag out those sloppy shots.
That's rocked onto the back foot from Clyde Fortuin. Nicely played for a single. Lwando Twaku doing the business. He's on the field for somebody. Maybe Richard Levy's still on there, so his hand is still intact. Bashir Walters maybe. It's nicely played from Peter Milan. Popular position that tonight. Mikey Copeland was doing a lot of fielding in that position for the Rocks earlier on today. But Kyle Simmons, just the 2 runs off the first 2 balls. Decent start to the over from him.
Yeah, able to keep yourself warm out there.
Oh, that's in the air. That it almost carried to Tony DeZorzia at short cover there. That's what he's there for. And it almost carried to him. Kyle Simmons just drifting that one a little bit more air and outside off stump and teasing Clyde Fortuin. And that almost felt like slow motion there. Peter Milan with the sweep shot. That's going to be called a wide. Didn't hit anything. Kyle Simmons just bowling that one a little bit quicker. Saw that Peter Milan was shaping for the sweep shot there, and just fired that one in a little bit quicker. And he goes for the sweep again. There's a man there, and he's got Bashir Walters, and that's not going to go for a boundary. It's swept, but 2 more runs added to the score, and that's 7 runs so far this over. A good over for the Rocks, maintaining their run rate. Kyle Simmons needs a good finish to the over. Peter Milan just stabbing that one down to leg side, and Bashir Walters once again doing the fielding. Another 2 runs added. That's a good over for the Rocks. That's the end of the 25th over. We're at the halfway point. 145 for 2. Peter Milan 24 not out. Clyde Fontaine will be on strike with 22 not out. 156 runs to win off 150 deliveries. Kyle Simmons 0 for 34 from his 6. Tsepo Moreki 0 for 26 from his 4. At this stage, the Rocks are 26 runs ahead of where Western Province were, and Western Province had lost another wicket. They are ahead of this chase. They are doing an excellent job of managing this run chase. Peter Milan there, he's done this for many years. As Tsepo Moreki comes into the attack, and we welcome back James, who's going to replace me. I will see you later.
Thank you, David. As we see Fontaine getting an edge to this one, off Tsepo Moreki down to the boundary to finish third man for 4 more runs, and that's the 50 partnership between these two. It has come off only 46 balls, so they've got the run rate going well here. Zion?
Yeah, and they're just making it look easy at this stage. Not too many deliveries troubling these two at this stage. Moreki coming off a brilliant over and a really unfortunate boundary there.
It was took the edge. It certainly was. That looks like a big shout. Maybe just hit him outside the line of off stump, and I think Moreki knows that was probably the reason why umpire Brad White has given it a not out, because that angling in to the right hander. Huge shout from I think even the man at square leg was appealing.
Yeah, just another look at that. Just seems to go down leg.
Yeah.
So you just get the sense
the angle. Yeah.
Something's going to happen.
Yeah, something is definitely happening this over. Edge through second slip. Big leg before wicket appeal. Moreki steaming in, and he thinks he's going to get a wicket every single delivery. Tsepo Moreki, it's lovely to see.
And bowling with real purpose.
He is indeed, and he knows how important this spell is. He's running up the hill into the wind here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands, away from us at the Kelvin Grove end, and the lights are taking hold. There's a lot of cloud on the mountain. It is a chilly evening. Blankets are the order of the day if you're in the crowd, and we have got a nice crowd in. As Moreki, that's great fielding by Gavin Kaplan at backward point, hit very hard by Clyde Fontaine, and after that boundary it has been a much better over. In fact, it wasn't a bad ball that got the edge, but went down to the boundary for 4. Comeback spell here from Tsepo Moreki, much better than his opening spell of 3 overs for 26.
Yeah,
23. Sorry, 3 overs for 23 his opening spell.
And 3 dot balls in a row after that boundary.
Another good delivery outside the off stump, and just defended by Fontaine. And you sense like in every dot ball is actually important, even at this stage in the innings, as they're chasing this would be a record-breaking chase. And as you've been saying, Zion, the middle order of the Rocks, not the most prolific from a run-scoring point of view. 1 more wicket, one senses that 6 Gun Grill Western Province will feel they are really back in the game, if not on top potentially, and it needs to happen quickly for them though. Another one angling into the body, and no more runs in that over after the boundary off the first ball, and so Tsepo Moreki pulling it back very well.
Yeah, it could have easily been a maiden, but this is exactly what the Western Province needed to just stoke that fire. I'd love to see them just build on this now.
and keep that pressure coming along, as we are going to see a change of bowling from the Wynberg end. It's going to be Mhlali Mpongwana coming back into the attack. So just a bit of summary of what's happened so far. Western Province scoring 300 for the loss of 8, with a first List A century in his 110th match for Mo Valley. Incredible innings, cheered on by his family under the Oaks, and Western Province then setting a record chasing total of 301 for the Gbets Rocks, and they are currently 149 for 2, having lost the first wicket. Stian van Zyl, a very good 60 odd of but better than a run a ball, and this one is played very nicely into the leg side by Clyde Fortuin yet again, and they run through for 2, losing the first wicket. That was Peter Malan, sorry. Play that into the into the leg side. First wicket at 97, second wicket in the same over when Rowan Blanche was caught at a good catch by John O'Bird down at fine leg. Skying one off Bashir Walters. Walters taking 2 wickets in the 1 over, and they are now 150. The Gbets Rocks 150 coming up with that 2, as it's Malan again, and he pummels this out into the leg side, and the catch has gone down there. Really hit hard though, Bashir Walters. So Malan dropped now for the second time. He has been. That was not an easy chance, though. That ball was hit incredibly hard to the man at square leg, running in, and hands are cold in this night air here, with a blustering southeaster blowing, and 2 chances now that Malan is given. That's the second one of the score on 151. For 2. First one dropped down the leg side by wicket-keeper Daniel Smith when the score was 125.
Yeah. Hits low and hard, making it really difficult. It's not easy to take down at the knees when they're coming at that speed.
No, and it really was. It was absolutely flayed into the leg side, and Malan is still fortunate to probably get away with that. A very good attempt from Walters. It came straight to him, but it came very quickly, as Zion was saying. Mpongwana not getting the wicket, but something's happening like every ball here now. Mpongwana towards us yet again. Another great delivery outside the off stump, and crowd is really coming alive. We can hear them, and maybe you can also hear them too in the microphone as well. The sound coming into the commentary box, and it's really great to have crowd back in here at Newlands. Some clapping going on to try and keep the hands warm, I think, as much as anything else. But great support for this Western Province team. Oh, it's down the leg side. Is it going to go for a boundary? No, I don't think so. The man coming around chasing down the leg, down here, that's Tsepo Mareki from long leg, comes around to fine leg and managed to keep that down to 2. Great fielding.
Yeah, great speed shown.
Oh, incredible athlete, Tsepo Mareki. Was very good. Just umpire, not sure quite what Dennis Smith's doing there, just standing. He's certainly not waiting for the third umpire. But anyway, it's just back to his mark as Mpongwana is in again. Dab down to third man, where John O'Bird does the fielding.
And much better line.
That is, Carl Simmons, I apologise, does the fielding here in front of us. And that is the end of the over. It could have been a successful one for 6 Gun Grill Western Province, but it was unfortunately a dropped catch on the square leg boundary. So it's going to be Mareki to continue the attack from the Kelvin Grove end and score in the Lions match. They need 23 to win, is it?
Yeah, 23 from another 11 overs.
Okay.
So at this stage, it's a simple walk across the line if they play smartly at this stage. But yeah, it's still 22 runs, still a far way to go.
My goodness, it has been slow progress for them, needing 146 to win in a very low-scoring affair at the Imperial Wanderers. Earlier on today, if you did miss it, the South African team were bowled out for 367 at Kingsmead, with a good contribution down the order from Simon Harmer and Temba Bavuma going out 7 short of what would have been his second Test 100, and then having Bangladesh 90 for 4 at the close, and that's in the air. He's gone him this time. Something has happened, as we said, and it's Clyde Fortuyn who has to go. He's played that one straight to Kyle Simmons at mid-off, and Sepa Moreki, who's been looking so good in his comeback spell, has taken the wicket.
That was John O'Bird at...
was it John O'Bird?
John
Sorry, I
O'Bird.
do apologise. John O'Bird at mid-off. Thank you, Zion. And that is a big wicket for the 6-gun grill, Western Province, and it's Sepa Moreki, top wicket taker of the season, who's got it.
Yeah, running in and with purpose once again, and just an easy catch there. Well, they aren't easy.
No,
you have to do them, but a simple little lob to the hands of John O'Bird, the youngster, making sure of that.
It was Carl Simmons, was it?
Carl Simmons.
Simmons. Oh, so Simmons was taking that catch at mid-off. But was really a very good catch under the circumstances. 29 off 36 balls for Clyde Fortuyn, 3 fours, and the third wicket goes down at 155. I think key for the Gbets Rocks is that captain Peter Malan is still there, but that fragile middle order that Zion's been talking about is now exposed. And coming to the wicket, who do we have? Who's coming to the wicket now? Is that Valentine Kitime? Or is that Michael Copeland? I think it's Michael Copeland who's come to the wicket to join his captain. And we'll have a look now at, I think here's Copeland, yes. Indeed, it looks to me like Michael Copeland coming to the wicket to join his captain. And it will be important for the youngster here to get some runs for his team. He's wearing a sleeveless jersey with no number on his back. So that has made it a little bit more difficult for people to see who it is, but it's Copeland. He's going to face his first ball now from Moreki. Just reward Zion for Toba Moreki, and that's in the air, bunted into the air, but Zazorzi won't be able to get round to take the catch. Moreki is on fire here.
Yeah, and the pressure very much on Copeland. Only scored 1 run in his past 3 games.
Wow.
So, yeah, coming off one against the Northwest and 2 successive ducks against the Dolphins and Lions, respectively. So, a lot of pressure on the youngster, and I think Moreki is keen to cash in at this stage.
Most definitely, he would be. Michael Copeland only played his first List A match this season. A youngster having played for South Africa under 19, he is off the mark, so breaking his duck, as it were, as he plays it out into the offside, fielded by Levy in the covers, and that takes them to 156 for the loss of 3, as it is Copeland off the mark with that single, and Moreki coming back for his second spell, as so far in that spell bowled 5.2 overs and taken the single wicket for only 7 runs so far. So it has been an outstanding, 5.4 overs. He's taken 1 wicket for 8 runs, and it's just guided by Milan down to third man, and they take the single. That's Junaid Dawood, I think, down there. It is indeed down on the third man boundary. So for the new man Copeland, we have a 5-4 offside leg side field, third man backward point cover, extra cover on the boundary, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg, and we actually have a slip as well as a man at fine leg. And it's Copeland here into the pads, though, this time of the man at there, and they're taking the second. That's some good running by the Gbets Rocks as Captain Milan is back easily for the second, despite the best efforts of Luanda Tuaku, who is on the deep square leg boundary. Not sure who he's on for at the moment.
Still trying to figure it out, but
yeah.
just targeting the wrong end of that stage.
Yeah.
Keeper
would have been better, wouldn't it, had it gone to the keeper's end.
Yeah, Copeland just taking a wide Titanic turn at the non-striker's end and was struggling to get back. So a shot at the keeper's end would have made things a little bit interesting.
I think they are looking at the ball at the moment. Perhaps the fourth umpire may be coming on. Not sure what is happening. Is that the end of the over? No, I don't think so. Umpires just on the walkie-talkie. I'm not quite sure what they are doing. Yeah, it is actually the end of the over. Well, they have changed over, even though the scoreboard is still showing that there was a 5-ball over. That is not what we have, though. 28 overs gone, 159 for the loss of 3. Not sure what they were checking. Now is ticking over to that 159 for 3. 144 needed, 133 balls left. The DLS pass score very close at the moment. So it's all to play for.
Seems like the
Valentine Kitime. So they've got Kitime there, not Copeland. I just don't. Yeah, the batsman is Kitime. Sorry, that is what the confusion is. It isn't Copeland, it's actually Kitime batting. Valentine Kitime. So apologies there. Scoreboard had that down as Michael Copeland. They've corrected the scoreboard now. So once again, it is Mpongwana in to Captain Milan, and that's fielded by Gavin Kaplan at backward point. They take a single. So Valentine Kitime, under 19, South African under 19 player, as was Michael Copeland, and he is in his first List A game this season, I think, for the, in fact, his first List A game for the Gbets Rocks. Opened the batting in a number of the matches for the SA under 19 team in the World Cup in the West Indies earlier on this year.
And a big opportunity for him to step up, solidify his name.
Oh, that is straight through him. Good delivery from Mhlali Mpongwana, another young man with a bright future ahead of him, Zion.
Yeah, most definitely. And with a couple of our players heading overseas, more of these youngsters are getting their opportunity, and it's good to see. It's exactly what cricket needs in South Africa.
Yes, some really impressive performances from some of the youngsters in both of these teams in this season so far. Another wideish one that Kitime has a flash at outside the off stump, but no danger there, misses it. And the field is quite widespread on the leg side. We have a 6-3 offside leg side field. We have a slip, sort of wideish, the second slip, that's Carl Simmons. Third man, backward point, man on the cover point boundary, extra cover, mid-on, deep square leg, and a long leg.
No mystery which areas one is targeting at this stage.
Definitely no mystery, as that's played into the leg side and picked up there by Junaid Dawood at mid-on, and they take a single. Kitime moves to 4, and the run rate has slowed as the... Oh, my goodness, yes, we'll give you this information that we have. And Mpongwana has 2 balls left in his 6th over, and interesting news coming out of the Wanderers. Zion, what's happened there?
So another wicket's fallen. The Lions still needing 17 runs. They got the 1 wicket in hand, and there's 9.5 overs left.
Wide outside the off stump, and Peter Milan misses out there, plays it to Gavin Kaplan, and it's Mitchell van Buren who is out at the Wanderers, who has been the middle order batter, who's been guiding the tail. So it's now to the last two, number 10 and 11, for the Lions to take them home. It's Yusuf and Bukako, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens there. That match and that result, absolutely crucial for these two teams as Milan plays that into the leg side. They're looking for two. Katima's going to come back quite easily, and they get the two down to Bashir Walters at deep square. And 163 for 3 after 29. The match at the Imperial Wanderers is very important as we look at the table and see that should the Lions lose that match, which it looked as if they were potentially on track to win, they would stay on 13 points, which means that whoever wins this match tonight will leapfrog them and go with the same number of games, will be on 14 points, one behind the Northwest Dragons. The Dragons playing the Lions on Sunday. So if the Dragons don't win that match and one of these teams wins this match and wins their match on Sunday, they could well be in with a chance of getting to the finals. In fact, any one of 4 teams after this match could potentially get through to the final with the Titans.
Yeah, the Western Province, I think, have a tough challenge ahead of them. You know, this game important to get through, but the Titans waiting on Sunday.
And Centurion.
They've been unforgiving.
They have, and even defending a total of 145 into the pads of Katima and played down to the man at fine leg, and they take the single, and that is the left arm. That's John O'Bird down at fine leg. Took a good catch earlier on to get rid of the dangerous Ruan to Blanche. Seppo Moreki fired up into his 7th over, 1 for 35. Last over taking the crucial wicket of Clyde Fontaine. Oh, that's a good delivery. And angling in to Peter Milan, and he can only play it back to the bowler. Quite some animation on the field from the Western Province players, still searching for another wicket.
And Peter Milan just composing himself, just keeping a cool head and then keeping the scoreboard ticking. It's just a class act.
He is indeed, and if the Gbets Rocks are going to get over the line here, as Luando Tuaku does the fielding at deep square, if they're going to get over the line, it's going to be Captain Milan who is going to get them there. One feels inexperienced middle order here for the Gbets Rocks, perhaps with Frisco Adams perhaps being the most experienced of the players still to come for them from a batting point of view. Moreki. Oh, and that's well played by Valentine Katima. Chase for the captain, Dazorzi. He will get there, will he? Yes, he does eventually get there. Looked like he might have overran that, in fact. And they get through for 3. A good chase by the captain as he prevents what would have been a boundary, and still the runs tick along here. 168 for 3 after 29.5 overs, and Seppo Moreki, you feel, perhaps coming to the end of this spell now. They have to find 6 overs somewhere between Darwood and potentially one of the other bowlers that's down the leg side and will be called wide as it's fielded by Smith. He seems a little bit upset about that. Feels like it might have hit something on the way through.
Might have clipped the pads.
Yeah, it did look like it deviated slightly. Umpire Brad White will have nothing of it. He's already signalled wide, and he's not going to change that call. So another run to the score from that wide, 169 for 3. And we're nearly at the end of 30 overs. Still 6.5 an over to win.
Yeah, and Peter Milan, an absolute pro, and definitely has the class to see his team over the line. But breakthrough here, like we said, could change everything. Just taking a look at the rest of the batting lineup, Fresco Adams averaging 2.
This season.
This season.
Manak
averaging 6, Hardesviljoen 5.5. So, like we've mentioned a couple of times.
One more wicket changes the complexion of this game, and if that wicket is that of Peter Malan, then one senses that the pressure on the remaining lineup for the Gbets Rocks may well be overwhelming. Only time will tell.
Yeah, they have to get there first.
They do. They have to take this wicket. Valentine Katima, in his debut List A match, will have something to prove. And it is going to be Junaid Dawood. A change of bowling, perhaps as we expected. Mhlali Mpongwana coming out of the attack. Dawood having to come in. He's only bowled 4 overs, 0 for 31. And it's going to be important for him now to try and keep it tight. He has a ring field on the offside, 2 men backward of a point on the offside to stop that dab down to the leg side, and that is hit him straight in front. He's been given out. He's been given out by umpire Dennis Smith. Has given Peter Malan out to leg before wicket for the first delivery of Junaid Dawood's second spell, and that is the breakthrough that 6 Gun Grill Western Province were looking for. That is an incredible wicket for the 6 Gun Grill Western Province team, and that is something they were looking for. That is the end of Peter Malan, and he's out for 33 of 32 deliveries. He's leg before wicket to Junaid Dawood, an important wicket for Dawood in his first match back. As we say goodbye to Zion. Sims, lovely to have you with us in the commentary box.
Thanks for having me.
And we say hello to Yusuf Majid.
Magid,
and Yusuf, who is a photographer.
Yeah, photographer.
Yeah, and takes pictures for
Omar Images.
I
see Junaid Dawood coming back into the attack. Earlier on, he was bowling to Stian van Zyl, which obviously made the difference. Van Zyl was in a fine nick. So coming up against Peter Malan, who looked like he was struggling a bit there.
Yeah, he 33, shall I say, off 32 deliveries. Had been batting at a runner ball. Was definitely going to be the rock on which the Rocks as such were wanting to chase down those runs. And I
think he was setting himself up, and how the complexion of the game changed.
Completely.
Copeland is coming in.
Now Copeland comes in, yes. James.
Copeland comes in.
Yeah, now Copeland comes in, and Katima, his fellow under-19 player, so 2 youngsters at the crease as Malan.
So the Rocks have their future in 2 young Proteas here.
They do indeed. 2 young under-19, former under-19 players. Valentine Katima, who hails from Midrand, went to school at Crawford up there in Midrand, signed by the Gbets Rocks this season, played in the 20-over tournament as Copeland just defends that one down to Mpongwana at backward point. It's good to have you up here behind the mic rather than behind the camera.
Yeah, I was down there for a stint. Absolutely beautiful out here at Newlands.
It is such a beautiful ground, and you must know it very well, Yusuf.
Fun fact, Dawood played his first senior cricket game under my captaincy.
Okay, amazing.
It's quite quick through the air, as you can see. He's bowling well. And I think that Wicket just gave him the impetus that he needed, and the impetus Western Province needed for this
Absolutely.
innings.
His first List A match this season. Has played 17 List A matches before this. As that one's just edged again down to Mpongwana at shortish third man, and slip in here for Michael Copeland as Dawood spinning the ball vigorously.
So remember the ball was spinning away into the left-handers, and now it's a different kettle of fish.
Yeah, and it is very, very well fielded by the captain, Tony De Zorzi. So Yusuf, say from a club cricket point of view, he was playing
He
for...
was a nipper that time.
Yeah.
He was about 16 when he played with me a second team game against UCT, and I thought, wow, this boy is quick through the end. Unusual for a leg spinner to be that quick at that age.
He does fire them in, doesn't he? And that one beats the outside edge of Copeland's bat, and he can't get anything from that. He has got one run, the total 172 for 4 at the end of 31 overs. And with me in the commentary box, Yusuf Magid. It is the Rocks chasing that total of 301, which would be a record score. Now, we said that a few times, but would be a record chase here in List A cricket at Newlands.
We look set for an awesome run chase. The only thing that worries me is the batting coming. I played with Imran Manak at Primrose as well, so you can hold the bat too. So looking at Fariska, I really rate Fariska Adams. He's got a cricketer with a big heart. Small stature, big heart.
Yeah, and average of just over 22 in this format of the game at List A level. So no mug with the bat.
Yeah, and if there's one guy you want to come and fight for you in a game like this, it's Fariska Adams. I'll take him to war with me anytime.
Yeah, and so if you're the Western Province captain, then you probably take this man to war with you as well, Bashir Walters.
Bashir Walters. He had a very indifferent start to the season with Western Province, but of late he's come into his stride and shown his class. And I think with experience like this on the field, would be awesome for the captain to have.
Yeah, really good in terms of showing the youngsters what it's like to be a pro, and just chasing everything around the boundary. Earlier on, we saw him giving his all, pulling up the divots in preventing the boundary. So good to have a senior pro.
And of course, you have the senior pro bowling to the two newbies here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I might even have gone with a slipper in one wide slip, second, third, just to put a bit of pressure on them.
Yeah. It's interesting point there, because they did have the slip in for Darwood, the spinner.
Yeah.
And Bashir Walters away from us, and that's just dabbed into the offside. Michael Copeland wants the run and is lucky to get away with not being run out there. Direct hit and from Gavin Kaplan, and having dropped his bat, Copeland would have been out.
Yeah, definitely changed, but the momentum has shifted after those. It's amazing what wickets can do.
It is, and that's what we said. I mean, that they fell in a brace when 97 for 1, 97 for 2 with Van Sale and to Blanche out. Similar thing happened in the Cobras, listen to me, in the Western Province innings, 58 for 1, 73 for 2, and so anything could happen as he takes on the short ball from Bashir Walters and Luando Tuaku, who is patrolling on the
and just earlier you were asking where we're going to get the 6 overs. Now it doesn't become that difficult to
find. It doesn't, does it?
Overs, because you've got bowling to new batters out there now.
Absolutely.
But Copeland, both these boys have potential, so Western Province not out of the woods yet.
No, it is early days in their List A careers for both of these two, Kitime and Copeland, and whether they can cope with the pressures of getting their team over the line is another thing altogether, as Levy does the fielding, coming in from that short extra cover position, and no doubt has something to say to Valentine Kitime there.
Definitely. It's a pity there's no stump mic on there tonight. But these two young boys are going to have to really pull their socks here, because they got to take the team home. As we said earlier, Malan was looking to play that role, but unfortunately,
going for the sweep shot off first ball of Junaid Darwood's second spell.
Maybe should have had a look.
Maybe should have had a look first, as you said, and the leg spinner getting
not very easy to sweep Junaid with that pace again, and the wicket seems to give a little bit of bounces here. So Dawood in his second spell, if he can get through the second spell for little runs, a good state for Western Province.
So would you say, I mean, very much like Anil Kumble-like, Junaid Dawood, a bit more like a medium? I mean, a lot of people described, that's in the air, but it's going to bounce short of the man at fine leg, as Copeland takes on the short ball from Walters. Walters already with success with that short ball earlier on with Ruan to Blanche top edging it down to John O'Bird, this time not quite carrying to the man at fine leg.
And Anil Kumble, he turns the ball a little bit more than Kumble. Kumble was more of a bouncer, skidder type of bowler. That what makes Junaid Dawood an exciting prospect, because you don't get these type of leg spinners. Imran Tahir retiring. Taibri Shams in the middle of his career. You got Junaid Dawood now coming through at the bottom end of his career. So, but Western Province now, G-Rocks 174 for 4 after 32 overs. A run rate 5.4 and a run rate required 7.1. So they're not that far off the pace.
No, but the DLS par score, which I do use as a little bit of an indicator, is now sitting at 186 with 4 wickets down. This one is squeezed out into the offside by Copeland and fielded on the boundary by John O'Bird. They take a single, and that an indicator of perhaps how close or far away they are. It's going to require a couple of big partnerships to get them over the line.
That's what we've got left, 17 overs.
And this is just played to the captain. Dezorzi at extra cover is no run. The fielders noticeably have come in a step or two. Kaplan and Dezorzi well in from the ring, and that is beautifully bowled outside the off stump. Lovely purchase and turn, and
looked like the googly.
Katime is oh my word, the Imperial Lions are 5 runs away from victory at the Wanderers. Can number 10 and 11 get them over the line as Katima plays this down to long off for a single? That game there is delicately poised, with numbers 10 and 11 having to score 16 it was to get them over the line.
And they've got what, 11?
5 to go.
5 to go.
So
what does that mean for Western Province?
Well, exactly. It would mean if they were to win, it would mean they would move to 17 points on the log. It would also mean that the Dragons have to beat them, and Western Province would need a bonus point.
Could make that. That's the boundary
and
there.
It does. A good boundary. Good shot there from Copeland as he gets it past the man short in at backward point and down to the boundary for 4. And the first boundary for some time.
Lots of dots, building pressure. I think Dow just pushing that one wide.
A little bit wide. It got the treatment from the batter. If you are a quality player, which these two must be, having come through the under-19 ranks for South Africa, you have got the talent. If it's there to be hit, you'll hit it. And they're going to be drinks brought onto the field now with the score 181 for 4 after 33 overs. This match delicately poised as the game in at the Imperial Wanderers goes down to the wire, and we will keep you posted on that score once we know what's happening. So they need 4 to win at the Wanderers and 1 wicket to fall for the Titans. It is that match is very, very delicately poised. The Lions there, if they do win that game, go to 17 points. The Dragons are on 15 points. Whoever wins this game will end up on 14 points.
With a bowler like Dawood, he could go for runs, but he can also make the breakthrough and take a top wicket like Peter Malan. So now the captain's in a bit of a catch-22. Do you continue bowling him, or do you just switch it up and bring Carl Simmons into the attack on that side, maybe?
I think, maybe having got the breakthrough, now's maybe the time to exercise control.
I would actually give him one more.
Give
him one more, because these batters are also nervous.
They are.
And you know what? Like I said, he's a leg spinner. They tend to give you that loose one. But we just need one more wicket. If you can get that 1 wicket now, bringing in Fariska, Adams and Manak, they mean the money.
Then that is certainly. You wouldn't think maybe Hardus Viljoen is the only one of the bottom 3 that are going to contribute potentially to that. But when you get down to Manak, they can bat a bit. You would sense that the chase might be too much for them.
Manak's got great potential with the bat. I haven't seen it yet in the higher level, but we'll have to see. Like today, hoe sal hulle sê in Afrikaans?
Yeah.
Die tafel is gedek, James.
Yeah.
To make heroes out here. Eh?
Yeah, absolutely.
And Copeland, Dawood, we've got all these names, Makatima. We got, we know for Risco's already is
absolutely.
Mpungwana.
Well, he made a hero of himself in the match against the Warriors, taking
he's really come up,
the Western Province team home.
He's really come up in leaps and bounds.
He has,
He's shown lots of potential, and I mean, Western Province will do good to hold on to that youngster.
Yeah, they will, definitely. And no doubt he'll be in demand, won't he?
Fantastic prospect with both bat and ball. He just seems to me to be such a hard worker.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you say with bat and ball, he looks so good out on the crease. That 61 not out he scored to get the 6-gun grill Western Province over the line against the Warriors. Really was a crucial innings.
So from every angle perspective, this game is set up nicely, giving everybody a good opportunity, and I mean, even here in the commentary box, we're all excited about it.
We are very excited.
It's like a nail-biting T20 game going down here with 17 overs remaining and looking at about, say, 120 to score. Wow, the game is on. And like I said, I'm not hiding my admiration for Verisco Adams. So.
No, not at all. And as you say, local derby, a lot of needle in the match.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's what you want as the match in Johannesburg continues to go down to the wire. 3 needed by the Imperial Lions to win that match. 1 wicket needed for the Titans.
Seems like the captain's going to gamble and bowl Walters through.
Yeah, it looks like it. Bashir Walters been the most successful bowler so far. He's away from us now at the Kelvin Grove end. That's a good delivery. And it will be no run as it goes to the man at the mid-wicket. That's Kyle Simmons, is it there? Not sure. Yeah, it must be Kyle Simmons. They're tossing the ball left-handed to his captain,
Dzorzi looks like a calm character on the field.
He does, doesn't he? Yeah.
And I haven't seen so many hand gestures for wickets. The excitement of the players, they're eager to sew this one up.
They are very eager to sew this one up. None more so than Bashir Walters, the young old man. He's youngster at heart, very well bowled.
Up the hill on the Kelvin Grove side, Walters coming
into the wind.
That's
the Lions have just taken that match at the Imperial Wanderers.
Okay.
And that means that they are on 17 points, and with the Dragons on 15 points, it does mean that whoever wins this match, their chances of actually getting to the final have just diminished significantly, as Walters is in once again to Kitime, and he defends.
I actually don't mind what you just said, James. The chances, it means they still have a chance.
They do still have a chance. It is an outside chance, but it is still a chance. It does require a bonus point win in their last match, and that could potentially get them over the line, but does also mean the Northwest Dragons have to beat the Imperial Lions in the last match, and they're playing at Potchefstroom at home. That's a big appeal. Hit him outside the line, potentially, or going down the leg side, but it's not a confident appeal.
I always have this admiration for bowler going into the wind here. It's quite a stiff little breeze to bowl into. And like you said, the veteran taking the responsibility and going into this wind and doing a good job. Yeah, bowling good lines, good lengths.
He is, and he's come back. Potentially going to bowl him out is the captain Dzorzi in his 9th over now.
Definitely, I think you do that and keep the momentum, and he's on this few overs he's bowled.
So it is Walters again. That's a beautiful shot. Really good shot from the youngster Kitime, as it's overpitched on middle and leg, and he just pummels it through the leg side past the man at mid-on for a welcome boundary. It had been a good over there up to that point by Walters, and
Walters
now 9 overs, 2 for 42. Did he give him a
complete stare down there? Yeah. I'm not going to undo the 4. No. I don't think it was a bad delivery. I think it was well played by Kitime. Got into position early and just played the most glorious off drive of the day.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot, and not the easiest
On
to
drive
play
of the
on
day,
drive,
sorry.
not the
Yeah,
easiest
not the
shot to
easiest.
play, just to the wide of the man at mid-on, and it's going to be Junaid Dawood to continue, as you said, Yusuf.
Yeah, I called it.
You did call it, and maybe this will be.
I think he's got to
potentially
try.
the last over in this spell. Maybe. No, we'll see. Maybe he'll bowl him through, as that's.
He's got to bowl Dawood through as well if he can.
Yeah, he will have to probably bowl him through. That's played out to the man. A deep cover, John O'Bird, and they take the single. So the complexion of the tournament with that win for the Lions changes again, and so much depends on other results now for whoever wins this match to see if they can get through to that final.
Dawood's line the ball before this was all wrong for the field here. As the ball he just bowled now, he was a bit more straighter. He's got a man that's deep square. So he's got to keep that line going.
Wants to be able to get that. Oh, that is just wide of the man at that shortish extra cover. That's the captain. Dezorzi goes down to Luando Tuaku, who is on the boundary at long off, and in place, I think, of Mo Valley. Actually, it's Dawood again.
That's an excellent ball from Dawood.
Much better.
Dot spilled pressure. Dawood's got to keep bowling that middle line, because he's got his man square, deep square. He's got to go anywhere on the off stump. They're going to beat him through here.
He wants them to shape to play on the leg side, and then beat them on the offside. Perhaps that ball spinning away from the right hander, from the leg spinner. And you would know him, Yusuf. Does he have the googly?
Yes, he does have the googly. I think he bowled one here, beat the batsman through here.
Yeah.
Let's just check the movement of the keeper. He does have the googly, and he bowls a flipper.
So let's see what he's going to come up with this time. That's fast delivery
like
again. That was a very good delivery.
Yeah.
Shaping to play that to the leg side, gets a leading edge, goes into the offside.
Perfect line.
That's exactly where he wants to
you
bowl
see,
it.
what's also nice about Dawood, he gets through his over quickly, so
He does.
before you can still settle and think, and that will be unsettling to do these two
Definitely.
youngsters, just get them through quickly.
So at the moment, after 35 overs, the Gbets Rocks are 19 runs ahead of where the Cobras were at the same period. Sorry, Cobras. I keep saying the Cobras. Sorry, it's the second time now. Western Province were at the same stage. 6-gun grill, Western Province, and these two put on 19 now for this the fifth wicket after the loss of Captain Peter Malan, who was LBW to Junaid Dawood. Walters again.
Short
That's
ball
a very
outside
good
off
delivery.
stump, testing the youngster.
And Copeland sways out of the way, doesn't get puts his gloves down, and that's the technique you need to develop, that kind of delivery.
But we can have Copeland leave that all evening. It suits us.
So
run rate 5.4 at the moment. Run rate required 7.5.
Creeping up.
Creeping up a little bit. And Bashir Walters now pegging these batsmen onto the back foot with a short one outside the off stump. But Walters in. Well driven, great bowling. Bashir Walters keeping it up there, making them guess.
Yeah.
Mixing it up well, James.
Yeah, he is. Nice tight bowling. Slower balls outside the off stump, not giving them a chance.
Experience coming through here.
Of course, yes. It's the experienced fast bowler, man with many, many games under his belt.
He's also a man that loves Kusistas.
Okay.
He loves Kusistas. Every Sunday he must have a Kusista, this guy.
Why not? I mean, he's certainly putting in the hard yards there. He's working them off already before he's even had them this week.
Oh, that's a great
that's a good shot. In the air, over the top.
Over long
one bounce.
Into the boundary.
And really, really good shot there from the youngster Copeland. He moves to 15.
Bit of pressure relief for the G Rocks. Bashir Walters again. I think Copeland needs to get credit for that shot. Walters again just holding his line, a little bit short of a length. Copeland leaning back, hitting it over mid-on for 4-1, bounce into the ropes.
Yeah, just played through the line of that as it was angling into him.
I wouldn't be too concerned. Bashir would be happy that Copeland is trying to take him on. Well, let's see what the next ball holds.
Away from us now at the Kelvin Grove end.
Oh, bold Walters, great comeback there.
Yeah,
James.
very good comeback from Bashir Walters, and he Copeland defending into the offside. Walters in his last over. Just the boundary so far off that 4 runs is not enough at this stage for the Rocks, as they're needing 7.5 and over from here to win this match and give themselves a chance to get to the final of this competition. And that's played very nicely backward at point. Seppo Morecki is doing the patrolling in the cover region, gets around very quickly as he has done all evening.
Seppo Morecki like a bunny rabbit on the boundary there, coming around and
indeed
pick up quick feet there. Eh?
Very quick feet. It's a greyhound of note around that boundary, isn't he?
Like a hound around the boundary. One hand pick up, get it in. Western Province certainly have a pep in there, in the little step here at Newlands tonight.
They do indeed.
Lots to play for.
Everything to play for. The chance to get to the final of this competition.
I like the short one again to Copeland. Copeland ducking under that one instead of dropping the hands. Bashir Walters, 10 overs for 48 with 2 wickets. As well bowled, James.
It is well bowled, and those 2 wickets both coming in the same over, getting the very, very important wickets of first Stiaan van Zyl, and then John O'Bird taking a good catch to get rid of Ruan to Blanche. And those were the breakthroughs.
Stiaan van Zyl's wicket was an amazing breakthrough, because Western Province needed that wicket desperately.
They did desperately.
Van Zyl looked like he was going to take them apart.
66 of 52 deliveries. He played some glorious shots through the offside. And when he got to his 50, 31 of those 50 were played through the cover region.
Dawood in his 7th, in his 8th over.
He's going to bowl him through.
That's great line, nice Dawood again. That's the line he needs to bowl, James. He needs to force them to hit onto the offside, and then if they go against the grain, they got a man out there.
That's right, and that's a potential catch in the air on the leg side. If they do go across the line, that's again good bowling.
Well bowled, Dawood.
He's getting that line right now to the right-handers. Ball angling away. The natural leg spinner will be moving away from the right-hander, making it more difficult. And to pick it, that's
one to the cover boundary.
Yeah, that's
we can deal with the ones, James.
Yeah, Western Province very happy with the singles.
Yep.
The 5-4 offside leg side field, man at 45, third man, short third man, backward point, man on the cover boundary, extra cover, and a man at long off. It's focused on that offside. This plays into the leg side a bit straighter this time, and they're going to turn.
Oh, it's well fielded by Kaplan.
Very well done, Gavin Kaplan.
Gavin Kaplan?
Is it? No, Kaplan's at backward point. Simmons at mid-wicket, and he's now going to go out to the boundary at mid-wicket for
don't think I agree with that.
Kitime. I think they're giving away a run here on the leg side. Maybe he wants him to play on the leg side, and he tries to play down the leg side. Does Kitime doesn't make contact, comes off the pad. But a bit too leg side-ish there from
like you
Dawood.
said, giving the one away on the leg side. Should be actually having he's on the front foot, Dawood, at the moment.
Yeah, he is indeed. Kitime with a very open stance, and that's played over the bowler's head.
Straight shot. It could get 2.
He might just take the single.
We can live with the singles.
Tuaku does the fielding, so that so far been a very good over from
Dawood. A good comeback there for his second spell.
Good. Yeah.
Struggled in his first one. Like I noted earlier, Stiaan van Zyl was in full flight, so it was a good test for him to come up against a batsman like Van Zyl. And I was wondering when the captain was going to bring him back, because certainly has an ace up his sleeve with Dawood.
Does indeed, and Dawood probably going to be bowled out for his 10 overs. Walters already having finished his 10 overs. It's going to be Carl Simmons to replace Bashir Walters at the Kelvin Grove end. The first time we're going to see the left arm spinner from this end open the bowling from the other end. Did Simmons in his first spell open the bowling for 6 Gun Grill Western Province. His first spell 2 overs 0 for 8. His second spell 4 overs 0 for 26, and he'll be looking to get that ball to go away from the left hand, from the right handers again. So all spin at the moment.
198 for 437 overs. Run rate required 7.9. Carl Simmons from Calvin Groves, flat in, outside off, cut. Copeland, Wicket making a bit of a hash of that one.
Yeah, he would have hoped to have hit that past that man at backward point. The very same field as was set for Darwood is Simmons in again. That's a very good delivery. But again, Gavin Kaplan at backward point doing the fielding. So we've got the man at short third man, backward point, cover, extra cover. It's cover on the boundary, extra cover, long off, long on, with Tuaka coming in front of us here. Mid-wicket, man the deep square leg boundary, and that's again played to Gavin Kaplan. Good fielding again, prevents the single, does he? And that direct hit would have been potentially Kitima run out. A bit of hesitation there as Kaplan dived and fielded the ball at backward point.
James got a quite interesting field setting there. He's got a point and he's got a backward point, but they're quite short. So he beats the man there, it's tickets.
Yeah,
that's well played. Well bowled. Long on.
That happy to take the single as the 200 comes up for the Gbets Rocks. They need 101 to win. 200 of 231 balls, 24s in that, and both batters now on 19.
Oh, it's a great shot.
It's played down the leg side and beautifully played by Kitime down to the long leg boundary, and that is the boundary they wanted off this over. It would have been a good over so far by Simmons, and these two youngsters are doing well here for the Gbets Rocks. 34, the partnership, 97 to win, and they need 8 runs and over.
Simmons now looking a bit expensive there with that boundary. Simmons in from the Calvin Grove end. Again. Mickey Tima looking good against the spin.
Yeah, nice wrists, nice wrist movement there. Yeah, very good hands. Haven't seen him before live, so good to see. The youngster had a bit of a tough time at the World Cup in his few innings that he did have there in the West Indies, opening the batting for the SA Under-19 team.
Mickey Tima and Copeland showing their steal at the moment, but we also need to be aware that Simmons and Dowd bowled when Van Zyl and Rohan van Zyl were at their peak in the innings. So Dowd looks like he's going to be bowling through, starting his 9th over.
Definitely. It's Dowd again to Copeland. That is played down to long off for a single, and that is Dowd there. Thank you very much. Getting some refreshment here, and thanks. As it's Dowd again, that's just jabbed into the ground out to John O'Bird on the deep cover boundary. Take the single, and 206 for 4 as coming down to the wire here. 8 runs and over to win.
Extremely impressed with Dowd pulling it back in his second spell here. Faster one.
Edges it down to the man at 45, a short third man, and Mpongwana comes around very nicely to field. And just 3 singles so far off this over.
We're halfway through the over. Like I said, Dowd gets through his over quite quickly before you know it, it's over. And that's well bowled, dot ball. Dowd firing it into middle stump there. Not much turn, quicker delivery through the air.
Yeah, he's getting that line right. Needs that line to be on that middle off-stump line, turning away from the right-hander. And that's played in the air. I think he's going to be out, and it's gone straight to the man at long off. And Yusuf, you're very happy about that.
Your man, you did indeed. Dowd gets a wicket. There's again one of those balls coming onto length. I think you said middle turning away, and exactly what happened. Batsman gave himself some room. Unfortunately, didn't have the hands to get through there to the shot and caught in the long off boundary.
Yeah, so Bashir Walters, that seasoned campaigner for 6 Gun Grill Western Province,
doesn't drop
taking
much,
the catch.
James.
No, he doesn't drop much, and he definitely didn't drop that. Virtually didn't have to move, and Junaid Dawood takes his 2nd wicket as it's Valentine Kitime gone for 24 the youngster got off 38 balls, and that is the 5th wicket for the Gbets Rocks, falling with a total on 207, a 37-run partnership between these two, and that would put another spring in the step of the 6-gun grill Western Province, and particularly Junaid Dawood, who's into his 9th over, as Frisco Adams is coming to the crease. Man who's played 59 matches, batted 47 times, 873 runs at an average of 22.4, with a highest score of 83, playing for Borland versus Easterns in 2018-19. So he can bat, this man, Frisco Adams. We saw him earlier on with the ball, taking 4 for 54. Impressive figures from him.
I'm telling you, this guy's impressive. Yeah, he a few seasons ago played for the Blitz.
Yeah,
and he took them over the line a couple of times. Very, very underrated though in terms of the national setup. But personally, I think he should be worked into. Not a guy with physical presence or anything, but he's a gritty and a hard cricketer. You know, that's what you need, a hard cricketer.
Yeah.
And he fits the bill, and we'll see now. I hope not for Western Province sake, but you know, he's good in the eye.
Yeah.
He's good in the eye.
And certainly earlier on, bustling in from the Kelvin Grove end, he made the most of his opportunity, and he is facing as
Dawood fires it in,
and that he's played that
short,
one and into the Oaks, one bounce for. And too short from Junaid Dawood to finish the over.
In fact, James, I just looked at that shot. It wasn't really that short. He was just very quick on the back foot, and that is what I said earlier about Frisco Adams. You know,
so first ball that he gets, he pummels into the Oaks for 4 runs and takes his team to 211 for the loss of 5. And we are in for a very interesting last 11 overs here, with the 6-gun grill Western Province scoring 110 in their last 11 overs, but they had only lost the 4 wickets at that point in time, and with the set man Mo Valley at the crease, as it's going to be Seppo Moreki to replace Carl Simmons from the Kelvin Grove. He's got 3 overs left
as well. Okay.
So we're going to have Mpwana bowling 4, which will be presumably from the Kelvin, from the Weinberg end. It's Moreki away from us now. He's not going to bowl that one.
He's aborted that mission.
Could see that from quite early on that he wasn't going to go through with that. As he's just stretching there a little bit. It's a cold evening here at 6-gun grill Newlands. Clear, but the wind has been pumping through most of the day. And Seppo Moreki has been the standout bowler for Western Province this season, away from us now, and that's a good delivery.
Well played.
Very, very well played by Copeland. Michael Copeland. My goodness. That
fantastic shot through the covers.
Glorious shot. Word. Yeah. Sped past Richard Levy at extra cover, and there was no chance for anybody to get anywhere near that one. Good boundary to start the over for the Gbets Rocks, and there's still a game to play here. 86 needed to win off 65 balls.
Only thing worrying me is the wickets.
5 wickets down. And you sense if Peter Milan was still there, then it would be advantage Rocks. At the moment, I think it is advantage 6-gun grill Western Province, as it's played out into the deep where Carl Simmons does the fielding, and they take 2. That one flew in the air, but well past Gavin Kaplan at backward point. So, Yusuf, you were saying Primrose Cricket Club.
Well represented both sides tonight. Imran Manak and Junaid Dawood also started. Imi came down for 1 season,
right?
And then after that, he played at Primrose for a season. Well, he did well.
As just bunted out into the covers to the man at deep cover. It's Carl Simmons. They take a single, so 5 off the first 2 deliveries of the Seppo Moreki over. Yes, Primrose, one of the renowned cricket clubs.
Yeah, one of the renowned cricket clubs, obviously the famous guy from there, Saeed Majid.
Yes, okay.
And the Majid brothers, really, Rushdie and Saeed Majid. Rushdie was a convener of selectors back in the day, initially. And then Saeed was a great. That just sums it all up, you know. One of the guys that would have definitely played for South Africa. Moreki in. It's well bowled.
It's well bowled.
Still picking up a single. It's great batting by these two. Great running by these two.
Very good running. That's Frisco Adams calling his partner through for that single. And he's an all-action cricketer.
He's a bustling batsman.
Isn't he bustling?
He gives that energy, you know. That's the energy you need. And in a game situation like this now, you don't want anybody else out there because he's a stole a single from Mr. Barnes.
He did.
Look like, okay, let's just get in. Bah! Exactly. All of a sudden, Frisco Adams calling the single.
And Copeland to face Moreki away from us now, and that's not a bad bounce. But it's called wide. I think
it's a bit harsh.
I think it's very harsh.
I think it's harsh.
Just looking at it from where we are, that definitely didn't look like it was overhead heights. But the umpires have called it. That's Dennis Smith at square leg calling that one too high. And he has a much better view of it than we do. And another extra to the total, 220 for 5. 81 needed. As that's into the body. And Copeland can't get that one away. It's going to be one more delivery from Moreki in this over. Then he would have bowled 8. And 40 overs will have been bowled. It's going to be 4 bowlers left. Darwood, no doubt, will finish his spell. From the Weinberg end, he's bowled 9 overs, 2 for 53. Walters finished 10 overs, 2 for 48, and Moreki into his 8th over, 1 for 50. It's going to be down to Mpongwana and Simmons to bowl the majority of the last 10 overs. That's going to be interesting.
As he erred in not holding back on the experience.
Yeah, you wonder. I mean, he wanted to get the wickets, didn't he? But
I think Moreki was bowling well. Walters, Mpongwana, Simmons went for some runs up front.
He did, yes.
So, I think a guy like Frisco Adams fancy his chances against Simmons and against Moreki or Walters, But okay, maybe that will work out for us.
You never know. I mean, I think it's going to be an interesting final few overs. We have 10 overs left in this match, and the final power play has started. 5 players allowed outside the circle in the last 10 overs, and it has been. It's going to be Junaid Dawood to bowl his last over, and Yusuf Maged with me here, who is one of the resident photographers here at Newlands.
Yeah. Work for Magma Images, so if you need your sons to be photographed on a Saturday, please call me.
There we go. Please give Yusuf a call. Magma Images, remember that name. And this one is played out into the deep. Man does really well on
it's well fielded on the
boundary. Very well
there.
fielded on the boundary by Kyle Simmons, and prevents 2. I mean, how he did that, I don't know. It went to him very quickly from Frisco Adams. Just again, a little bit short to Adams, who's a short man, actually gets back quickly in his crease. That's much better flighted and well played by Copeland to the man at long on.
Adams has quick feet, gets into position very quickly. Dawood should learn that quickly now, that he shouldn't be bowling short to Adams like this.
And needs to keep it outside that off stump. He's very strong on the leg side. That's a much better delivery and well fielded by Dazorzi. But they get through for the single.
Coasting through for runs. The run rate now required 8.2. Current run rate 5.5.
Yeah, this is
so it's really exciting end here for us, James.
Yeah, it's going to be a very exciting end. One of these teams will get over the line within the next 10 overs. That's played straight to Gavin Kaplan at backward point, and there is no run.
Copeland looking good on 29 now.
He is, isn't he?
Really played a mature innings here tonight under tremendous pressure.
And he closing in on his best List A score from earlier in the season, 38.
Oh, it's well bowled by Dawood.
Gets a bit lucky there, perhaps.
Need a bit of luck in this game,
You
James.
do, don't you? Western Province had a bit of luck. A couple of balls squeezing off the edges past the stumps.
Dawood's last ball needs to finish strong here to Frisco Adams.
Does indeed, and who better to describe it than Yusuf?
Oh, it's well bowled by Dawood. Western Province now, G Rocks 224 for 5. 41 overs. We're going down to the wire in this game. And
lovely
James,
to have you with me,
I'll be
Yusuf.
off.
Thank you
It's
very much.
fantastic.
Very nice to have you here with us on commentary. And just remember that name, Magma Images. And please, Yusuf Magid from Primrose Cricket Club and resident photographer here at Six Gun Grill Newlands has been replaced by Nazri Alexander for the last 10 overs.
Good evening, James. I think.
Good evening again.
I think I came from just at the right time.
I think so.
As the game, just getting into the climax period. We
Absolutely.
on the knife edge.
Absolutely. There is this game is on a knife edge, and whoever wins this game, just to remind you, still has an outside chance of getting to the final. It would mean that other games have to go a certain way, with the Imperial Lions getting over the line against the Titans earlier on today by 1 wicket in a very low-scoring encounter. It's Mhlali Mpongwana away from us now, and that is just played out into the offside. And Copeland can't get that past Richard Levy at extra cover. And we have a couple of dance moves there from Mhlali Mpongwana. No, just stretching out a bit there.
You mentioned the Lions earlier, James. I think that was a very important victory for them.
It was, yes.
And
yes.
it also kind of closed up the competition also for that place in the final. But yeah, so everybody was hoping that the Titans would win and just run away with the top spot.
Correct. That's played short and wide, played over the man at backward point by Copeland, down to the boundary for 4, and he moves on to 34 with that boundary. And with him, Frisco Adams on 7, partnership here looking a bit dangerous now, 21. And if they can build on this, one senses it might take them over the line, but it's still a long way to go. 1 wicket, again, changes the complexion of this.
Yeah, I think always, wickets brings you back in any contest. But just a word on young Mikey Copeland. I mean, what a knock under the lights at Newlands.
Absolutely.
Good crowd in prodigy from the under-19 World Cup side that was just in the West Indies a couple of months ago. Showing all his talent there tonight at Newlands.
Absolutely right. And what a stage to show that for the youngster, as David and I were talking a bit earlier around getting the under-19 players. In fact, with Zahir Adams, just getting these under-19 players to come through and play at the senior level is very important.
Yeah. And even that partnership that got the Rocks, on course for victory was from Ketime and Copeland that both played under-19. It's so great to see them batting together.
Absolutely.
And with guys like Peter Malan in the same team. So the experience that they're picking up is valuable.
And this type of situation, if they do get their team over the line, will be massively important for them in the development of their careers. And as it is for somebody like Mhlali Mpongwana as well, who needs to bowl very well in his last 4 overs. As my alarm goes off.
I don't know what alarm is that, James.
No,
to sleep?
Yeah, I get my beauty sleep. Yeah.
On the dot 8 o'clock, I think.
On the dot 8 o'clock, every night. No, there we go. So that's the 2-hour reminder.
All right, that makes more sense. Still summer.
So it is Mpongwana. He has got 1 ball left in his 7th over, and the total 231 for 5. Chasing 301, 70 to win, 49 balls left. That is 8.6 runs to the over to win. It is a tough call, but it is possible. 5 wickets in hand. Copeland and Adams at the crease. I'm going to ask for anything more exciting than this potentially.
Yeah, and just we call Verisco Adams the Iceman with the ball.
Yes.
He's found himself in counter situations with a bat as well. Dragging the rocks over the line.
Yeah.
So he's proven his all-round abilities before.
Yeah.
I think he's just biding his time. Trying to bat as deep as possible. Required rate of 8.7. I don't think the rocks will be too concerned yet.
No.
But once you start hitting 11s and 12s, that's when they would be thinking about hitting the big shots.
Absolutely. The next 2 or 3 overs crucial to not let it get out to 10 and over or so.
Yeah. So singles and twos are very important still at the moment.
And 1 or 2 shots or boundaries in and over as Simmons is into bowl, and that is a great delivery and appeal for stumping by Daniel Smith, but not given. A very confident appeal for stumping earlier on of Junaid Dawood, not given by Dennis Smith either.
The home team looked convinced to that one.
They did look very convinced, didn't they? Smith, normally with the reaction of the wicket keeper is telling, but not given, and not have the benefit of a replay clearly here, as that's played into the backward point region where it's fielded by Luando Tuaku. And Gavin Kaplan now not in that position. Where is Gavin Kaplan? Probably on the boundary now. Maybe long off, long on. We'll see. As it's played straight back past the bowler, who gets his hand out of the way. It's only going to be 1, as that is played down to Bashir Walters, who's at long off. We have Junaid Dawood at long on. We have John O'Bird on the boundary at deep cover. And we have Gavin Kaplan on the boundary at mid-wicket. That's right, which is where Carl Simmons has been fielding for most of the afternoon and evening. And just 2 so far off this over, 2 singles. It's Copeland again on strike. Kaplan at deep mid-wicket. We have Seppo Moreki at deep backward square. It's just played quietly into the leg side. Bowler does the fielding off his own bowling. Nasri, it's real nail-biting time here for both of these teams. They know they do have a very slim chance potentially of still getting into the final. Potentially the Rocks with the easier match against the Warriors, as that's played in the air, but just short of Dzorzi at extra cover. 1 ball left, and in fact that's the end of the over from Simmons. It is he's bowled 8 overs and 0 for 43, and like a 5 ball over. It wasn't. Sorry, they're a bit slow, a little bit waiting for the scoreboard, just a little bit slower, as it's going to be on Pongwana to continue the attack from the Kelvin Grove end. 234 for 5, 43 overs gone.
That was actually a great over from Simmons, only 3 runs conceded.
Yeah, very good over.
When you're defending 8-9 runs over, that's brilliant.
Yeah,
actually.
It takes the run rate up to over 9 now, and
just 1 good over does that.
Absolutely,
closer to 10 runs and over now.
It's going to need another good over from Mpongwana, and that is just swung into the leg side from Copeland, as it's Tuaku on the boundary at deep mid wicket coming in. And this is where it's sort of drop and run on the leg side is going to give them 2.
Yeah.
There's 4 boundary riders on the leg side, perhaps expecting that the batters will be going leg side with the big shots, and we have a Ringfield on the offside.
I think that's where Mikey Copeland could also learn to get that in his game, a touch game, drop and run too.
And that is played in the air, but it's played down and split the long leg and deep backward square fielders, and Mpongwana paying the price for pitching it in too short to Verisco Adams. Very strong there, he's shown in his innings so far, and a boundary off the second ball of the over. Not what Captain Dzorzi would have ordered.
I think the Rocks is trying to make up from Simmons' over that they never got their 7-8 runs, and they are going to go hard at Mpongwana. Someone like Verisco Adams, short, stocky ball character, good on the short, good on the cut shot, good on the pull shot as well.
So this is where it's going to be important, and that's a good shot by Adams once again down the ground, fielded by the captain Dzorzi, who's on the edge of the circle at mid-off, and he comes back down to long off now. And for this interesting, they've got a short third man. That's dangerous. They're going to bring in a man short at 45 as well on the leg side coming in. So this field now, the 2 men out on the offside is a man at deep cover and a man at long off. We have a man at long on, deep square leg and deep mid wicket, and it's played nicely out into the covers by Copeland, and there is a single. So expensive over so
James,
far.
that just what I've picked up, and it doesn't happen often in cricket nowadays, especially in 50 over cricket, that both captains have only used 5 bowlers. You know, their first choice. We saw Stian van Zyl come on.
That's right.
When Hardus Viljoen bowled the 2 beamers.
Correct.
But I mean, both teams, Peter Malan and Tony de Zorzi, just 5 specialist bowlers, and they've gone through with them
absolutely,
all evening.
It is very interesting. No, they haven't thrown the ball to any of the part-timers. Gavin Cabinet's in the air, and it's straight down the throat of the man at deep cover. That is Seppo Moreki, who is doing the fielding out there, and he takes the catch, and Mpongwana gets the wicket, and it is the dangerous Frisco Adams that has to go back to the pavilion. Caught Moreki, bowled Mpongwana, and that is a 241 for the loss of 6, and one feels that is an incredibly crucial wicket for the 6-gun grill Western Province, and for Mihlali Mpongwana.
Frisco Adams would be heartbroken with that, James. He struck that ball
He
so
did
sweetly.
Beautifully, didn't he?
5 yards either way. That it could have been 6. You know.
Yes, it would have been 6.
But Chepo Moreti took a good catch. That ball was flying. You know, got his body behind it, and you know, it pretty much stuck in his hands.
It did.
You know? So
very good catch.
Unlucky
from
there
Moreki.
from Frisco Adams. He just picked out the one field that was on the boundary. But yeah, 5 yards either way, and we could have been speaking a different language here.
We could. Shot was on. It was wide outside the off stump and pitched up, and he had a good go, full go at it. Flayed it out into the offside, but couldn't miss the man out there, and he gets 14 off only 12 balls, exactly what was needed in that time. It's going to be now the hard-hitting Hardus Viljoen, who's coming in to bat with the loss of Frisco Adams' wicket, and a partnership of 34 in double quick time there from Adams and Copeland. Copeland on 40, which is his highest List A score. Previous highest for him, I think, was 38. Got it here, 38. Also this season in only his 6th List A match, which is quite an achievement for the youngster. And he and Valentine Kitime, as Nasri was saying, put on 37 for the 5th wicket after the loss of Milan's wicket, and Kitime going for 24. So the 2 youngsters doing well for their team. It's now down to the experienced Viljoen and the inexperienced Copeland to try and get the rocks over the line, and it's going to be Mpongwana is into Viljoen, and Viljoen just plays it down to deep mid wicket, and they take the single. And the end of the over from Mpongwana, he's bowled 8 overs, 1 for 43, and 242 for 6 after 44 overs, 59 to win off 36 balls, and it is just a shade under 10 runs to the over.
I think Michael Copeland becomes the key man here now. He at his young age, he still needs to show that composure at the crease and actually take his team over the line. Obviously, with the help of the batters around him, but he's the man in. He's seeing the ball like a football at the moment. He's got the measure of the pitch of the bowlers. He's batted very well. But it's these situations that you want youngsters to be in early in the career.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, a lot riding on the game, but pressure. You know, often we say that the youngsters don't really have any fear. They haven't built that up yet.
Yeah. Well, let's see.
Let's see. Yeah. No, there is a lot of pressure out there. There's a bit of a crowd in here at Newlands, which is lovely to see. Just dabbed into the offside by Viljoen. Dot ball. Absolutely priceless at the moment. Carl Simmons has 2 overs left. Seppo Moreki has 2 overs left. Mihlali Mpongwana has 2 overs left. and that is now 10.1 runs to the over, and just bunted down to the man at long on. That is that Darwood out there. So there's Junaid Darwood, who's got the floppy hat on, doesn't he? I think that's to help him just see better with these floodlights. And most of the team, a couple of them have the floppy hats on. Pongwana, Dzorzi, Darwood has played into the leg side. They're not going to get two from that as Copeland plays it too hard into the leg side. Gavin Kaplan is out there patrolling the mid-wicket boundary. 3 balls, 3 runs. Sorry, 2 runs so far from Simmons.
I think just besides the log position and the teams, just the bragging rights, James. The Cape
Local
Derby.
Yeah. That's a very good shot over the inner ring, and they're going to get 2 as it goes out to the man deep on the cover boundary. That's John O'Bird out there, and that is another 2. That's 4 off the over so far, and 4 balls gone. They need a boundary as the run rate is going up to over 10 runs to the over. Simmons in again. That's short. That's not a great ball, and that's got the treatment.
They deserve to go.
That is Hardisvillian has hit that out of the park. It's 250 up for the Gbets Rocks. 252 for 6 in the 45th over. It was a hit me ball, and he did.
You know, James, we often talk about long hops in cricket. I think that was a perfect example.
Yes, that's one of the longest long hop. The longest hops you've seen for a long time, and that ball hopped its way into the grandstand with the help of Hardisvillian, unsurprisingly, and it may well have put the ball out of shape. It was hit so hard. Really not a great delivery from the Western Province slow left arm after a very good start to the over.
And also that's his first bad ball for a while.
Yeah,
I think Hardisvillian just moving around in the crease might have just put him off slightly.
Well, maybe, yeah.
But I mean that's all part of the game now, you know.
It is, yeah.
Batting of the innings.
Yeah. It's Carl Simmons in again. That he swings across the line again. He's going to get 2 here as Darwood comes around from his only 1. That was really poor running by the Gbets Rocks, and so still just under 10 runs and over for them to win. 5 overs to go, and they need another 48 to win. Interesting to see that at the same stage the 6-gun grill Western Province were 251 for 4, Gbets Rocks 253 for 6. And
very similar, James, and
very similar.
The Rocks would hope to end the innings just as similarly as what Western Province did.
And so one
we're actually neck and neck.
It is neck and neck, and it's Tsepo Mareki who is going to be coming in from the Kelvin Grove end. It is going to have to be Mhlali Umpongwana. It's going to be interesting to see how he's going to mix this up, actually, because
Simmons still has 1.
Yeah, Simmons still has 1, but
he'll probably finish up after this.
May well finish up. May have just this 1 over. It's a good delivery on the pads, though, and played off that pad into the leg side, and Bashirwal just comes around from his position at short, fine leg, and does the fielding, rolls it back to Tsepo Mareki, who doesn't know that it's behind him, and he's going to get that ball now. Nobody told him.
We see that in club cricket often. Yeah. On Saturday, when the fielders are just not interested in taking the ball anymore. We had a long day in the field, James.
Yeah, no, definitely. As long as it wasn't thrown at his head, it's all right. He's in away from us now, past umpire Brad White. That's outside the off stump, played into the offside. Good fielding by Richard Levy, and they take another single. Singles are actually not enough at this stage for the Gbets Rocks, as they look to chase down 301. First time that would have been achieved at Newlands in List A cricket in the...
the Rocks looking to make history.
They are looking to make history, most definitely. In their first season in the top flight. This is a bad ball from Mareki, and it gets the treatment from Hardisvillian. It's his second 6. This one into the new building at on the northwestern side of the ground here at 6-gun grill Newlands. Not a great delivery at all from Tsepo Mareki. and that gets the treatment from Hardus-Viljoen.
Just set up there, James. It was
did,
a slow
didn't
ball,
it?
just set up.
Yeah, it did.
Hardus-Viljoen read it, waited for it, and deposited it onto the grass.
261 for 6. That brings the rate required down to 9 runs and over, and it's on here for the Gbets Rocks. As it's Mareki away from us once again, and that's another short delivery, and that's very much quicker, and that's a much faster, better delivery to Waku, who is out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, comes in and fields, and it's all to play for here. Copeland is on strike. Mareki is the bowler.
Mareki needs to finish the over well.
He does.
He did concede a 6 there.
Yeah.
Just from a Western Province point of view, he has 3 men on the leg side boundary. He needs to bowl straight.
He does, and that is a much better delivery. He did exactly as Nasri instructed. He bowled straight, and gets the ball played straight back to him.
It's the first time he's listened, James.
It is, yeah. I mean, yeah. But therefore, you must listen to Uncle Nasri now. You know, really.
But it just shows you, James, that at least I like to see bowlers bowling with a plan. You know, his fielder's out for that delivery.
Exactly.
So if the batsman hits it, he's going to hit it into the fielder.
Right. Yeah,
you know?
he was, and then again, that's a much fuller delivery.
What a ball.
And has he bowled him?
Yeah,
he has indeed. He's bowled him. He's taken the off stump. There's a great delivery. That's the Yorker, and Copeland can't get his bat down in time. Mareki signals and gets the acclaim of his teammates as Copeland has to go back after an excellent 42 of 45 deliveries. Sepal Mareki makes the breakthrough, puts another twist to the tail here as 39 is needed off 4 overs for the Gbets Rocks to get over the line, and Sepal Mareki makes the breakthrough here. The premier bowler for 6 Gun Grill Western Province this season, 42 of 45 deliveries for Michael Copeland, his best ever return as a batter for the Gbets Rocks in the List A tournament so far, and it's going to be Imran Manak who's going to be coming in to replace him. Was the end of the over, so it will be Hardus-Viljoen facing the first ball of the next over, and that a very quick 21-run partnership between Copeland and Hardus-Viljoen. But exactly what 6 Gun Grill Western Province needed. He bowled straight.
Well, again, straight, and also Sepal Mareki showed his vast experience there of years and years of playing domestic cricket, bowling to the youngster. The previous ball was a dot ball, and he knew the youngster was going to sit back and look to launch him, and he just went for the old school, no cut, nothing, old school Yorker. There's nothing for that still today, James.
No,
you can come up with all the variations in the world, but the old school Yorker will always still
absolutely
do the trick.
Yeah, so it's going to be the change-up that was predicted. It's going to be Mihlali Umpangwana from the Weinberg end, and just getting final instructions from his captain, who's saying to him, just don't bowl it short to Hardus-Viljoen, please.
It's interesting.
And,
Simmons still has 1, so he's going to finish up from
he'll finish up from this side. Mareki will bowl the next over, and Simmons probably will bowl the final over, or he'll bowl Simmons and then Mareki.
Yeah, I think he's going to keep Mareki.
I would think so. Mareki probably has more chance of taking the wicket. It's Viljoen who's going to be facing.
Tony Dezor just got his numbers mixed up. Maybe. A bit of a it's not the smoothest of finish.
No, we'll see now. And that's wide outside the off stump, so wide that it's called wide, and that's not the start that the captain would have wanted. Gets in the idea of what he was trying to achieve there, but execution not perhaps exactly as he would have liked. And I don't know what the umpire's talking to him about. But a bit of chatter going on there between Dennis Smith and bowler Umpangwana.
I think Umpangwana had a bit of a moan there, saying maybe he went across. You know. Dennis Smith, he's one of those umpires that he doesn't take any nonsense from the players.
Definitely can see that, as it's Umpangwana again into Viljoen. That's a much better delivery. That not called wide, and that's what he was attempting with the first delivery. And now the first legal delivery of the over is through to the keeper. So it is essentially 1 off 1 so far for the
I
Gbets
think
Rocks.
Hardisviljoen now absolutely holds the key for the Rocks.
He does.
He's
yes.
18 of 10 balls.
Yeah.
He's smacked 2 sixes
Yeah.
already, and it went sailing out the ground.
Did.
So from the Rocks' point of view, it's all up to Hardisviljoen.
It is, and for the 6-gun grill Western Province, this young man, great bowling again from Mpongwana. The crowd animated as another dot ball goes past the under edge of Viljoen's bat, and Viljoen, we know, wants this ball short. He's going to be able to pummel the short delivery. He's not so comfortable with the ones outside the off stump.
Yeah, he seems that he just likes to camp on the back foot.
Yeah.
and have a free swing.
Yeah.
I think what Mpongwana and for a young guy to learn it so quickly.
Yes.
To sum the situation up and seeing that he needs to reach for those Yorkers.
Absolutely.
So
and nothing outside the leg stump or straight as he's bowling another one. That is good delivery. It's played down the ground. They're coming back for 2. I don't think they're going to make it. That is a direct hit. He's gone. He is gone. That is fantastic fielding from the man at the long off. That's Junaid Dawood running in, picks up, throws in, and takes that stump out directly. And that is the end of Imran Manak without facing a delivery. And that is a huge wicket in the context of the match. As we're looking at it again, great fielding. And Manak put the dive in, but it was never going to beat the throw if it was a direct hit. And that is some fantastic fielding we've seen there from Junaid Dawood as the 6-gun grill Western Province team celebrate the loss of the 7th wicket for the Gbets Rocks. It's Imran Manak who is gone. He has to go back. He didn't face a delivery, and he goes without scoring, going for the 2nd run to give Hardisviljoen the strike.
Yeah.
And so they lose the 8th wicket, run out there by Dawood, who is capping a very good day he had with the ball with that incredible run out there. And just goes to show, direct hits get the wickets.
Yeah, more often than not, James, a direct hit just seems to be out. You know? But it's actually brilliant fielding. All the boundary riders were on their toes. It's fairly long boundaries tonight. And all the boundary riders know, and just game awareness. Imran Manak wanted to get Hardisviljoen back on strike because the Rocks need Viljoen back on strike, and just the awareness from Dawood to race in, one hand pick up, and then swoop with a throw. Brilliant fielding. And also, not forget, another great ball from Mpongwana.
Exactly, in the block hole once again, and Viljoen now on strike, and he's been joined by Sia Mahima, and Mahima is able to just come through for the single. Viljoen playing it out into the offside where Richard Levy does the fielding. He's now patrolling the point region, backward point area there, and it'll be Sia Mahima to face Mihlali Mpongwana. One has to give the bowler credit here, though.
It's been a brilliant over. Just after the wide, the young Mpongwana has really outthought Hardisviljoen basically. And it shows Hardisviljoen has played cricket all around the world, franchise leagues, and Mpongwana had his number this over.
He did indeed. And has he got Siabonga Mahima's number? Not with this delivery, as it's played down the ground to the man who did that great fielding earlier on. Junaid Dawood comes in from long on and does the fielding, and it is just a single. There's 1 ball left in the over, and so far off the over, I think 4 runs so far off the over. Is it? Can't quite see there. We're just going to check that. 3 runs so far off the over with 1 ball left, and Mpongwana doing the trick for his captain here.
The run out was a single, James.
It was a single, 4 runs off the over. That's a full toss, but it's played straight to Tony Dezorzi at that position at extra cover. They do take the single, so Viljoen will keep the strike. But an outstanding over from Mihlali Mpongwana, the wicket of Imran Manak, and
5 runs.
And 5 runs only, which is more important almost. 11 runs and over needed for the last 3 overs. 34 to win. 18 balls left. The key, as you have said already, for the Gbets Rocks sits with Hardisviljoen, and he's joined at the crease. He has been joined by Sia Mahima,
I just think you were saying earlier, James, the game keeps seesawing.
It does, yeah.
And whenever the Rocks just, especially the last half an hour or so, whenever the Rocks just seem to get the upper hand, the Western Province seem to take a wicket. So yeah, but that's what we want. We want dramatic cricket. It shows that our domestic cricket.
We might get it now. Yeah, we might get it dramatic this over because it's Carl Simmons. So they've gone against the script we wrote. So it's going to be interesting to see. We said maybe they continue with Mareki. They've gone with Simmons. He can't afford to, and that's up in the air. That is going to be taken, is it, by Simmons? It's got snow on it, and he does take the catch. He does indeed take the catch off his own bowling, Carl Simmons, and that should be the game. Haris Viljoen going for the big shot, which he had to do, and he skies it up into the atmosphere here, and comes down into the hands of the bowler, Carl Simmons, who takes the catch, and Haris Viljoen goes for 21 of 15 balls, caught and bowled Simmons, 2 sixes, mighty sixes it must be said, and Carl Simmons may well have taken the catch and taken the wicket that is going to give the Western Province team the opportunity to play against the Titans for a place in the final, presumably against the Titans. But we wait to see what happens at Centurion. So it's going to be an interesting situation here. 34 still needed, 1 wicket left to fall, 3 overs to go. Mahima and now Ashil Kluter, who come to the crease. Ashil Kluter yet to score a run in his 2 innings that he's played so far at List A level. And it is now down to the last wicket to fall, and it has proven once again to be a bridge too far for a team chasing 300
under lights,
under lights here at Newlands, in the wind, and a really interesting match that we've had here. It's been great having you with me, Nasri, for the last 9 overs.
I think exciting. I came in and all the wickets fell.
I think so. You were definitely the catalyst for the wickets falling.
They were cruising, James, when I came to sit down.
Yeah, I mean, and that's full toss played by Mahima out to the man at deep mid wicket. That's Bashir Walters who hurls it in to Kyle Simmons, and there is a single.
It also just shows you, James, we were calling for maybe Tipu Mariki to finish up. He had a good over and a wicket, and we obviously the captain knows more than us.
Must do. He must do. Yes, clearly.
That's why he's the captain and we're sitting here.
That's right. Yeah. It's played into the leg side by Ashil Kluter, and he gets his first run in List A cricket. And down to the man at deep backward square, John O'Bird. And if Mahima can get them over the line here, then that will be a huge job. That's straight to the captain, Dazorzi, on the bounce at long on. He doesn't try and run in and take the catch.
Also, James, it's a perfect opportunity. Just number 10 and 11, just have some fun.
Absolutely.
Have a few swings. You just never know.
That's what they're going to do, and that's very well played by Ashil Kluter down the ground, and that has gone for 4. He did play that really well, used his feet to Carl Simmons and took it on, and did a great job of doing that. Simmons, who's taken the wicket in this over, which potentially should have ended the match with Viljoen now out. It's 27 to win off 13 deliveries.
It wasn't a shot of a number 11.
No, it wasn't.
I think the next game is going to the captain and saying, "Listen,
really well, didn't he? Yeah.
I need to bet. I need to get a promotion."
He plays that one well. That's going to be out of the park and into the grass banks in front of us by Ashil Kluter, and that is a massive 6. And that does mean that the equation is 21 to win off 12 balls, 1 wicket in hand. Kluter now up to 11. Scoring a single, a 6 and a 4 in that over. Wow, my word.
Both strokes, James. That's not number 11.
No, definitely
strokes,
not.
I think he's going to he's going to go up to number 8 the next game.
I think so.
8, 9. I think. But it just shows, though, he strikes the ball cleanly. It shows that he maybe has a good eye as well for a guy to come in at number 11 and just start hitting. He has a good eye. And has a clean stroke because that was both shots was from the middle of the bat.
Absolutely.
And it's just about keeping the rocks in the contest.
Yeah, that's it. 21 to win off 12 balls. Number 10 and 11 at the crease. And Mhlali Mpongwana is bowling, and that is a dot ball as he fields off his own bowling. Dives to his right, then theatrically rolls on the crease.
I think just if Siyabonga Mahima was on the non-strikers in watching Kluter hit the most beautiful 4 and 6. I think his job is just to get a single and see if Kluter can finish the job.
And the singles are there to be had quite easily. One doesn't sense that he's that fast between the wickets, so perhaps 2 not on if you're playing into the deep, but certainly if you're going to take a single, that's very nicely played. That is the single that goes to the man deep. In fact, they're taking 2. Ashel Kluter coming for the second. It's well fielded in the deep by Walters. Throws it back to the keeper's end as Mahima makes his ground quite easily. And that's a good 2 to 19 of 10. So 2 runs a ball here. It's still is...
Even the scorers is getting a bit nervy. I don't know what number to punch in. But it's great to have Friday night underlights and Newlands.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Dramatic game going to the last over.
Big crowd in. It is potentially going to the last over unless Mhlali Mpongwana can produce something here, and he's bowled a very good delivery and into the pads and straight delivery. They take a single, and that is a good delivery.
18 of 9 balls, James. I think we saw the prowess of Kluter against the spinner. Let's see what his options are and what he does against the medium.
What will he do? What will this youngster do against the equally young Mhlali Mpongwana? So the future.
This is what domestic cricket's about.
Exactly. This is exactly what domestic cricket is about. 2 youngsters facing up on the biggest stage domestically of them all. And he's played that in the air. It's potentially going to be out. Bashir Walters underneath it, and he takes the catch, and he does the, I don't know what you call that, but the celebration to the crowd. What an incredible celebration from Bashir Walters. Ashel Kluter tries his best to get the Gbets rocks over the line, but he can't quite do it as Mpongwana takes the wickets, Walters takes the catch, and the win is by 17 runs for the 6-gun grill Western Province team. It is a victory for them and the opportunity potentially to get into the final of this competition. They play against the Titans on Sunday. It is all to play for. They have to win that one, but they also have to rely on the potential of other games to go their way. It has been an incredibly close game in the end here. Almost a record chase by the Gbets Rocks, 283 all out in the 49th over. But eventually it is Ashel Kluter caught by Walters for a very well played 13, I think, got 12 or 13. 11. Okay, 11, sorry. A 6 and a 4 and a single that he scored.
11 or 4 balls.
And 11 or 4 balls. He really did do his best to get his team over the line, but in the end, just too much to do as they needed to get that record score, and they have lost the game here against the 6-gun grill Western Province by 17 runs in what will be one of the highest aggregate List A games that we would have seen here at this ground under the lights and with a crowd in that really did justice to the venue tonight. And,
what a finish, James.
What a finish.
Just from the catch from Bashir Walters. It wasn't easy at all. He had to come sprinting in. And just to give you a picture for the viewers at home, there was a bit of a crowd behind him. And he came running in, took the catch and turned around and gave a hell of a celebration to the crowd behind him, and they were cheering and pumping him. Probably had a couple of chirps there while he was fielding there, you know.
I'm sure he did,
but that's what the game is about. It's good to see a nice, decent crowd in that so high aggregate score.
They did indeed, and it's been a great match here at 6-gun grill Newlands, and we're just going to end off just to give you those details again. So Western Province scoring 300 for the loss of 8, and Yassine Mo Valley getting his first ever List A century in his 110th List A game. What a moment that was for the local man. Nasri Alexander, who's alongside me at the moment, describing that to you and describing how excited his family were sitting under the oaks. And for the long-serving Valley, what a fantastic moment as he, along with the rest of the Six Gun Grill Western Province team, salute the crowd down at the pavilion end there, the South Pavilion at the Weinberg end. The crowd that's been so animated this evening in supporting their team.
They were very loud.
They were indeed very loud, and lovely to have the crowd in all parts of this beautiful ground. And we're still under the lights here. It really is a picture. And that 300 for the loss of 8 proving to be just enough, as Yassine Valley announced the man of the match. And they won by 17 runs in the end. Very good chase by the Gbets Rocks in this local derby. But it is Western Province that do have the opportunity now on 14 points to go to the Titans on Sunday. And dependent on some of the other results, a very outside chance of potentially getting through to the final of this competition. So from me, James King, and from Nasri Alexander and David Brook,
good evening,
Yusuf Magid, Zahir Abrams and Zion Sims, thank you very much for listening and watching this broadcast. We hope you enjoyed it, and from us it's good night.